It's been a hell of a ride. Fleeting Face. Destiny Pepe W. Series finale poggers.
The final YouTube stream.
Stop building anticipation down.
I have a dream.
Been a YT member for a year. It's been swell. RIP to the best chat there ever was. See you on the other side.
I don't know where to go from here now.
I don't want to go anywhere from here.
Oh, chat, we are only 19 weeks old. See you on the other side.
Russia is a beautiful country.
Is this a... Oh, you cheddar born to Sisker, now look what you have done, you filthy rat. You sold us to a remote abortion clinic just to spite those two mentally ill debaters from whatever.
Find light in the beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. And you and I were like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star. I see a vision of ecstasy when you hold me. I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one.
I'm only trying to prove I exist. Don't ask me why I'm always flipping the script. I'm only trying to prove I exist.
It was always kick or keep YouTube chat. Looks like we got kicked.
Wow, what a
27
day
months.
it is, guys.
This is what I get.
Destiny is running on the Republican ticket as my vice president. Sorry to spoil the announcement. It was in this stack of classified documents I have here on my desk. Also, Destiny is pregnant from Eurocock, 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 Eurocock.
Girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. You go ahead and let your hair down.
Wow, how we doing today, guys? Michael, 1999, missed you, Dad. Can you play Satisfactory for me, please? All right, guys, we got bad news. Ugh. And then we've got okay news. What do we want to hear? What do we want to hear first? What's the order? Okay, I want to give people time now, okay? Hold up. I need to give people time. Go to Reddit, get your full post typed up, okay? Because I want you to be able to hit that, smash that post button as soon as I destroy your realities, okay? Hold on, I want 10K viewers for this announcement. I'm opening a few more tabs. One sec. I'm just kidding. All right, listen up, guys. I've been streaming for a long time, all right? Like 13 years. More years than any one man should give to a career like this, okay? Dealt with a lot of crazy accusations. Dealt with a lot of haters, okay? Dealt with a lot of stuff going on. It's pretty stressful, all right? But I'm not going to. Okay, no, listen up. Okay, seriously though, for about a week and a half, I had obviously contract negotiations, so I'm trying to think about like what I want to do in terms of lots of money and not also destroying my career and everything, because I love streaming. I'm going to be streaming for a while until I get banned from everything. So, ooh, let's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Number 1, are you ready? I have signed a 12-month contract with our good friends over at Kick.com, okay? Let that sink in for a moment, all right? Yeah, spam the chat up. Okay, slow it down. Kick is gonna get really mad at you guys. All right. Your second piece of news, though. In an attempt to drive engagement and viewership on the Kick website, there were 2 big conditions to this contract. Okay? Prepare yourselves. Number 1. I have to kill the embeds on my website on my stream. So that means destiny.gg/bigscreen will not point to my stream anymore, okay, as I'm streaming. That's the first one. Oh, that's the first one. That's only number 1, okay? Yes. Let me bask in your Russells, okay? And then number 2, a more minor one, is that the Kick chat has to be on stream. Yes. Be mad. Okay, that's the those are the 2 roughest parts of the news. Now, the saving grace, or okay news, I guess, depending on how you view it, is this is not a single stream contract. I will be able to stream the entirety of my Kick contract dual streamed with YouTube. So if stuff like DVR or rewinding or whatever is important, I'm always going to have a secondary stream on YouTube for the duration of me streaming on Kick. I think this was like the best medium that I could reach in terms of like fulfilling both of our ends, but YouTube will not be embedded. No, there will be no more Destiny.gg/bigscreen for my stream. Yeah, for at least a year. Well, unless we kill the contract earlier, but. Are you just killing DGG? No, I mean, like, the chat will run, and you can embed other streams on the chat off stream, so. Obviously, I'm worried about the health of my chat, so I'll kind of see how I feel about, I mean, I can always check a few months in if I feel like if I'm, like, murdering my website or not. We'll figure out how it goes, but. Can you say in a ballpark how much your bag was? It was a big bag. We'll just say it's that much. Probably not enough that I'd be willing to actually completely nuke my community, but enough that if I passed it up, I'd probably feel like a fucking moron. People think big screen is the whole chat. You should clarify that it's just the embed and the chat itself is still usable. Oh yeah, sure. So basically the biggest thing that'll be changing is that, like, just like this part of the website. Wait, did that not? Oh, so like this embed won't work. The chat is still gonna be there. It's just not gonna be on that. It's not just gonna have my stream embedded in it, basically. Ugh. How much are your website owners dropping, you think? I don't know. I'm not gonna get into all the numbers of everything, but any word on the phone app is only possible to listen when. Okay, so like I said, every stream I do is gonna be dual streamed to YouTube as well. Unless you're coming to my wedding, maybe I just have to look at the date again. I'll see. I thought your wedding invite said, didn't we have until like? I feel like I have days to respond still. Okay. Don't care. Thoughts on Darius drama? We'll catch up on all of that. Because yeah, there was like a whole attempted coup while I was out of town. Because apparently, literally everything happens as soon as I go out of town. But so YouTube is still embedded? No embeds. Of my stream, at least. You can embed other things, but do not ask him about the coup. Too Mad drama? Oh yeah, Too Mad was messaging me to talk, but I have no idea what the fuck is going on with any of that. Let me unmute these. When does the contract start? I'm shipping over
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars?
Yeah, we can. I shipped over the... well, I signed out to ship it back to him today. It'll probably start on like... It might just start on the 1st of next month. We'll see.
Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 16, Final... BGG. This is YouTube chat. We may be going. But you're still the worst chat. You never even dies.
True.
What's up, Destiny? What's up, YouTube chat? Love you, buddy.
I love you too, buddy.
It's been real, boys.
Yeah, true. When does your kick thing start? Probably in a couple days.
Spoken Madam and Pushisti linked up, need it or keep it.
Did you get any ownership? Yes, I got 20% equity and kick, but only if I agree to play a certain amount of
I missed
slots
you,
every
Dad.
single month.
Can you play Satisfactory for me, please?
I will say the stipulations in the contract about having to agree with Train on all takes related to social and political issues was really strange, but no matter what I did, I couldn't get that out of the contract. And then they've got like subsection clauses, or I might have NDA'd on this, where you have to like talk about like say weird things about Asana.
Dude, you're not going to believe what I found about Cisco in these classified documents. It's a treasure trove of info. So basically, Destiny sold us out to the Cisco Enterprise Network maintained 50 virgins and some styrofoam cups. What a pathetic deal.
Give a figure of number or number of figures. Is it 6 figure, 7 figure, 8 figure, 9 figure?
It's over.
It's not 8 figures and it's not 9 figures. I wish. But I wouldn't do a deal like this for 6 figures, so I'll just say that much. Can you try to pull some strings in to fix the Android app? It's unusable. So I'll say this again. I don't know if people are not understanding this, or well, I don't know why it's going to
I
spend so
can
much.
speak from everyone
but
when
all
I
of
say
my
we miss you, babe.
yeah, I love you, buddy. All of my streams will also be streamed to YouTube as well. So if you've got issues with like Chromecast or whatever, you can just Chromecast or watch on mobile the YouTube stream. So. I expect next people to have DGG open on one monitor or kick on the other. Or you can just use the kick chat. I don't know because I never use big screen. I actually Wait, I shouldn't say that's mean. I don't want to say I hate big stream, but I've always like, I'll usually open stream, or I usually open DGG chat and then I open another stream. I've never used big screen much. But I know a lot of people use it, but yeah, you just open it a separate. It's literally just strictly better. I guess maybe. I like seeing the other chat too, though. Like if I'm watching XQC, I want to see his chat as well, you know? There's probably going to be some Kick exclusive content for the DMCA / not safe for life step, right? I mean, theoretically there could be, but like my goal, like I'm not here saying that like we're going to be watching movies every night. Like my content is largely probably going to be the same. I'm not going to try to, I feel like one of the, I could be wrong, I don't know, but I feel like one of the unique offerings that I have to some of these platforms is that I'm not just going to come and stream like a bunch of not safe for life stuff or horrible slur stuff or watching movies because I actually have stuff to do on a stream. Like steal other people's content in the form of React. XQC's chat with what emotes? His chat is like 90% third-party emotes, and you have none of the extensions downloaded. Liar, lol, W. Why would I need to download the extensions? It's funny to think about. For Kick, you're probably a brand safe streamer, which is like the opposite of how much platforms see you. Yeah, actually, unironically, yeah. What about Rumble? We're seeing, okay? They're in the... I messaged the CEO to chat with them. I don't think, when I went to, like, renegotiate deals, I don't think I like the idea of, like, cutaway streams and stuff, because I feel like it's getting really hard. I don't want to, like, I don't think I want to segment my fan base over, like, a ton of different, like, stream here, then stream here, then stream here, then stream here. That's one problem. A second issue is trying to keep track of, like, all the different things I'm supposed to stream. I could do this in theory, but the thing that fucks everything up is traveling, like, kills my hours on everything. And I think at this point in my career, it looks like I'm basically going to be out of town for 1 week every single month doing stuff, because there's just like the opportunity for shows and stuff is way too much. And then if I go out of town for 2 or 3 days, I'm like cutting into so many types of streams or hours supposed to, it's like the obligations are way too much. Unfortunately. I don't have anything against Rumble or anything, but yeah, it's so hard hitting like all the obligations. Like on the 7th, I think I'm going to Tim Pool's compound to do 2 different shows, a Culture Wars show and then another one with us. I want to say Smeagol, but that's not his name. Is it Seamus or something? Would getting an assistant help? Yeah, we can talk about that later. Oh, Seamus, not Smeagol. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did a lot of soul searching, reflecting on this trip, and there's a lot of things. Yeah, I think I'm getting a maid. I'm absolutely getting a maid. When I get somebody that can cook, I'm gonna get a PA or expand news jobs. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I need to start like hiring out to, like, because I think I am wasting an ungodly amount of time on stuff peripheral to my business that I shouldn't be wasting time on, and it cuts into like streaming and like other shit too. I just need to not. Yeah. It's not gonna be any of you guys for a maid. Fuck off. Okay, I'm not hiring out a fucking fan. Will you ban all embeds to YouTube on DGG? No. No, it's just the embeds to my stream, right? The goal is to increase user acquisition on Kick, basically. is this? Hold on.
Drop. Now they know me since I hit the top. Hey, this a rolling, not a stop. Watch shit don't never stop. We can flow that got the block hot.
Why? This is so fucked up. Sorry, this is stupid.
Drop. Now they know me since I hit the top. Hey, this a rolling, not a stop. Watch shit don't never stop. We can flow that got the block hot.
If you need a producer for stuff for podcasts in Miami, I'm game to do it. Yeah, I might. I have everything set up in Far's apartment. I just need to actually plug everything in. That's my next step. I'm gonna be honest, man, the more that I think about it, you know, it'd be really nice, and I might kill the lease I have in this apartment. Having a house would actually be so nice now. I'm like in a stage of my life. Cause like I could just have like a room in my house that I could dedicate to my studio. Like how fucking sick would that be? But I don't know how much like houses on fucking Miami Beach. I feel like a minimum has got to be like 1.52 million for like a shit house. That's my feeling. I could be wrong. First time watching you stream live, discovered PK years ago, but only recently started watching YouTube vids. Keep the amazing content coming, Top G. Thanks, Tubbs T. 50 euros, Jesus. The thing is, for like a decent studio, in Miami, this is why I'm using Far's apartment, $2,000 a month, and it's like plus my rent is like $5,000, so I'm paying like $7,000 a month. At that point, like, would I buy a house? Man, I don't know. I think interest rates are fucked right now. I'm not sure. Holy shit, these are fucking expensive. What kind of a house am I even getting? Let's check, hold on. $2.5 million house. $2.5 million. What is this? Why the fuck do you need to live on Miami Beach? I really like Miami Beach. And assuming Melina is coming back from Europe, I imagine she would probably still want to live here too. Ugh. Can I just get like a fucking loan calculator? No, because I want to like have like escrow and shit calculated too. Fuck. Is there like an easy mortgage calculator? I'm just curious like what I would even afford. Okay, so if these homes are valued at, we'll say $3.5 million with a down payment of, ooh. Do I have to put like 10% down? Do I have to put more than 10% down? We'll say 350K. We'll say 10%. 20%. So $700,000. Okay. Would you be willing to rent a house? Maybe that would be better. I'm just curious what the monthly payments would be like on a 3.5 million, 20% down, 30-year loan. Monthly payment of about $20,000 a month with $700,000 down. Oof. Damn, is the rental, is this monthly? This is 125,000 a month. This place looks good though. Holy fuck. Okay. I don't think I'm ever paying more than like 20,000 a month in rent. I don't think I would want to pay more. Actually, yeah, let's be real. I don't want to pay more than 10,000 a month in rent. $2.8K. How fucking trash is this house? Oh, it's an apartment. Wait, what is the difference between an apartment for rent and a condo? Or like is a condo just an apartment you can buy? $6,000. 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Square footage not listed. Good one, dude. God, the floor is so fucking hideous. Everything in this price range is probably going to be pretty gross. Oh, this is a cute bathroom, actually. Ask Myron, he's got a few properties out there. Time to go to Texas. True, actually. Why would I stay? No. I don't think Melina would want to live in Texas. Also, I've got friends in Miami now, and I like being on Miami Beach. There's only been 2 places in my life that I've lived at that have been super amazing, and it's been places that are super walkable. One place was in Glendale, and another place was and then another place is here on Miami Beach. Although I will say the place in Miami Beach is like comically unaffordable. Like if I got to eat with Melina, we're paying like minimum like $100 a night. Like it's a little bit absurd. I went out to eat with a friend in Vegas because I just did all my traveling recently, and I remember we ate a meal at a Mexican restaurant, and it was like $36, and I was like, holy shit! I forgot that there's like normal priced shit in the United States. What did you live in Glendale? There was an apartment called The Brand. Don't forget your needs. A balcony for Farhat. True. Miami food turned out to be good. I mean, the food in Miami is good. If you know where to go, it's good. The taxes, though, are super nice for Florida. But I don't think Texas has state taxes either, right? I don't know. I'll do other stuff off stream. I'll start looking. Let's see. What all did I do? Let's recap. What did I do this trip? I did the student speech at Pepperdine. That went well this year, except it was very undramatic. One of the things I realized when I'm doing live speaking, something that's really hard to get out of the habit of is it's really hard not to speak fast. And I've noticed that, I think in debates, it's okay to speak fast because you're fighting for time, right? You're fighting for airtime because people are obviously trying to cut you off and do everything. But I'm just giving a normal speech. I need to be able to slow it down by like half the speed. It's really hard not to zip through. It's really hard not to zip through speeches. Who was meant to be your debate partner on the Whatever podcast? Originally, I told him I wanted to do it alone. I feel very confident now. I feel very confident now maneuvering through abortion debates and having a second party, especially someone that's going to believe in like bodily autonomy or something. Because in my opinion, there are more good pro-life arguments than there are good pro-choice arguments. There is a lot of dog shit pro-choice arguments. I think bodily autonomy is dog shit. I think abortion in the case of rape and incest is dog shit. Like there are so many bad pro-choice arguments that it's hard to find somebody that would like 100% synergize with my position, and I don't want to be roped into I don't want to be roped into her body, her choice or something. Matt Dillahunty's argument, we had a debate about that. I don't think his argument is good either. I'm unconvinced. It was a fun debate, but yeah. Literal schizo, I wouldn't talk to him. Who is Glocks Goldie? Spam from Too Mad after I blocked him for essaying me. He made 6 burner numbers after this to spam me. Jesus Christ. Who was it who bailed? I don't think anybody bailed. There wasn't anybody set up. He asked me like the day of, or like the day before. He was like, wait, would Farha want to do it? And I was like, bro, she lives in Florida. I can't need more than a 12-hour notice. So no, nobody actually bailed on it. He just couldn't find anybody. But that was good. It was honestly, it was what I preferred. I don't, especially for a debate like that. And you already saw how much of a shit show it was with just 3 of us. With a fourth person there, it would have been even more disastrous. I think you need to refine your ability to steer your metaphors towards consciousness instead of life. I agree. I got a lot of interesting emails about better. Oh, I had one guy that was really good. I got a couple of interesting emails. I need to stress something that is not intuitively understandable by a lot of people is that something that can become a thing is not the thing itself. People have a really, really, really hard time understanding that. And then somebody emailed me like, the difference. Yeah, I thought this was an interesting email. I just finished your abortion debate on the Whatever podcast, and I think you did great. I just wanted to share one thing, though. When people bring up the if you just wait argument, it's pretty easy to shut it down. Basically, the argument doesn't make sense because nothing really works like that ever. Here are some examples. Quote, I fucked a 9-year-old yesterday, but it's okay because if you just wait, they'll become 18-year-old one day, so it's basically the same thing. Another one was, I'm 12 years old, but if you wait, eventually I'll be 16, so you can just give me a driver's license now. Another one was, I'm 19, but if we wait 2 more years, I'll be 21, so please sell me this vodka bottle now. The fact that you have to wait for it to become something else means it's not that thing. Therefore, if you just wait, the fetus will become a person. Argument doesn't work. I need to do a better job at like making different examples like this to make it more intuitively understandable. Because people seem to have a really hard time with something becoming like a substantially different thing, I think. The issue with the 2 women is that they don't associate consciousness to physical structures. The lady literally said, "You're not your brain." Yeah, maybe. It felt like the girl understood that, but just thought it doesn't deserve the same rights as the thing will become. Maybe. I think that the Leela girl, I think towards the end, especially towards the last half, I think she was actually trying, but the Christian girl, Kristen, was her brain was shut off that entire conversation. I will say, though, to be charitable to them, I will say, I've thought a lot about this charitability thing. To be charitable to them, I was telling a lot of very edgy jokes. I was telling some very edgy jokes right before that show. So they might have been a little bit more on the defense because the lady they were also making some comments. So I'm like, oh, fuck it. Well, if we're just going to be edgy, I'll be edgy. Like, I didn't know if I was about to get ambushed with some weird shit. So for instance, the Kristen lady was like, I heard that you defended saying the N-word in private. Is that true? And I said, no. I defend saying the N-word in public. And she was like, wait, why would you ever say the N-word in public? And I was like, well, sometimes black people really make me mad. And I could tell after I said that joke, and there were a couple others that I could tell that they were very much like, what? So they might have been a little bit more on the, defense than they would have been otherwise. But as soon as she brought that up, I was like, why the fuck would you even know that about me? Like, are we about to do a whole debate? I don't know. I will say though, one tactic that I will, this is what I do. Honestly, I'm doing this from now on, and it's such a good tactic. If anybody tries to accuse me of being racist or misogynistic, I'm just doing like, yes, and. I think it's the best way to dance through getting dragged down into debate. Like, are you racist? Are you misogynistic? That one lady did it. She tried to do it twice, and it worked both times strikingly well. She was like, oh, I think you're misogynistic. And I'm like, I actually do hate women. Yeah, let's keep going. Because it completely deflates like whatever stupid conversation was about to happen. Because like, Are you going to sit there and argue that the guy is misogynistic after the guy said he was misogynistic? You probably just move on from there, you know? Yeah. I feel like if the whole debate had the words child, person, human life, life, or was A, B, C, D, it would be much harder to love the question. Yeah, to be fair, I was dancing around words a little bit, but the problem is that, like, one, you know what I'm saying. Even if I do use, like, it's not a life yet or whatever, you know what I mean. So one is I'm dealing with people that are working in relentlessly bad faith, right? Because obviously, like, you can't ask, or you can't accuse me of thinking that, like, a fetus is not alive. It's clearly a living something, right? There's metabolism, there's development, there's some growth process. Like, obviously it's not a dead thing. But, like, that constant, like, trying to nail me down, like, oh, you just said it, I got you. Like, why are you trying to win me on, am I pronouncing the word etymology right?
Etymology.
Yeah. Why are you trying to win on an etymological, is that a real word? Etymological.
Etymological.
Yeah, why are you trying to win this on etymological grounds? Like, you're going to definition debate your way through, like, a pretty complicated and sophisticated conversation on when humans deserve life? Like, what a stupid way to try to win the debate. But it was hard to keep all that straight while also trying to manage the meta conversation as well. I think you're not using it in the right context, are you? Wait, am I? When I say they're trying to win the debate etymologically, what I mean is they're literally trying to do the thing where they're like, they open the definition and they go, life begins when metabolism happens. Oh, and you said it's a life, therefore we win. That's what I mean when you're trying to win on, like, you're trying to, like, go to, like, the definition of the word and then see where the word comes, and then you're trying to, like, I think they even did that once where they're like, do you know that this word in Latin means or whatever? And I'm like, really? Maybe be more, the Latin one was definitely an etymological attempt to win. Maybe otherwise I could say semantic win, maybe, but. Yeah, the Latin part was 100% etymology, yeah. To be honest, I feel like you changed your definition of human like 3 times during that debate, which is fine because you try to get them on logic, not semantics. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I understand why somebody could feel that way, but, like, trying to maneuver through that argument, 2 people cutting me off. I don't think I've ever been in such an aggressive argument before, where I wasn't also being a huge cockbag. Like, if I'm, like, typically at that level, I'm going to be screaming. But yeah, like I said, I realized like 20 or 30 minutes in that conversation was that we'd abandoned the logic part, and I just had to manage it like on some meta level, which is complicated when both people are clearly operating in bad faith. It's also too, I need to lay this out. One thing I really like doing during the Rolo debate, I've been reflecting a lot on my debate strategies and everything, especially because I've been talking to so many people the past couple of weeks about it. I think laying out clear goals and limitations at the beginning of debates, I think is a really powerful and important thing to do. I think it's good to establish, I think we did in the abortion debate, I think it's good to establish that I actually have flexibility to change and modify my beliefs accordingly, but both of you guys are so bought in that you will never change. Like, you're the head of an organization like 1,500 pro-life members. No matter what argument I give you, you're never going to change, right? Would you have a one-on-one debate with Leela? Maybe. Brian asked me if I wanted to, and I said maybe next month. I don't think I wanted to drive all the way up to Santa Barbara for another 4-hour abortion debate. The funny thing was I was joking going up there. It's like, imagine if it was actually like a 5-hour debate on abortion. This is like one of the banned topics on our stream, and it was like a 5-hour debate on abortion. Wait, hello? Oh. There were also a couple of unbelievable hypotheticals that I could not believe. That when she bit the bullet on the fucking brain, on the brain transplant, I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know Wolfenstein 2 was nonfiction. I was absolutely not ready for that. I was like stunned. I was like, I'm fucked. She completely destroyed me. Haven't they already done brain implants? I didn't actually research that coming in. I didn't actually Google, has there been a successful brain implant yet? I didn't actually look that up. Maybe there has been. And I missed like the most groundbreaking surgery in the history of the entire fucking world. Oh, that's another thing I need to do too. How did the moderator do in that debate? I have to appeal to the moderator more. That's a reflection that I've had a couple times. I need to do a way better job. If there's a moderator there, I need to appeal to the moderator to finish. Yeah. But whatever. That debate was interesting. I saw this clip. A lie implies intent. Okay? If I tell you I'm gonna be home by 5, yes, it does, you dumb bitch. Okay? If I tell you I'm gonna be home by 5 p.m. today, and I run late from work and I get home at like 5:20, I didn't fucking lie to you. You ended up not being true. So insane. Jesus. Christ. My favorite part was them cutting each other off to ask you separate questions and getting mad that you didn't answer one of them. Oh, yeah. I understand you got the bag, but you're a little sad about killing DGG. It's been 10 years since we started with Button over here. I don't think I'd kill my whole website. So one thing that I'm going to try to factor in that I've done a really bad job at over the past like 5 or 10 years is I need to figure out ways to provide value through my site that isn't just on-screen chat. And hopefully, I mean, this will push us to do it. I have 3 very distinct platforms that I've done a really bad job at integrating with each other, like such a bad job that it's almost a joke. The subreddit, the Discord, and then my chat community are wholly separate kingdoms. And I need to find a way to, bring these together better. I've talked to Cake on some things. Oh, somebody emailed me this a while ago, and this is something that I'm poking Cake and Jader to start working on, that I absolutely should have done before, is instead of fucking having a positions page on my website, I should just have a wiki that I let like subs edit. Like, there are so many super high quality posts that people make in my subreddit about either certain events or about certain things or whatever, that like, why don't I just have like a fucking wiki where this is all like categorized and then people just like write shit there and then it's not lost into, it's not lost into the ethers forever on the subreddit. I told Cake that that's probably the next project that I hope Cake and Jader start working on. I think I messaged him and he's looking into that. Although I don't know how feasible it is to host all of that and everything, but yeah. We said that idea before you first made the positions page. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think it's probably a good idea. What is there between a wiki and a Git repo, or you wouldn't validate the wiki entries? I mean, ultimately, I probably would, but I imagine the community you guys remember more shit than I do. 99% of the time, if I'm hanging out with like a girl or if I'm hanging out with a friend or something, and they ask me something like, "Oh, did you like?" I have to go to my chat and ask like, "Hey guys, when was the date for this?" Or even if I'm like trying to remember shit, I usually ask you guys anyways because you guys remember my shit more than I do. Oh yeah, and I also had at least one guy emailed me about managing like community events in the Discord, because apparently there's a lot of desire for it, but I don't do anything with it. And I probably could do a better thing at that too. Oh, like for instance, this is something I got an email from like that politics server, I think, to do like an AMA and shit. And it's like, if I'm gonna do AMAs for Discord servers, shouldn't I just do it for my own? Like, why would I go to other servers to do that? It actually doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But yeah, these will be things that I'm probably thinking about over the next few days. We'll see how that goes. You were never in your Discord anymore. I'm gonna be totally honest, and I'm ashamed to admit this, guys. I am ashamed to admit this. I will admit this though. Navigating Discord is really hard for me. I don't know if I'm booming or what, but it's just, there's a lot going on. Okay, so like I just clicked into my Discord. So I see I've got a tab called Bernard 4. I don't know what that is, but then when I click it, now I see there's 4 chat rooms underneath, but then if I click it, it expands. There's actually like 8 chat rooms underneath. I guess they're different things that the bot outputs. And then here's a channel with a microphone next to it. What does that mean? Is it announcements? It's under the admin. I don't know. And then dude, I have to spend, I'm probably going to spend like a day. I have to get familiar with Discord. I just don't understand it. Here is a thing that Discord did. I understand. Listen, I understand I might take flack for this, but there's going to be some other older guys. There's going to be some other older guys that agree with me. Here's how I feel, okay? Ready? Here's how I feel. The thing that Discord lost me on that I wish they would have never done is I feel like there shouldn't, one of two things. Either one, there should not be distinct chats and voice chats. It should be every voice chat you click and then there's a chat and a voice chat. That would be one thing that would go really far for helping me understand Discord, okay? So like if there's a voice chat, there's an accompanying text chat. So you click the voice chat, there's a text chat. Just one, that's one thing right there. Instead of having like separate voice chats and text chats. I noticed, yeah, people are saying now that there are accompanying chats with the voice chats, but that's a new feature, I guess. Number one, yeah, that's a new thing they added, but there's still like distinct like voice chats and text chats. Number one. Or two, here's something that I'd appreciate more. I wish there were just two different tabs. One tab for all the voice chats and then one tab for all the text chats, rather than having it all in the same fucking menu. Am I the only one that's like perturbed by that? That's incredibly fucking confusing? Like, why not just have like, I click a tab and like, here's all my text chats, or I click a tab and here's all my voice chats. I don't know. I feel like that would help. Let's be honest, you wouldn't be in there even if you got all these changes. I mean, I like hanging out in chat rooms. Like, I enjoy like peeking and looking at mine. But like following Discord is just so hard. Like what? Like, wait, why did that? Okay. So like we've like, here's a chat. We've got general my dude and we've got general voice. Like, what is like general voice? Like, what is the general voice chat text chat at my Discord? What does that mean? If you are in voice and can't talk, but then wouldn't you just use one of the accompanying voice text chats? Literally, unban me from Discord, I'll tell you. General voice for people to post when they're in voice as opposed to not being in voice. But there's like 10 voice chats. Why wouldn't you just use the accompanying voice chat? General voice for text with the... Okay, yeah, I don't know. Bro, I might just be retarded. I don't understand. Why'd you completely shut down online DGG events like Composition Challenge? Oh, I ran out of ideas. That's the real answer. I have no more music ideas. Oh, I played, I went to Ziana. I don't know how to pronounce her fucking name. Last night we played piano stuff. Her microtonal shit. So there's a lot of cool shit she does, and I actually can't share it with anybody because it's like, it's so fucking complicated. But like, she does a lot of like really interesting stuff with music in terms of like exploring. I really can't put it into words. It's stuff that doesn't have to do with like 12 tone, like 12 notes. There's like a lot of very interesting stuff that she looks into, but it doesn't make any sense. That auto chat creation for voice is new. The Discord set up an old way. Yeah, no, I know. You didn't stream it? No, I didn't. I don't even know. Did you see she won a fellowship? Yeah. Are you still doing the Mr. Girl hit piece? Okay, I'll speak very briefly about stuff like this, okay? Something that I have to like, that is very, very, very difficult to do is I don't know how to, I don't know. I've actually thought about this and I do know. In the past, I don't know how to deal with certain types of haters in that, like 3 or 4 years ago, the correct answer is anytime I have a hater, we're just going to go fucking hard. I'm going to roll around the dirt with them. We're going to shit on them, attack my Twitter, blah, blah, blah. But as I've gotten larger and larger, it's difficult because there's some amount of, now it's at a point where I think I'm at like a critical mass where when I deal with certain people, it is highly advantageous for me to engage negatively with them. And I don't think I want that dynamic. I don't want to award certain people by engaging with them in a certain way. So like for the Mr. Girl article, I actually paid $1,500. I had this written up. It's got sources of a ton of crazy fucking shit. But then I'm thinking, like, I look at his Patreon every single month. He's losing more and more followers. He's losing more paid subscribers. He's streaming less. His subreddit is essentially dead. Like, why would I, like, I'm trying to think if I think 6 months after, like, what is the benefit of me engaging in certain types of behavior? And because of the size of my platform and everything, there are literally people whose whole careers I could keep on life support just by hating them. And why would I do that? It just doesn't make any sense. It's difficult for me, but it's something that I've had to kind of come to terms with recently, that there are some people that as much fun as it would be to engage with them, as easy it would be to kick down on them. And it's not even, this is, by the way, let me be clear, this is not like a moral position. Like, I'm doing this because I think it's like morally righteous. I'm doing this in terms of like effective strategy for dealing with internet shit. It just can't be that I'm willing to give infinite amounts of attention to people that are trying to destroy my life. It's just not worth it, I think. Yeah. So I think it's better to like leave and let live. There's like that one really lame saying of like the best revenge is to live a happy life, essentially. So I feel like I should probably just, yeah. What else? Oh, shout out one more time, because I will always say this, and if you're a web dev, you should honestly consider Razorblade or something. I never, ever in my entire life have I ever been on a website and wanted notifications. Ever. Never. I do not know why websites offer me desktop notifications. I could not think of a more miserable existence than having shit from websites popping up on my fucking desktop. I never, ever, and before my website does that. I don't know if we do now, but like, God, I hate that. I hate notifications on my desktop, but yeah, we used to call those pop-ups, true. Jubilee Zoomer wanted to talk with you. Oh, yeah, actually. Hold on, I DM'd her on Instagram. Hold on. You see your Twitter profile pic is a thumbnail from your video? Yeah, but also, isn't this girl like 19? I had to temporarily block him to prevent dogpile because I'm just not dealing with that right now. But if he wants to have a real conversation at some point, I think it'd be good. I have a feeling this is all he has, though, just trying to dunk on people. I also get really annoyed when people are like, oh, you're just trying to dunk on people. No, I'm not, bro. I was relentlessly good faith in that conversation. How can you say that I was the one searching for dunks? Like, how could you ever watch that conversation and come away thinking that I'm the one just trying to... I don't know. Felt stupid. We gotta do 10 more IRL stuff. Can you please make August expedite that shit? It takes a month to upload IRL stuff. I think he was holding on to the change my mind stuff just for when I went out of town, I think. Okay, hold on. Where is this girl? Oh, this one. If you wanna chat anytime, let me know. I'm streaming all day. Smiley face. Talk about Crip Mac. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay. Thoughts on the XQC shit? Whoa, we're not there either. I regret not being around to give the sane takes on this, because I'm the only person capable of doing it, apparently. No offense to XQC, but yeah. Well, no, I'm not even offense to XQC. He's trying to like debate every motherfucker in the world. Here's like the number one thing I will say. Please, if you are a streamer, please stop pretending you give a fuck about gambling. Please. The virtue signaling is so fucking cringe. When these streamers are like, oh, like me personally, I don't like gambling that much. I'm not going to promote gambling to my viewers. I'm not going to do gambling sponsorship unless you pay me a lot of money for it. Except for like poker. I like poker, right? Personally, I don't really like gambling that much. I don't think it's a good thing to push onto people. I think it's one of the most destructive addictions that exists, so I won't do it. That's about the extent to how I'll engage with it, though. But these people that are like, oh, it's so horrible, bro, if fucking Kick didn't have like Stake as one of their big baggers, you wouldn't give a fuck about any of this shit. You didn't give a fuck when Amazon signed that big fucking deal with DraftKings or whatever. You didn't give a fuck when when Amazon said that TwitchCon was gonna be in fucking Las Vegas. Like you didn't like nobody actually gives a fuck about any of this. Nobody really cares. It's just a big fucking vector to attack Kick through. And if you want to shoot a Kick or whatever, that's fine. If you want to shoot an XQC and train, fucking go for it. Or me, yeah, knock some out. But like the virtue signaling around the Gamba shit is so fucking cringe. So Poki's position wasn't all that bad then because she wasn't criticizing gambling, but she said it was against her moral. I'd have to go back and look at her clips, but I think that Poki and Osana are doing a lot of virtue signal around the topic based on the little bit that I saw, but I would have to go back and watch specifically. I seem to consider Kick to be far enough removed from a Gamba sponsorship then. Yeah, I mean, you can stream and watch my shit and everything and every other streamers that are ever doing Gamba. If you want to, this is something that I realized in the past when I tried to have arguments with it. If you want to start getting into like second and third order support for whether or not you should cut ties with a company, it's essentially impossible to do that. Like, and for as much as, especially like, fuck, I don't want to shit on Hassan because he actually gave me credit for helping him with the stream stuff, which is a big step in the right direction. But like, for as much as certain streamers give Amazon shit for being literally fucking Hitler, it's kind of funny to do a platform that is wholly and completely subsidized, not only by Amazon, but directly by Amazon Prime. You literally get money for people paying Amazon Prime right on your stream. To be in that position and then to be like, oh my God, Kick is so evil because it's like, I mean, I don't know. I think it's silly. Like I said, when you start, that's like people that want to boycott like Chick-fil-A because the CEO donates to an organization that doesn't like gay people, or you want to like, once you start getting into this territory, I just think it's really hairy. Sure, but Kick's connection to gambling is really close. I assume you agree that the only way Kick will ever make money is through Stake advertising. I don't know how Kick will make money. I'm not sure. From the talks I've had with Eddie, he seems like they want to make gaming the priority on the platform and they want to make money that way. I don't know if they can do that or not. Twitch doesn't make money. Who knows? We'll see what happens, but they think when people are addicted to offshore gambling versus Twitch gambling, it's worse. Yeah, but like, so that's another thing too. And again, it's also annoying, especially somebody that worked at a casino a lot, and I understand gambling and I know all the gambling pitfalls. That's also something that's really fucking annoying, is when people like, I think I saw, I don't want to ascribe this to certain streamers, but I see it pop up in LSF comments so much. I know certain streamers have said this. People that say, I don't like Stake because of like crypto or it's offshore versus Twitch is like highly regulated. If you have a principled position against gambling, personally, I don't like gambling that much. It should be because gambling addictions are one of the most addicting addictions in the world. It's like one of the most destructive addictions in the world. That is an insanely difficult thing to deal with. But it doesn't matter if it's regulated or unregulated. Like, I watched people destroy their lives on a brick and mortar casino who probably should have been kicked out before they were, even though Harrah's had policies at the time to kick out self-destructive gamblers. I saw so many fucking stories like that. I remember there was an old lady that used to steal food from the buffet and then she'd come over to the cafe. She would sit down. This is a lady who was supposedly a multimillionaire. She was a 7-star customer back at the time, whatever the highest rating was. I don't know what they call it now. But she would go to the buffet. She would go in and out over the course of 8 hours. She'd steal a ton of food. She would come over to the cafe. She'd order an egg and toast breakfast, 2-egg breakfast, eggs, toast, bacon. And she would ask for she'd keep coming over to the counter. She'd ask for like tons of to-go boxes. And then eventually, what we found out was she would take all the to-go boxes. She'd put them in bags. So she'd have like 3 bags of like 9 to-go boxes. She'd go over to the buffet, open the boxes, she'd start shoveling food into the boxes. And the reason why is because she was gambling so much money she couldn't afford to feed her or her family, so she would just steal food from the buffet to do it. Dude, I saw shit like this all the time. The idea that yeah, so if you want to push back against like gambling and shit, that's fine, but don't sit here and pretend like there's this huge difference between like crypto gambling and more regulated gambling. Like, all of it can be highly addictive. Pretty sure USA versions of online casinos have significant limits on the amount you can gamble per day. Oh, is that true? Because I've never seen that in my life. When I played PokerStars, I don't know if there was a daily limit that you could gamble. Is that maybe there are some with daily limits, but I mean, I'm pretty sure even so, I'm pretty sure with those daily limits you could hit it. But and then I see somebody else said this in chat. Somebody in chat was saying that it's about kids getting addicted. In my personal opinion, if you want to stop kids from getting addicted to gambling, what you need to fight 100% against is probably the concept of loot boxes. So CS:GO skins, opening random containers, basically there's a behavioral psych pattern that has to do with opening a certain number of things and getting rewarded after a certain number of hits. That's the behavioral psych learned behavior pattern. There's 4 of them that I remember learning about. That's the one that destroys your mind, right? It's either it's being rewarded after a set number of hits or a random number of hits. And then it's if you get rewarded for a set amount of time or a random amount of time after. And the one where you get rewarded after a set number of hits, that's like the most mind-melting fucking reward pattern. And that's what happens when you get loot boxes. It's what happens when you buy trading cards. It's what happens when you, like, all of those things have that. Fucking Hearthstone. Like, those are things that, in my opinion, encourage gambling. Now, you could argue that gambling might be more addictive, maybe because there is a, you can argue that gambling might be more addictive, maybe because there's a monetary aspect to it. However, and I don't want to extrapolate to everybody, okay? However, when I would watch streamers do card pack openings, a lot of the, it's called variable ratio reinforcement. I think that is true, yes. Yeah, because you've got variable ratio and you've got fixed ratio. Fixed ratio habits are incredibly easy to beat because fixed ratio, after you don't get it after the fixed ratio, you quit after like 2 or 3 times. But I want to say with the variable ratio, you can get, I remember in psych, we learned this, you can get a bird to peck like 5,000 times over on a variable reinforcement ratio schedule once you stop rewarding them. It's insane. I was going to say, when I would watch old Hearthstone people open packs, the behavior is eerily similar to a gambler behavior. So here, I'll give, here's like life advice if you don't realize this. And I implore you to think about this a lot if you have these types of habits. If you find yourself engaging in gambling behavior, like opening packs or straight up gambling, if you're feeling bad after doing it, that's a huge sign that you need to stop. You should never feel bad after gambling. You should always have fun with the game you're playing. And if you lose, you gotta lose and it's whatever. But if you actually feel like a little bit bad or depressed, and I would see this happen with certain streamers, where after you'd open the last pack of cards, it's like, fuck, I didn't get it. If you have these feelings where you're looking back and you spent X amount of dollars and you didn't get what you want, and now you feel really bad after your rolls, that's one huge, really big mindfuck thing, number one. And number two is if you set aside money to spend on a certain thing, and I see people do this too, you buy $100 worth of packs or whatever, you open it, if you don't get what you want, and then after that you're like, fuck it, we're gonna do another $100. Let's do $100 more and let's go. That is also a really bad. These are like two things where when I see people engage in like either of these behaviors, it is always like ultimately mentally destructive. There's always gonna be bad shit. Not good. Be very careful for that.
That has nothing to do with your decision-making process. I even explicitly said, for him it makes more sense, for me it would be kind of weird.
Oh, I talked to XQC a little bit about this conversation. I don't want to start fights with any of these people, okay? But Pokey was being incredibly bad faith. I don't want to misquote, so if somebody has the original clip, you can link me. But I remember listening to the first Pokey clip, and I feel like it was something like, would I ever do something that has me get rid of my morals that much? No way. Somebody linked me the original clip, so I don't want to be misquoting her. But the original clip was like, ooh, she was basically implying that XQC was this amoral, degenerate fuck. But then when Pokey went to talk to him, she's like, oh, no. I'm just saying that wasn't good for me. I'm like, really, bro? Does anybody have that original, does anybody have that original Pokey clip? It was just so funny. The difference in what she said on stream versus when she expressed it to XQC was fucking hilarious. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. And nobody's looking at it. Oh wait, oh my god, hold on. Did we get...
For starters, congrats on your deal.
Oh, thank you.
$1 billion.
I tweeted congrats to XQC and Kick because I think it's like a win-win situation for both parties. And she reached out and she was like, I was kind of surprised that you were publicly supporting it.
For starters, congrats.
Wait, what? I didn't follow this too. I was hoping that the DMs to Valk weren't as bad as people were making them out in the comment section. Dumb, out of context clip on this. Okay, give me, if you guys want me to catch up on this, okay, I'm going to talk about the rest of my podcast. If you're a linker in chat, start accumulating links and then we can go over all of these later, okay? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, this.
No, and it's not because I got like $10 million.
Somebody said, would you change to Kick for your $10 million contract?
It's just because I'm good as I am. Why would I compromise my morals and ethics for more money when I have money? Something about that is so cringe to me personally. Like, I understand, you know, if you need to make money, right? For me to do cringe shit when I have I can't. Like, ew. How do I... Can someone put this into words better than I can?
Like, that you're shitting. Like, it's basically like somebody asked you, like, would you be okay with, like, child slavery? And you're like, no. Like, that's the, yeah, when she says, like, well, if you need to make money, right? Obviously, yeah, obviously... Hold on, I'm sorry. I see a comment on LSF. DG and Kick starting to work LSF really hard. It's going to be more inseparable than ever. I want it to be. Good. My community is going to start working LSF hard because LSF has literally been like the Hassan Pokey fucking Mizkif fan club for the past like 6 fucking months. It's actually insane. Bro, any clip ever of like Asmongold or XGC, it's like so fucking... Fuck, I should have kept a log. There were a couple of clips where people were saying things. Oh, I remember one. Wait, was I streaming when I said this? I don't remember if I was streaming or I saw this off stream. There was one where like XGC basically says stake is starting from 0. Did we talk about this on stream or not? I don't remember if I had already left or... Yeah, the one where like XGC is saying like stake is starting from 0 and then LSF was like, oh, there's how you're starting with 0 investment. Like, oh my God, bro. Dude, that sub is in such a dick suck mode right now. Jesus Christ.
There isn't the same kind of gambling. Crypto gambling is what I was mainly referring to.
Why? Wait, why would we, if anything, here, okay, I'm gonna do a brave guess here. My guess is that unregulated crypto gambling is probably better than regulated non-crypto gambling, just because crypto is probably a lot harder for most people to buy, right? My guess is that like senior citizens with fucking social security checks are probably not doing crypto gambling because they have no fucking idea how to even get fucking money, right? Also, yeah, I wonder, I don't know how hard it is to get crypto as a miner, because I don't know if you need an ID to go through Coinbase and shit now, but like, are we really gonna pretend? Are we really gonna pretend that like this is the issue we have, that it's cryptocurrency? Is that really what we're gonna be irritated about?
Guys, I did not call him out and say like, that has nothing to do with your decision-making process.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought all that was silly. Crypto means unethical in Latin.
Okay, there we go. You're pinned on screen. Go ahead, Grace.
All of LSF took your Amaranth take as soon as she went to Kick. I'm going crazy. What can I say? They call me the prophet. They do call me the prophet, okay? Muhammad, that's what they call me, all right? Because I'm a pedophile. I'm just kidding. In a video game, guys. God damn, okay? You don't need to fight with that many people. I am prophetic, though, okay? Peace be upon me.
All right, so I didn't burn all of his stuff, okay? Because I'm not an asshole, right? So I grabbed a few things, burned them, right? Then I came back in here. This is where I put him to stay, like this Murphy bed right here. And I'm like, all right, let me just pack up his shit. You know, this fucking asshole. Get him the fuck out of my life, right?
They deleted the clip of you answering the XTC clip on Kick being a startup. Oh, sure. I don't know in terms of like deletions and everything, based on my engagement with LSF mods in the past, over the past like year or two, it really does seem like they try to run things as impartially as possible. That seems to be the case. However, I will also say that I know this. Besides me, because I'm the only streamer that doesn't give a fuck, okay? Because I am completely independent from all of these cringe structures. A lot of other really big streamers put a lot of pressure on LSF mods. It feels like a lot of streamers try to treat LSF as their personal subreddit, where they'll run a mod and say, hey, I need you to delete this. Hey, this is misinformation. Hey, doesn't this title break the rules? Hey, like this needs to go. Hey, this isn't good. Like, hey, you should blah, blah, blah. Now, from what I've seen, it looks like the LSF mods try their hardest to be impartial, where they'll say like, hey, we don't think this is for move up. So I'm not trying to say that like LSF is like the mods all basically toe the line of any big streamer. I don't think that that happens based on what I've seen, just based on a little bit that based on what the LSF mods have shown me, to be fair. But it is really cringe that like a lot of these other big streamers, they just try to use LSF as their personal subreddit. Like, bro, go build your own subreddit. Like, go build your own community. Name names, pussy. Let's see. I don't want to get on bad terms with anybody. No, fuck. Well, now if I name names, I feel like people can get mad at me. Also, I'm trying to... this came up a lot during the Miskip stuff. I'll say that much, okay? Yeah. But me and Miskip are cool now. I'm trying to think of who else... did this back in the day. There was a mod... Some of my mods might know. Lycan might know, because I think a defected... If you defect, right? Is that what it means when you leave like a country? Is it a defect? He defected? Am I making that word up? I think you can. Yeah, you're a defector. Yeah. It seemed like a lot of big streamers engage in that behavior. But I don't know if I remember specific examples aside from Miskip, but I'm sure others did it as well. But we talked to a couple of the LSM mods about those. Destiny translates XP into Economy 101. Why did this get removed? Clip must not be focused on LSF in any capacity, including but not limited to threads comment. What, really? Okay. Why did they remove this? That's not always consistent with his views. Quality clickbait. Okay. Gonna respond to this vicious call out.
There's cool cars that are shaped like that, like a Focus RS, like an old MK1, not this fucking thing, but like this is cool, okay? But they're mostly not cool. They're mostly not cool. This car is cool. This one's not. This is not a cool car, and it's like, it's very aspirational. There's something about it that's very much like an Oris watch or something, where it's like I couldn't afford a big.
Something that is really irritating me, I don't think I necessarily disagree. I don't know what happened or why this happened, but sometime in like the mid to late 2000s, it feels like nobody wanted to make sporty compact cars anymore. Everybody became obsessed with hot hatches. I don't know why. It's kind of funny that I own a Focus RS. I hated the look of hatchbacks. I never liked them. I don't know why that was like exclusively the types of cars in this like class of car that people seem to make. It was either that or you're getting like an ST, WRX STI, I think. But I don't necessarily disagree. I've never actually liked the look of hot hatches or hatchbacks, but Volkswagen R32. A Volkswagen R32 is another that is also a hatchback, is it not? Yeah. Jesus Christ, guys, why? The immediate Hassan / Pokey fans in the comments. Jesus. Oh, it's also the lack of like, this is also too, you have to be able to like pull away a little bit emotionally. Like you can't get too emotionally invested in LSF. It's so funny seeing like DGG and Kick starting to work LSF really hard. It's going to be more insufferable than ever. This has been a constant dick suck of like 3 streamers for like 6 months. I think LSF does need to suffer. I think you do need to suffer for a little bit. It's so funny how often like these people will show up and accuse like, oh, this is just a Destiny or XQC sub, when it's like been such a Hassan / Pokey kind of like mainstream Twitch state like dick suck sub for literally months. Okay, like holy shit. This too, he's contractually obligated after all. True. The thing, I can't even tell if this is you guys joking or if people actually... Yep, he even talked about how in his contract there was a part where he had to agree and back up Tron on everything he talks about going forward. It's pretty crazy. Kit can do that. This has to be a DDG or just joking, right? Okay, it is. But you guys realize people believe this, right? Dude, I did that interview. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Fuck, I'm getting messages. Almost 90% convinced the dick suck is actually just DGGers just arguing with each other. That'd be pretty funny. Boom, boom, boom. Chatting. How is Crip Mac? Wait, we haven't gotten there yet. Your Discord has really bad terminal on clicks. The people in there don't know how to talk to people that discourage them about posturing being pretentious. Some of your mods are so sure. Yeah, I don't I don't know how to get people to not be clicky. That's always been like my greatest strength in life. The thing that makes me, honestly, one of the things that makes me the coolest person, because I am a cool person, is that I'm willing to talk to anybody, and I'm super not clicky. Actually, something that's really funny, you'll see that happen a lot in that Crip Mac interview. I felt really bad that Crip Mac got dragged into that interview because Flacco had a lot of questions for me, and I could tell he was like really interested in a lot of stuff going on, and same thing with Adam. But I could tell that like Crip Mac did not give a fuck about like any of my online drama. So I think you'll see probably like 5 or 6 times in that interview where we're talking, and I try to ask him like, so what do you think about this? Or like, do you know who Andrew Tate is? Or what do you guys like? I try to like drum into the conversation, but yeah, I don't know. People are. I'm sorry. To be clear, I'm not accusing No Jumper of being clicky or whatever, but I'm saying that like yeah, there are Discord communities seem like they're very fucking insane sometimes. Yeah. Are you gonna watch the Emma Vigilance / Tim Pool debate? Yeah, duh. Did he comment on your hair? Yeah, let me see if I can remember what he says. 5'5", you got that 5 blue hair, no Custer. You home, dude. Dude, half the shit this guy said. I think I made this comment in the middle of talking to Adam, where I was like, in a way, Crip Mac is kind of like Twitch chat, where like Twitch chat will say shit where they'll be like, oh my god, bro, yesterday I fucking Omega lolled so hard, and then we raffled all over the floor. It's like a whole thing, dude. Crip Mac puts 5 into like 95% of the words that he says. Like Adam talks about the difficulties of like some of the stuff in his career, and he's like, yeah, man, you 5 in the heart or whatever. And I'm like, bro, I know what you mean when you say that. I started to understand him towards the last half of the thing, where it's like, yeah, bro, he's got 5 in his heart, of course. 5'5", 55. I'm like, okay, yeah, 100%, dude. I get you, man. What's a Custer? That's a Buster with a C, bro. They were trying to ask him what religion he was, and he was like, I'm part of Christianity. Gee, I don't know, man. Keep it 55th, yeah. Yeah, that dude is he was a funny guy. Did he do the never kill yourself? Never kill yourself. He took off his hoodie. He had like a don't ever commit suicide. Don't ever commit suicide. Keep it 55. On hood. Okay. Wait, where was I? Hold on. Let me catch up with all my things I did. Will you let us say no? No, he said at the beginning, because for whatever reason, okay, Adam and fucking Flacco are trying to get me fucking killed or whatever. Talk about how, aren't you fucking gay, Destiny? Don't you suck dick or whatever? But by the end of the interview, you know what? He said I was cool. He said I wasn't a cusser, and he said he'd let me keep the blue hair and my blue shirt. And I was like, I appreciate that. You know what? That means a lot to me. Thank you. I got the I got the Crip Max seal of approval, so. Let's see. Okay, so we did my Pepperdine speech. I think he said they recorded that. Hopefully they give me a copy of that. I didn't ask, but hopefully. That was a fun speech. Bro, so many people know who I am now. It's actually crazy. I'm trying to think. I was walking with a friend in Malibu. I walked by a restaurant, and there was a girl with two friends that recognized me. I was taking her picture and walking by. A guy sitting at the table to the left said, "What's up? I like your content." And we ran into another group of people down that same sidewalk. It was like, oh my God, are you Destiny or whatever? Jesus. Fucking living my Kanye best out here, okay? But it was probably because it was fucking college area Malibu. I don't know if it's college area, but Jesus. Why did Farhan not go with you? We never found a good time for the whatever show. I thought I was going to do a second whatever show, but I don't know, Brian's a little difficult to schedule with. It's literally because of your hair. Actually, unironically, yeah, I think the hair thing is a big deal. I'm probably going to have to keep redying it, I think. Okay, so speech at Pepperdine went well. The whatever podcast, we did that. That was crazy. The next day, I did a podcast called, hold on, $50 dono. Watched the ethics vid with Alex and wanted to know your thoughts. It is easy to only value human consciousness because we are the most advanced species. What would make you change your mind about other living things? I don't know. It's like it's a super, super, super fundamental assumption. I'm sure theoretically there are other beings out there that I could value, right? Like if a more intelligent alien species or something with a more complex state of mind found us, maybe, but focus more on TikTok. Brain rot politics is literally making you global. Yeah, I mean my Destiny debates channel is being ran again by the soy bite guy, I think so. Okay, what next? Next I did a show called, okay, this guy actually seems really cool. I had no idea going into this podcast what this was, but the conversation was pretty cool. Have you guys ever heard of Quest cookies? Or like the Quest, this stuff. So there's a show, or there's a company, I guess, called like Impact Theory. And I guess the guy who runs this, Tom Bilyeu or whatever, he's the guy who founded this company. Bro, this shit, like, in talking to him, he grew this company from 3 employees in 3 years to 3,000 employees. And then he sold this company for like $1 billion. Holy shit. What an unbelievable growth of a company. What the fuck? But anyway, yeah, I chatted with this guy, and I thought it was a pretty good conversation. Like their whole mission and everything they're trying to do. I guess like helping young people and everything. Are the cookies good? Oh, I don't know. I actually don't usually eat any. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I never, ever, ever eat like protein bars or protein cookies. I would rather just drink a protein shake. I think that any like protein based thing like that is more often than not fucking disgusting. With the only exception being like if you cook with casein protein, I think you can make like fun stuff with that. But the bars are always like so dry and I don't know, I really don't like it. But that's just, well, people are saying Quest cookies are really good, so okay, I don't know. But yeah, so this was an interesting convo. If you're trying to watch all the shit though, you're probably gonna be disappointed because a lot of this overlaps with other stuff that I've done. But that conversation was really cool. That night I just said, I felt so bad. I decided to do mushrooms because why not? So here's what I'm thinking in my head, okay? I'm thinking, I just did LSD like 6 days ago. So the receptors for my, the receptors are probably like pretty dead, I would imagine. Fuck, I always forget. I need to remember what this... It's 5-HTP is the receptor. I figured that like, okay, I just did LSD 5 or 6 days ago, so my receptors are probably like pretty, what do you call it? Like unsensitive, like probably pretty, they need some cool down before my next drug usage. So I figured like if I do a mushroom trip, it's probably not gonna be as intense because I just did probably a pretty big LSD trip like a week earlier. Probably not. I don't know if it works that way. Or maybe maybe a week is enough time to reset. So I did honest to God, I'm not sure how much it was. It was like 3 to 4 grams, and probably it was like 2 big caps. I think that was the mistake. It was probably eating the 2 big caps. But overall, it was like a pretty fun trip, except like the first like 45 minutes of it were really scary. And then I felt bad because I was with a friend and I was telling her like, listen, like you'll be fine. If anything goes wrong, like I'll try to do whatever. But then like I think after I got high, I was like, did you bring any Xanax? I want to be done with this. I felt kind of bad. Somebody said caps don't matter. Oh, maybe that's true. I have no idea. That might be druggy misinfo that I'm spreading. I'd always heard that caps have a higher concentration of them of psilocybin than the stems do. But maybe that's not true at all, actually. I don't know. Maybe I just had a little bit too much. But after like an hour, it was like super, super, super fun. Close your eyes, melt into the universe, listening to music for like an hour and just going from song to song. Lots of visuals, total like dissolution of your body. Oof, super fun. Did you enjoy the Xanax? No, they did not have any Xanax with you. But no, it was super fun. Will you still read DGG chat with the changes? Yeah, I will, but the focus is probably going to be on Kick Chat, so just start chatting there, okay? Would you ever move to Europe? Fuck no. You ever worry about having the carryover meme where you maintain really subtle hallucinations when sober? HPPD? Not really. I think I'm sane enough that if I saw things out of the corner of my eye, I wouldn't be too paranoid, but who the fuck knows? Been trying new drugs recently? Nope, still does LSD and mushrooms and MDMA. Any advice on how to stay cool with the heat? My AC bill is like $300 a month now. I don't know. My AC bill was like $240 last month in Miami. I know you fuck with MDMA. Do you mess with any other stimulants? Not really. Stimulants are a little bit scary to me because I feel like they are like superhuman drugs. I feel like I might have a propensity to get super addicted to stimulants, so I try not to that much. Jesus. Okay, dude.
Please see what this is about.
I mean, they're forcing it through. We can't vote in it. Yeah, we did vote. It was called the 2020 presidential election. We voted.
Wait, Norway doesn't have a minimum wage. There's a lot of countries that don't have a minimum wage. They just trust the fact that the business...
Wait, just saw your take on $0 podcast, Daily L, Destiny Keep the Streak Going. My take on the what podcast?
Owner's going to take care of the employee.
No, they don't trust the business.
Wait.
I mean, they're forcing it through. We can't vote in it. Yeah, we did vote. It was called the 2020 presidential election. We voted.
Wait, Norway doesn't have a minimum wage. There's a lot of countries that don't have a minimum wage. They just trust the fact that the business owner's going to take care of the employee.
No, They don't trust the business owner. They have unions that fight for workers' rights. Dude, what a bootlicking cuck piece of shit. Oh yeah, and in the Nordic countries, you have...
This is crazy because, like, you guys didn't hear what I said who were on the stream. I was like, if this guy has a point where he wants to criticize the guy who's basically saying he doesn't like the high minimum wage or whatever, that's fine. But, like, he's just completely, like, insulting the guy and attacking him. Can't you just be like, no, you're wrong because of this, this, and this? Why is he being, like, so offensive towards the guy, right?
Them, and they just trust their work, and of course the business owners in their absolute kindness and gratitude just to provide them $20 an hour. Come the fuck on, bro.
And minimum wage, and they're socialists. What does that make America?
Super socialist.
I don't know.
Communist.
Put the two together. It is what it is. So
I would give anything to debate this guy. Holy fuck, this guy is so incredibly low IQ. How do you demonstrate how do you demonstrate in just 1 minute and 16 seconds that you shouldn't be legally allowed to be given a driver's license?
Jesus. Okay, what else? So I did Impact Theory. That podcast was fun. Did mushrooms. That was fun. What else is on my schedule? I drove up to Las Vegas and then I drove back from Las Vegas. I decided to drive because, like, a flight, I think I calculated from leaving my hotel to getting to the podcast studio, a flight is around 3.5 hours. Driving was around like 4.5 hours. Why the fuck would I fly? I don't care. Then in Vegas, I did the Iced Coffee Hour podcast. These guys were pretty interesting. Were pretty cool. No Rolo or technologists encounter while in Las Vegas. Oh, hold on. I got a good meme about that one, okay? That I will be exposing. I did this podcast. These guys seem pretty cool. I actually really like these two. It was funny listening to them. Like, I can tell these guys have, like, a lot of debate amongst themselves over, like, the types of guests to bring on, like, what kind of content we want to do. So this is, like, a really interesting show to do. I thought it was, like, really fun. Let's see. After that, I drove back. Real-time simulation of Titan. Thanks, bro. I really needed the music there. Any release schedule on those? No, I have no idea when they're going to do their schedule on that. Hassan brought up the public housing program in Vienna during the Ice Coffee podcast. Can you actually implement in the U.S.? Don't know anything about that. He did not take your bet, huh? Technically, it's... Oh, no. Crazy, huh? Apparently he has medical record proof that I knocked up Lauren Southern and she had an abortion. I offered him 5-to-1 odds. He should just release the proof. He says he has medical records. Why not release the proof? The No Jumper podcast featuring Destiny is out. Wait, did they really release it that fast? People are saying HIPAA.
All right, guys,
I don't think HIPAA applies here. Oh, holy shit, it did come out.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. I'm with my...
Wow, horrible.
So I just watched The Face of Black Conservatism or something.
You know what I watched?
It's pretty good.
The First 55. You ever watched that?
I don't think so.
You need to check it out. First 55 is a crime shit down south, on Huston.
Why do you hate him?
Oh,
no,
You
not,
hate
not
me,
him.
mother-
I feel like he was trying to get me killed so many times in the fucking show.
No. FD signifier. What was your initial beef with him?
Calm down on the pronoun. Jesus. That was a funny show. It was funny. The 55 guy Crip Mac seems cool. I'm gonna be honest, until like 2 days before going, I didn't know Crip Mac meant he was an actual Crip, but I watched all of the Channel 5 thing and everything. Okay. Did you see that Rolo accused some random Twitter guy with you being a burner? How many burner accounts do you have? Oh yeah, it's so funny. That must mean he has burner accounts, right? Why the fuck would I why would I make burner account? Bro, I don't have time. I don't have time to do this shit, okay? Make burner accounts on Twitter? Okay, and then the other thing was... Oh, and then the last show that I did was... I really like this guy. Fuck. I got a lot of business advice from this guy, too. This guy's really smart. He's a really smart, cool dude. This Charlie I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Is it Hoopert? This guy is really cool. I really like this guy. Apparently he does, he was the guy behind Charisma on Command, if you've ever heard of this stuff.
There are dangerous people in this world who will try to... You'll accept...
I think he was like the co-founder of this. Is this the Charisma on Command? Yeah. But, he's a really cool dude. I like this guy. Wow, I like how I'm the fucking intro video for his channel. And then after that, then I did my no jumper vid the next day. My Jubilee thing got canceled. There was somebody I was gonna hang out with, and I came back 2 days early just for you guys. I hope you guys are happy. Just for you guys. I came back 2 days early. Cancel, not postpone. Or it's postponed, I guess. They're trying to find conservatives that want to do the... They're trying to find conservatives that want to do the show, I guess. Give us the new roller meme. When I did that Charlie show, apparently Dr. K was at his house like 5 hours earlier. I wish I would have known that. I would have went and ambushed him. That would have been fun. But the meme was apparently the day that I did No Jumper, apparently Rolo and MLD were coming, and I think Sneeko even might have been doing No Jumper the same day. And apparently Rolo was really worried. I hope I'm not blowing up Flacco's spot by saying this. I'm so sorry. But apparently Rolo was worried. He was messaging Flacco, and he's like, hey, you guys aren't trying to, like, ambush me with Destiny or some shit, are you? Which is so fucking funny to me. That he's that fucking scared of me showing up on some random show with him. What a fucking pussy. Holy shit. All that shit talk online, and you wouldn't welcome me being there? That's like Christmas to me, bro. No kick or keep this week? It would have been yesterday, but we'll do it next week, yeah. Do you see that Pearl's dad built $10 million compound for her to do content stuff in? I'm pretty sure her family is like nine figures of wealth. I think her family is unimaginably wealthy.
Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today I'm at my parents' house, and I'm gonna be showing you the Taj Mahal. So when I was in college and I came home and there was this big hole in my backyard, and I'm like, Dad, what's going on? He said, I'm building a shed. Normally when you build a shed, like you think that it's like a warehouse where you just have a couple, four-wheelers. Blessing, would you say that is how you would describe the shed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does she dress so poorly? Okay, number one. Okay, let me give you the big. Okay, hold on. Before going into all of this, okay, because I'm not here to shit on people's appearances. I think it's kind of cringe. The reason I think the biggest quote-unquote problem, if you want to say there's a problem with Pearl's appearance, it doesn't actually have anything to do with how she dresses. The issue is her. I think it's her gait or her demeanor physically, like her posture. I don't know why or how, but I think women, if you watch the way that women move or women walk, they tend to be like very feminine in presentation. They move in a very deliberate way. Generally, I think a lot of women like subconsciously get this kind of training, whereas like Pearl is like very much kind of like, I don't even want to say tomboy. She moves like kind of clumsily a little bit. And I think that's why when people watch her, you project a lot of other issues where it's like, oh, like why doesn't she dress well or whatever? But her outfit here is fine. She's outside. It's just like shorts and a t-shirt. But I think the way that she moves is kind of a little, brutish. I don't know what I would say, but I think that's. But I mean, like, I don't think that's a big deal. Okay.
House where you just have a couple, four-wheelers. Blessing, would you say that is how you would describe the shed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cool thing about the shed is that we're gonna use it for. Ideally, we're gonna have events here, so we could do like a live show and host. Like, you guys could come buy a ticket and come to one of these events. Or.
I thought Lauren was gonna delete the stream.
Right.
Outside of reproduction, society would function fine without women. This is just autism, and once you realize that, it's kind of endearing, and it probably shouldn't have access to social media kind of way. Probably true.
Concerts, that sort of thing. Like, there's a lot of, or like a YouTube, we want to do a red pill basketball game. Okay, hear me out. Come on. So, it's half done, by the way. My dad's been saying it'll be done for a while. He does gaslight me, but the big parts are done, okay, the big parts. So, all right, this is where we walk in, okay? Now this is gonna be like a kitchen entertaining area, so watch, imagine. Guys, welcome to the show. Here's your hors d'oeuvre. Here's your shrimp cocktail. Watch me over here. Okay, imagine I'm here. Wife school episode. Imagine. What up, guys? Welcome to wife school. Boom, I'm chefing it in the kitchen. Boom, you know, maybe even okay, sorry. Cut that out.
No.
Okay, so we go this way.
There's something I brought up a few times also, and I've said this multiple times. Her explosive growth, I think, is not as real as people thought, and I think we're going to start to see that in the following days or weeks or months or whatever as the shorts thing kind of dies off a little. Like, this video was posted 3 weeks ago. It's a pretty cool video. $10 million new content house. 90,000 views. The growth on this channel was largely supported by YouTube Shorts, and YouTube Shorts viewers do not translate to long-term content viewers. They are very, very, very different types of people.
And, I mean, these are just like bathrooms, they're important. The big next thing is, okay, imagine, we do a YouTube Olympics. We bring in all the red pill guys, all the blue pill guys, and we say, come to Chicago, all right? And hang out. Destiny, let's bowl. I think he's been talking a lot of shit on stream recently, so I don't know in terms. But regardless, look, we have a bowling alley here. Imagine, the red pill Olympics. Now on top of that, to scare off any liberals, because like obviously you have to be involved in this, because all the liberals will think they'll say they'll be the red pill people. But here, let me see if there's a light in here. Yeah, here, okay, we can come in. It's half built, but a gun range. So anyone that wants to be creepy or try anything, we have a lot of guns here. That's my warning, all right? But look it, so we can, all the liberals that come compete, they'll be like, oh, this is such a fun day of games. And we'll be like, look it, if you want to win, you gotta shoot. Olympics, baby. Now, yeah, so it goes all the way back. Boom, 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 boom. You want to shoot, Blessing?
I would shoot cameras.
Listen, you're from Africa. I know you shoot. I know you do. Don't they have guns in Africa?
Of course.
Yeah, I was like, I can't imagine you're able to take that way. Well, good luck. Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna show them this gym and I'll show them the other gym. So, during this Olympics, right? We're gonna do. I know the red pill is big on like fighting, so are you ready? Boom, boom. Number 2, we'll do a bitch slap contest. I mean, maybe some like. But then watch, you bitch slap. Okay, here, my mother has taken out her frustrations with her current administration. Yes.
Is that supposed to be Joe Biden? I feel like that was not a well done.
Republicans here, I don't know what to tell you guys, conservatives, whatever. So, during this red pill boxing, or whatever boxing match we do, we can maybe even do like a pull-up contest. You want to see me do a pull-up?
Cool.
I can't, I don't think. Which one is a pull-up? This one?
I don't know. One person there.
I can't do it. I just watch this shit.
Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. I get confused by her life sometimes. Isn't she supposed to be like a really, really, really good, highly athletic volleyball player? She should be able to do some pull-ups, no? I can't tell if this is like a troll or not. She's lying? Do you think? I don't know. She...
I don't know. One person there.
I can't do it. I just watch this shit though. So you
She's bottom heavy? Yeah, every single woman is bottom heavy. It's called being a woman.
Squat rack, right? You know, get a little boom, you know. No one make fun of my form. Then we go over here. We can do like, how long can you do cardio? This does a thing. This. You know.
What? This feels like, what are we watching?
You see the vision, Blessing?
That's it.
Sorry, it's still on.
I think Melina can do like, I want to say like 8 or 9 like full like pull-ups even, not like chin-ups or yeah, like full-on pull-ups, I'm pretty sure.
My purity. This is a special weight thing, you know. Then if the whales want to come here and do some weight loss challenges.
Boot camp.
Boot camp. So any overweight women that want to apply to lose the weight, because we don't just talk about the problem. We offer solutions. Now, I'm addicted to sugar, so maybe I can't help you with nutrition, but I've been training for 10 years. I can help you train. So, you know, this is a weight thingy.
4 to 5 months on a tonal machine. Thoughts? I will say this. I never, ever believe before and afters are natty, ever anymore. However, so aside from that, not to say this guy's not right, I don't believe anything in it anymore. I have heard, surprisingly, a lot of good things about this tonal machine, and it looks really stupid. It looks stupid, and it sounds stupid, and the idea is stupid, but supposedly a lot of people say it works really, like people that do a lot of lifting and shit say it's actually a pretty good machine. But if you want to, it's like an all-in-one machine that goes on your wall that like uses, it's like it provides like dynamic resistance based on your lifting or whatever. It looks so stupid, but I don't know. I've read a lot of things on I think even on the fitness subreddit, people say like it surprisingly works like pretty well. But I don't know. I'm not giving like an official review. But it just like
For real result, your motivation right there. progress in
I think you can do all the major lifts on this machine, but it like measures and provides like dynamic resistance on like everything.
Can even detect when you're struggling and spot you to help finish the
I will say though, something that seems really lame is apparently if you buy the machine, you have to like subscribe to the workouts to make it work too. I hate that everybody today is selling everything as like software as a service, which is super cringe.
you to help finish the set. Tonal is unlike any fitness equipment before. An entire gym and personal trainer on demand in the convenience of your home.
Probably doesn't give you a lot of heavy weight resistance. I think you can get past 300 or 400 pounds on this. I think. I would have to check, but yeah. Destin, you can set the machine to overload the eccentrics and make the concentrics lighter. That's probably really good for gains. Oh, maybe he'll shower. Yeah. I think that the idea of being able to dynamically load a lift in response to your like exertion, theoretically, if you could do it well, it's probably like, it's in theory, it's a really good idea, right? Like imagine if you want to do 10 reps at the bench rather than having the same weight every time. Like imagine if it could dynamically lower the weight by like a pound or two for your last few reps. So you're still pushing like maximal effort or whatever, without having a spotter or without having to lower the weight or without having to stop the movement or without hurting yourself, etc. Right? Like yeah, I can see. Theoretically, I could see the upsides if you can do it, but people are saying it's 100 pounds per arm. Why'd you say the idea was stupid? Because historically, any all-in-one workout machine is always stupid. What was it like talking about abortion with two people like Kristen and Leela? Pretty agonizing, but... Actual sound from the Titan submersible, pretty sad. Let's see the meme. Is this that black guy orgasming? Okay. Is the pro-life Jewess coming on or not? I don't know. Do you think Pearl can do this?
Lovely off the knuckles. That's so close to working as well. Hughes gets it over. Great defense from USA. And Ecuador thought they were celebrating a point already. Can they clean it up here? This will be a real chance, Ghana begging if they don't find the point. This is remarkable defense from Hughes.
Wait, is this real? I can't tell if this is real or not. Am I getting trolled?
If they don't find the point. This is remarkable defense from Hughes. Absolutely scrambling. Can she find the point? She finds
Oh my
the
god.
finish.
Jesus Christ.
Ghana begging if they don't find the point.
This woman back here is running like
Remarkable defense from
fighting
Hughes.
for her life back there. My god.
Absolutely scrambling. Can she find the point? She finds the finish.
Jesus.
What does this do? Is this like a stretcher? Keep your arms. I'm just curious. Oh. Wait, oh, I sit here? What? Yeah, I understand that.
Okej, kan man ställa det?
Wow.
Jesus.
So as you may or may not know, I did play semi-pro volleyball.
I can see Pearl being like, yeah, I'm not really that wealthy. I have to live with my parents. I live like in a small house in the back.
Basketball. So I was a better volleyball player. You want to see a couple things? Yeah. Oh, look, I didn't have the best hands, right? So, you know, if you don't have the court, I'll show you a little bit of the good stuff. So, hold on 1 second. You see?
Can you shoot?
Yes, I can shoot. Sports were very important growing up. Like,
You're gonna have to yell because the mic is here.
growing up, sports were really important. I really felt like I was competing for my parents' love. Yes, based on how we did in our sports season. There we go. Did you get that?
Nope.
You didn't get it?
Nah.
Yes, sir.
Missed that one too.
What?
I missed that one too.
You...
Okay. I go open.
Then I go up. Basket like that. You can hide under there if life gets tough. This. Over here, racquetball. So boom.
Oh, okay. Also, hold on. Let me do my one. Let me do my one shout out / call out thing. Okay, listen up. Okay, because apparently I've got a fuck ton of lawyers that watch me. If you work as a lawyer in the state of Arizona, and if you have experience fighting with the bar to get like scores released or anything like that, I have work for you. Okay, I have a friend who's having issues with this. I have work for you. If you want, shoot me an email at contact@disney.gg. If you work in Arizona and if you have any experience trying to represent somebody trying to like get their score or get through like the bar process, if they've already taken the test or whatever for anything like that, shoot me an email and we can chat. I have a job.
All right, so this is my dad's future man cave. It's empty now. But my dad also said he's gonna build us.
How big is this place?
If you want to do a show here, he's gonna build us a room over there. It's wall now, but you can also, it's dark, but you can see the racquetball too. So if I wanted to annoy him, and he locked me out, which never happens ever, I would just go in there and be like, Dad, I'm here.
What is the context? I don't want to like blow somebody's shit up, but basically just basically somebody took the bar, they're not getting their scores because the people are like accusing them of weird impropriety, but there's like a lot of documentation supposedly ostensibly to prove that this didn't happen, but the process of like going through and finding representation to get like their scores and everything back from the bar is apparently really difficult. So for the state of Arizona, let me know.
Yes. Now, this is also a room that doesn't exist yet. You could fall down here, so yeah, don't do that. Yeah. But yes, this is my dad's man cave.
How far gone is Zerka? Zerka's just been on like a manic bender for like the past like month.
I got the.
Yeah, I don't know. His whole life is kind of sad, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, so here, I think it's a garage. I don't know. Here's the second part of this.
Oh, we already have one broken down. Hello.
Hey. This is my future bedroom, yes. My brother's office currently, but I think that this can be negotiated.
No, there's no space for negotiation.
I see a lot of space for
This
negotiation.
is like a terrorist arrangement.
Jesus is king, let's go. Kanye for president, let's go. The Jews control the world.
Wait, is he on Lincoln Road right now? Does anybody know? Or where is he here?
I know so. What do you think it's called? A sin of God.
Is he in Miami? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Oh, somebody said he's in Hollywood? Oh, he's by the big Episcopal Church.
Andrew Tate's right. We can't JQ. We can't JQ. We gotta make hustlers money. You fucking phony. Jesus is king. Let's go.
You're pronouncing Episcopal incorrectly. Episcopal Church. Isn't it Episcopal? Am I wrong? Or did I say it differently before?
Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
That you can't hit level 8? Password game. The digits in your password must add up to 25. How does 0 and 25 not add up to 25? Oh, the digits. Wait. Am I retarded? Oh, the digits. Never mind, I am retarded. Wait. How does 2 and 5 add up to 11? That's character limit? Oh. The digits in your password must add up to 25. The Roman numerals in your password should multiply to 35. I don't know what the fucking Wordle answer is. Somebody said the word is about. Two-letter symbol from the is HE not here. Oh. Jesus Christ. I have no fucking idea what the fuck this fucking country is. Oh, is that the UK? Bangladesh, somebody said. Nairobi? Sweden? Ghana? Oh my god. Your password must have the best move in algebraic chess notation with white to move. Jesus fuck. What is this fucking board? It's not going to be a pawn, right? Somebody said rook e7, but then doesn't the bishop just capture? Why is that a good move? This seems like a horrible move. Why is everybody saying rook e7? Am I missing something? People saying rook. Rook d6. But then you just get captured by the other rook. The knight forking the bishop and the rook. Knight forking the bishop and the rook. I don't see that move at all. Calculate after rook e7. Okay, rook to e7. Bishop captures. Then knight captures. How is that winning? And then king captures. How do you win from that position? Is that a winning move? Not captures? Rook e7. If takes, then checkmate with knight g7. Okay, rook e7. Oh, this is one of those almost kind of like smothered mate things that chess subreddit is obsessed with right now. You're right. So it's rook e7, then capture with the bishop has to, and then knight goes to g7 for checkmate, because the king can't move because of its own pieces. Pawn blocks here, rook blocks the entire d road. Okay. D. Oh fuck, this is gonna fuck our other shit up. What is the notation for this? It's like RE7 plus. Okay. Digits must add up to 25. Please put him in your password to keep him safe. The elements in your password must have atomic numbers that add up to 200. Is there an element with the abbreviation V? I spelled elements so wrong there. Vanadium. Is this even real shit? This sounds like some Iron Man shit. What the fuck? Do we use this metal in, is this a metal? Do we use this in anything? It's a hard, silvery gray, malleable transition metal. The element is rarely found in nature, but once isolated artificially, the formation of an oxide layer, somewhat stabilized. Oh, weird. Jesus. Okay. Helium. HE. Wait, let me write these down. Just add PT. Is that what I need? Aren't you like cheating if you do the math for me? I don't even know what this is adding up to. How many rules are there for this? It's flagging RE2. Just look at Rage Pope's answers. Add PT to your password. I did. It didn't work. Now what? Why are we trusting Rage Pope? Okay. Helium is 2. I don't know what the fuck V is. 23. And then another 23. I is 53. Oh no. We've got 2 of those. Plus P is, what is that, like potassium? I have no idea. What? Somebody find it where? Oh my god, am I blind? Oh, I am blind. No, it's phosphorus. Okay, that's 15. RE is 75. Oof. Okay. What do I have RE? Okay, RE has to be here for the rook thing. We gotta dump an iodine. But this is gonna fuck our Roman numerals should multiply to 35. How many Roman numerals? Well, what are the ways that we can make 35? There's only so many ways to do it, right? 7 times 5. Is that what I had before? Oh, but I've got another Roman numeral over there. 35 times 1. Wait, why are people saying they're primes? Why are multiple people saying primes? 35. Wait, is 7 times 5 35? Am I fucking retarded? $35 is not a prime number. Or you mean the only things that make 35 are primes? Yeah, never mind. It's 5, 7, and 1. And 35. So it's going to have to be... My God. What's your password? Oh God. How much did the P give us? Wait, S is 1 higher. No, that doesn't help us at all. That doesn't help us either. It has to be Pepsi. It's gonna have to be 35 and 1. What was this for? Okay, 35 is X. XX triple X rated. Okay. Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, so V is 23. Plus P is 15. Plus RE is 75. Rhenium. There's no way that's real. Minus 200 is 87. All the vowels in your password must be bolded. Okay. Fuck, what element did we use? That's FR. There's no way that my password is not strong enough. Oh, wait, hold on. $87. Try lowercase? Oh wait, can I do that? Paul has hatched. Please don't gonna feed him. He eats 3 blanks every minute. 29-minute, 21-second long YouTube. Okay, I'm done with this. I feel like I can do this literally forever. Jesus. Stop. Why are you distracting me from my weekend recap?
Muslims. I'm always doxing my... Excuse me. I've never revealed my location. You are all weak. Every single one of you are weak. You're not ready for this. You're not ready for... Oh, I can't do it. What are you looking at?
Why the fuck are you linking me this?
We got the finest bitch coming over tonight. This girl looks like little underage, actually. Like she's 17, but she looks 18. It's a joke. She's 16.
Were you proxying for that? Jesus Christ. Were you proxying for that ex-Pokey Hassan debate again? No, I've been busy. This has been it was a super busy week trip for me. Why do we have this Sneeko fucking emote in my chat? Jesus. DSP and Asmongold drama alert. Wait, hello?
So, Dark Side Phil was unhappy about the fact that I exist. Welcome to the club. There have been a lot of new members recently. I've been seeing them on my Twitter. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze the peel, it comes in. Squeeze banana. All right. So, by the way, I'm just gonna say this now, and I'm gonna start mentioning it on streams. I've said it before, but people don't listen, so I just want to reiterate, and I want to make this a new rule on my stream. Okay, get ready for this. All right, my streams are my own. My streams are my business. Okay, literally, they're my business. Like, this is my job. Okay. They're so angry that I do this for a living, and they have to go work their shitty fucking 9-to-5 job or whatever it is. If I feel the need to mention things such as, "Hey guys, would you like to support the stream or whatever," and mention the ways you can support or anything like that,
What the fuck does this have to do with Diablo? You're not even done with the campaign.
Ooh.
Like, come on, man.
my prerogative. It's not yours. It's not your business to bring up, oh, look, I think it's a slow...
This guy tried the Asmongold challenge before it was popular. Remember that?
What does that mean?
Stream tonight and people should support and stuff like that. That's literally not your place.
Wait, why are we watching? Yeah, wait, just let me in that DSP video. Why the fuck am I watching,
The Crocs. Into the water we go. Look at that. Totally safe.
Why, he looks like he's homeless.
Nothing inside. It is the magic of Crocs. You can't do that with shoes. You can't do that with J's. You can't do that with really anything. Like, look at this. Look at the water. See the water? You can go in and have a little bath, little foot bath. Oh, it's refreshing, actually. Dude, it's so hot. The video makes this place look freezing cold, but Miami is so hot, even when it's like tropical rain. It's crazy. I wish it was bigger. It's like a small city for me. Like, I'm not used to this. Like, when I lived in Tokyo, that was 10 Manhattans in one city.
Wait, has he ever lived in Tokyo? Is that true?
Yeah, 10 different sizes but you know what?
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, we never finished this.
Maybe an apartment, but I prefer this. Another one. Empty. Okay. And the cool thing is, here's like a little kitchen area. I think that's where I'm gonna put the washer and the dryer. And then this kitchen. Oh, the lights.
Bro, how many? Is this place like never ending?
Well, but yeah.
Why did you lose interest in building computers and stuff? I didn't lose interest. It just wasn't financially or economically viable for me. It didn't make sense. Dude, I was spending so much time on those systems. And my house, oh my God, dude. At the worst, I remember when there must be pictures or YouTube videos of this. I remember having 4 computers that I was benching simultaneously. Do you know how fucking hot your house gets? When you're doing Intel Burn Test or Prime 95 or fucking Furmark on 4 different systems, it's an ungodly amount of heat. Fuck that shit. The pay wasn't enough for me. It was fun though. I mean, I'm glad I got all the experience of everything, but will you update your PC build? I mean, I might. I mean, I have the money, but the thing is that like, in my personal opinion, oof, this might be a super, super hot take. PC hardware has gotten too good for software for probably like 5 years now. Like, I feel like I could have a rig that's like 5 years old. Like, actually, how old is my streaming computer? I forgot what you type in. DXDiag. My processor on my streaming rig is, it even sounds old. i9 7980XE. Awesome chip, but when did this come out? 2017. So this chip is over 5 years old, and I do multiple high quality streams for my rig with this. I can probably upgrade my screen. I just don't know if I gain much by upgrading. And that's pretty crazy because I kind of need like performance-based systems. I mean, kind of arguably, right? But like the hardware's just gotten so fucking good. The hardware's gotten so good. I remember it used to be like every year you would get like from like 2006 like to like 20, I don't know what, 12 or 13 or 14, like every year, like the next generation of cards. I feel like, oh, hold on, that's true too. Streaming is massively limited at 4K by bandwidth. That's true, that's true, that's true. If we got more bandwidth to stream on, then a better rig to stream in 4K would definitely be good. Or even streaming in 1440p. I don't think I do that. It looks like I do on, oh wait, actually wait, I might, hold on. I do stream in 1440p, just kidding, I do that. 4K though would be, I think it's significantly larger than 1440p. I'm too lazy to do the math, but. Oh, this is what I'm gonna say. This is what it feels like to me. I could be wrong, but it feels like to me the last like really big upgrade to a graphics card where it was like, oh, getting the next card feels to me like the 1080 or the 1080 Ti. Like, I feel like the jump from the 1080 to the 2080 wasn't as exciting. From the 2080 to the 3890 wasn't as exciting. And now I think there's like the 4000 series have come out and it's like, okay. But like that jump to the 1080 Ti felt like, wow, like that's insane. And I feel like especially because I'm pretty sure, I think most people are still running 1080p monitors, believe it or not. A 1080 Ti probably still runs most modern games pretty well, be my guess. But the 4090 is like 80% better than the 4090. That's massive. Wow. Nice recursion.
And I'm saying,
does he give me 100?
Wait.
And I'm saying,
does he give me $100 million for no reason? Sure, I'll do that.
$100 million for no reason. $100 million to stream on Kick for 30 hours. I'm just asking. Like, would you cards? No.
He would absolutely do it. That's the biggest cap in the history of all of cap kind.
I have so much money, Quinn. I am so rich. I have a house. I have a second house that I'm housing Steelmage in. I have a wife. I have a kid, and I have 2 cats. I'm one of the richest people on the planet. Easily.
Hell yeah. Well, that's good.
I love what I do for a living. It's so easy to turn down money. And the best thing is, I make money, and in a way, I'm very happy.
Oh, fuck. Ziz is in chat. Ziz, there's no shot you would turn on a $100 million contract. No shot. I don't believe you. $100 million?
With. I still take sponsorships. I'm very open about it too. I usually, like, for the people that are here that are in my chat, how often have people heard me specifically asked, hey guys, this
I wouldn't get a $100 million contract? Sure. I'm gonna be honest, they only offered me, I only got 75 million on my kick deal, so you know. Yeah, no.
Company reached out for a sponsor. What do you guys think about this? Is this good?
Leak, that's official, okay?
Is this something I should try?
Publish it, Dexerto.
Is this bad?
And
when Adam brought up that you donated money to the Atlanta PD after Crip Mac. Oh yeah! Crip Mac is talking about how he doesn't fuck with the police. And then Adam's like, Destiny donated $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department. How do you feel about that? I feel like he was trying to get the guy to kill me. What the fuck? You see the new Adept drama.
The big
good one. Oh, we gotta finish this. Hold on.
So basically, this is gonna be like a little house on the shed. It's like a little house on the prairie, a little house on the shed. I do really like this room.
Yeah.
So this room.
You're not winning it.
I think I can win it.
I think I put my TV on the wall. I win.
That's your TV?
Yes. It's actually it's our board for whatever deck is in here because you can't see our monitors. So.
I'm very excited to come home. I think I'll be a great addition to the family.
You'll be an addition. Or someone else.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get the room, guys. I'm going to. I don't know what they're built. Oh, that's like a. Oh, guess who messaged? Oh, I might have an. Oh, guess who messaged me today?
Wait for it. Here it comes. Almost there.
I'm gonna get the room, guys. I'm going to. I don't know what they're built. Oh, that's like a. Oh, I'll show you this. Bring them to that playground.
There you go.
You didn't see the playground? Oh, the playground's over there. They moved it. What? Alright. Anyways, guys, like the video on your way out. Subscribe to the channel. Let me know what you want to see a tour of next. If you've done an office tour, done a house tour, done a shed tour. And let me know what interesting video ideas could you come up with. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like the video on your way out. Subscribe to the channel. I'll talk to you next time.
Wow.
Bad, sick people.
That was your coup, you know, against you.
Well, it started right at the
like
beginning.
when Millie's talking about, oh, you were going to try to do a coup. No, they were trying to do that before you even.
I think it feels like graphic cards haven't been a huge deal lately because there haven't been a huge jump in quality gaming, just small improvements over time. Well, also the issue too is that like all of your improvements now, it's probably been this for like 5 or 10 years, maybe 5, probably 5 or 10 years. It used to be that we could improve graphics quality by just adding more and more polygons, right? But now like when you're at the billions or trillions or quadrillions or whatever the fuck, however many polygons on screen, you can't just keep adding more. Like it's huge performance hits and you're not gaining much in terms of quality. So like all of your work now is being done on stuff like lighting effects or like ray tracing or other stuff like that, which is kind of peripheral to just like, I think it's not as much just raw horsepower, I think, anymore on graphics cards. It's probably gonna be stuff involving more like memory, involving more like algorithmic computational stuff. That'd be my guess, but I don't know. It's triangles now? Okay.
We're sworn in. That's right. Trying to overthrow your election.
Well, with Millie, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look.
Wait. Jesus Christ. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. I'll be back 1 second. I'll catch up on donuts 1 second.
This is like the time Sora and Roxas were fighting, and Roxas started to stream on YouTube and kick at the same time and yelled,
"Don't hit the cameraman."
Dual wield.
"Did you ask for a deal for a queue? Was keep or kick a part of the deal?" Get your bag. Keep it a $150 King Crown. Also PLZ Modney and YT Chat Cowboy Hat Face.
Fuck cake. I will never leave this chat. I love you guys. Feel strong, man. Also, here's 3 more months, big guy. Fuck being a white name. That shit was cringy, CH.
This sounds like a deal I would have made, only the best. Did you get a photo op too? 7 figures, 7 with an S. I'm almost glad I'm going to prison. I don't have to witness what DGG will become. I don't feel so good, Mr. Obama.
I used to watch you back in the Queens only to Diamond Challenge, then I went MIA. Why did you move to Miami? Just curious. Glad you're still streaming, dude.
If you're looking for a graphic designer, let me know. I hate my current job and want to start working remote so I can help raise my firstborn.
Subs get fucked. Destiny, did you buy a new car yet? So what exactly has Kick paid you to do besides not embed your stream on your site wall? Keeping it 55th Street. Congrats on the Kick deal, buddy. First time watching the stream live. Discovered you on PK8 years ago, but only recently started watching the YT vids. Keep the amazing content coming, you top G. Much love. You goofy just play Final Fantasy already. Also stay mad DGG. YouTube stays winning. What's the recommended amount of dedicated WAM for Kick tabs? Let me know if you need a remote project manager. You need a secret lair hack at the Dolly Cave. Bro, just buy it under an LLC straight business expense. Write it all off, pay no taxes, and just keep all the profit. Isn't that? It works for the rich. Destiny, whatever you're doing in the gym, keep up the good work. You looked in good shape on the Whatever podcast. No homo. Shut up. You're rich. Also, when is the next D&D campaign? What is your opinion of the self-defense argument for pro-choice? You made a comment during the debate that suggested you thought it wasn't valid. The tactic reminds me of a Hitchens quote. If someone tells me that I've hurt their feelings, I say, I'm still waiting to hear what your point is. Are you not scared you will be forced to be a racist by that side constantly hounding you? Because even as a black person I get fired up that they do that to you. I can imagine the feedback loop is. As a pro-life myself, I thought they might come in the debate a bit better, but the way they came in just to argue was really damaging for our side. Will you be able to embed your stream by yourself without embedding? Or will you be hard-coding it into the website that you can't embed just your stream / any stream / media in general when you're live? So YouTube viewers are not negatively affected. Sounds like a win-win. Destiny, you just need to stop them mixing life, living things with human conscious. They are mutually exclusive. As a pro-life myself, I thought they might come in the debate a bit better, but the way they came in just to argue was really damaging for our side. What clause in the Kick contract mandates that you criticize Discord?
Ooh.
Destiny DGGL. Destiny DGGL. Destiny DGGL.
True.
Congrats for the Kick deal. Love from Brazil.
Wow, thanks.
Woo, woo, woo.
Did you buy an axe while you were gone? Why would I buy an axe?
The unregulated gambling arguments make very little sense against Kick. ACR is unregulated and is on Twitch.
Wait, what is this? Hold on.
It's the takeonkick.com.
As someone on stake, I had to verify my identity with an ID. The kid's argument doesn't make sense to me at all. His loot box argument does though.
Cool.
It's the takeonkick.com. The method one take.
Every single one. Every single.
I feel
one
like
of
that
those
after I
people
donate.
Based.
Subhuman scum.
Holy
Straight
shit.
up evil at this point, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, dude.
I know you love XQC and you think he's
This
a
is
role
true
model
with
and
drugs
shit,
too.
right? But no, I think he's just one of the worst things to happen to streaming. There it is.
Oh shit! What the fuck? God damn.
Watched the ethics vid with Alex and wanted to know your.
Thanks. I think I did this. It's such a cringe virtue signal. Oh my god. Well, Epidemic Fail, thank you for tier 5 subbing right before chat comes off screen. Good job, buddy. Hey, what's up, buddy? What you want?
Hello. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. So what's your take on all this? I mean, I heard the virtual signaling thing.
What's my take on what?
The Kick thing, I guess.
I don't know. I don't have a strong take on it. I don't feel that. I don't think anybody really truly feels that strongly about gambling, but it's like the new thing since like sides have taken up arms against. You've got like the XQC Trainwrecks Warriors versus like the Pokey Hassan Warriors, and then everybody's just trying to like fight as much as they can. Like people that complain about gambling on Twitch don't really care about gambling. I think the people that care about the gambling, they're just doing it to help with the Kick thing.
I already feel like it's too bad on Twitch, right? And I feel like it's worse on Kick. Like I would try, I actively try to get everything, like especially slots, banned on Twitch. I think that's like the worst thing. Like slots is like terrible.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
Yeah. So I feel like just the fact that it's worse on Kick, and like
Yeah, but I mean,
at
like, you
least
still
my
stream on,
perception
you still stream on Twitch. It doesn't bother you, right? Your revenue is coming from places that are doing DraftKings sponsors. The Thursday night fucking football has like that Amazon sponsors does DraftKings shit. I'm pretty sure there are literal gambling ads for DraftKings. I think on Twitch. It might even be pre-rolls for your stream, and none of that stops you from streaming, right? You might be
didn't
against
actually
it,
know that.
sure, yeah,
Right.
you might be against it, which is fine, but yeah.
Yeah, but that also like I wouldn't want to go somewhere where it's even worse, right? Like I feel like the main purpose of that is to drive traffic to stake.
Is that true?
That's what it feels like. That's my perception of it.
When you say that's what it feels like, so like if I go to kick.com, like, are we feeling that, like, where's like the big push? It might be also, by the way, I haven't even looked.
So
But, like,
there's
where's
like
the
two
big push?
hard-coded slots. They're always promoting gambling. There's already on Reddit ads. They're already using XQC's face to promote gambling right on stake.
Wait, where's? Well, hold on. To be clear, didn't XQC take direct gambling sponsors?
I'm not familiar enough with that.
Well,
I'm
I think
also
I
like,
was gonna say, because if so, that's like, of course, XQC promotes gambling,
Right,
but that's
right.
not because Kick promotes gambling at that hard. It's because XQC was literally like a Gamba sponsor or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the explanation for why the Gamba shit was hard coded?
No. I didn't.
Okay. As a warning, this could be 100% bullshit, because this is just what the CEO said, and obviously the CEOs might be incentivized to lie or whatever. So I'm just going to say that. I'm not sitting here saying that like, oh, Eddie said this, so I believe it 100%. But the explanation that I saw that was given, and I don't know if people can go back on the Wayback Machine and shit and check, is, hold on. The explanation given was, when Kick was first launched, the recommended and featured slots on Kick ended up being completely gambling, which was not great. We ended up editing it so that only the 3rd and 5th slot were reserved for gambling using the formula, while slots 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 were reserved for non-gambling in order to dilute the gambling stuff on the website. So that was the explanation that he gave, that initially was because the whole site was essentially just like Gamba streams. So then people, but as it's grown into like gaming stuff, they undid that. Now, again, you'd have to go back to the Wayback Machine and check if you feel like this is true or not, but that was the explanation that I saw given. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm more like, it's obviously a lot of people have been asking me about my take on it, right? And like, I'm less concerned about what other people are doing, because everybody sets their own lines for what they're okay with. And I've seen a lot of people are saying like, well, you know, what about personal responsibility, right? That's a lot of people's take. They feel like a lot of people are responsible for what like they themselves do. I do care about like what affects my viewers, right? I do feel like I actually have quite a lot of influence on the people watching my stream, so that's why I don't want to do stuff like that. And obviously,
yeah, sure, but like, I'm pretty sure there's probably.
100.
Well, hold on, wait, quick. So what you're saying doesn't necessarily make sense, right? There are probably more gambling streamers on Twitch, and there are actual gambling advertisements on Twitch. Whereas on Kick, I don't think that there are any advertisements on the site at all yet. So if you're watching a Zizarin stream on Twitch, you're probably more likely to be exposed to gambling than watching my stream on Kick.
I didn't know that.
Sure,
but I mean,
just
I'm
because the advertisement.
actively working against like some things like that I think are bad on Twitch, like gambling that I think is bad. Like for example, I love poker, right? I wouldn't necessarily promote poker on my stream, but I'm very, very against slots. Like that's the thing that I would want to get rid of the most.
Sure. Yeah. And listen, hey, look, I don't like gambling either. I'm gonna be honest. That's why I don't typically take gambling sponsors. The only gambling sponsors I'll ever take are poker related, because I like poker.
Yeah, I love poker.
Yeah. But the, I mean, and this isn't even getting into stuff like Genshin Impact and all like the gacha games and shit, which make God knows how much money on Twitch. I don't know how you feel about that. But the, yeah, I mean, like I can check right now, like on Twitch, there are like, there's probably more people gambling and watching gamblers on Twitch right now than there are on Kick. Like I see the biggest slot streamers right now on Twitch have 2.2 thousand viewers, 1.6 thousand viewers, 888 viewers. I don't know what on Kick, what the gambling section.
Yeah, I mean,
like
slots is the worst.
Sure.
But generally, the way I look at it, if somebody's paying like for someone my size, right?
There's more viewers on Kick for Gamba right now. To be fair, just correct me.
Right.
But okay, go ahead.
Like the most somebody would ever pay for me would be like between 5 and 10 million, right? Like maybe like towards 10 with PW2 coming out.
There are more
and
viewers on
that.
Twitch for Gamba right now.
And the only
than Kick.
reason
Never
somebody
mind.
would pay me that much is if they're hoping to get more out of my viewers, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, that can be kind of abstract, to be fair, right?
Yeah, but at least for my part, I try to be very conscious of how that's being monetized, right? That's why the things that you mentioned, like Genshin Impact, that's actually one of the sponsors I do decline. Like Raid Shadow Legends and all those. I try to be very conscious about what I do.
Sure, that's fine. But I'm just saying that, like, if your goal is to avoid gambling as much as possible, you're not doing that.
Right.
Because you could stream
Still
on
don't have
like,
that many
stream
options.
on like YouTube, where I don't know
Mhm.
if YouTube promotes gambling at all, because it might be against like the AdSense policies.
It's hard on Twitch because you don't really ever see what ads your viewers are being served. Like, you have no idea.
Sure, but now you do. But it's not going to change your streaming habits, right?
No, I don't plan on moving. I'd rather work on making like Twitch better, and having like just slots being gone would make such a big difference.
Sure, but like you could argue the same for Kick as well. That like people want Kick to succeed as a website so that it's successful enough not to be tied to stake anymore, right?
Oh, that'd be great. I'd be like super all for that.
Sure.
I think Kick existing is a good thing because the more competition against Twitch, the better Twitch will be.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
But it's also like Kick's policies on like a lot of things they like don't ban for, right? Like some of the things Adam Ross has said and stuff like that. It's not ideal, is it?
I would agree, but I'm probably more likely to side with their policies right now than Twitch's because I'm literally permabanned on Twitch from their policies. So
Yeah.
I probably favor the ones on Kick right now.
I get that. I get that. That's fair.
Oh, there's virtual. Ooh, my Diablo just crashed. Good thing we weren't doing anything. Oh, there's
God, you're
virtual.
playing an ARPG.
I played a little bit of Path of Exile. I got to 92 on
I
my
know.
Barbarian before he died. My Sunder Barbarian, way back in
wow.
the day.
Yeah, I know. I remember you used to play. Back when you used to play D&D with me. That was fun.
True. Okay, well, anything else?
But I was very curious. Do you feel like so for a realistic amount for somebody my size, like say I was offered 5 to 10 million, do you think it's likely or unlikely that I would turn that down?
I don't know your financial status. I would have to like start digging into your numbers. Like, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah. My net worth right now is like 900K.
Oh no! If you turned down a $10 million contract, you'd be incredibly foolish to do so.
I disagree.
For
but
one
like
year?
it wouldn't really it wouldn't really change. Well, the thing is, right? Then they would be getting more money off my viewers, and it wouldn't really change my life much.
I
Right?
mean,
Like
it
my
would
current
opt
goal
for-
now is to buy 10 houses, and then I'm pretty chill.
10 houses?
Uh-huh.
Don't you think 10 million would help that?
Yeah, but I'm already making a lot of money, right?
Not 10 million in a year.
No, but I don't need to stop working within the 2 next years. I don't have a problem with doing what I do. I love what I do.
Sure, I do too. I guess I like the financial security because it means that I don't have to worry as much about like if I get banned from something or if my game gets nuked or.
Sure, but I'm not very worried about getting banned, right? And I do well on any ARPG, so I'm not worried about one game dying.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I mean, if it makes you happy, sure.
Yeah. I was just very curious. That's all.
Yeah, well, what else? How's life going? Do you have 2 kids now or one? Did I make that
No,
up?
just one.
Just one.
1 year, 7 months. Got a second cat.
That's cute.
Also, yeah, somebody in chat pointed out I also like don't really do much like edgy stuff, so I'm quite unlikely to get banned as well.
That's true.
But yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Well, no, I understand how life's going. We haven't talked in a while. Did I tell you that somebody confused me for you in a restaurant I went to a few months ago? Okay, well, fuck you too. Wait, did Discord crash or? Discord went down. Oh, okay. Well. Damn, Michaela Peterson fighting with Jordan Peterson about Pearl on Twitter. Holy shit. Your business would definitely take a hit, Dad. This is a resentful woman who hates other women. Tells them they're useless after 35 and continues to propagate red-pilled lies. Just because the left is crazy doesn't mean people like this aren't. Oof. Would you ever buy ice like this with your kick money? What the fuck? This shit looks horrible. Here's what I want to do, but I don't feel like I don't feel like they'll ever let me do it because it's so condescending. What I want to do, what I would do, especially since this contract for me is really big, it'd be fun to pay off like all of my parents' debt. But if I were to do that, I would have to tell them that they're cutting all their credit cards up and they're not allowed to use them ever again. Because I would hate to pay off their debt and then 2 years later they have a whole bunch of debt again. I would kill myself. But I don't know how I could ever set that deal up with them. Oh. Wait, hello? Okay. Wait, hold on. Hello?
That was funny timing. I was like, huh?
Weird.
It was like, all I heard you say was like, somebody mistook me for you in a restaurant, and then it was like, left call. And I was like, huh?
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, oh, anyway, somebody in real life was like, oh, hey, I think I recognize you. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you probably do. Because usually people say that before, like, oh, you're Dusty. But then he was like, you're Zizarin, right? And I was like,
that's funny because of the blue hair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did that for charity, right?
Yeah, a long time ago, but I think I'm keeping it now just to trigger conservatives. So.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Do you feel like you could? I felt like I got treated very differently with blue hair than with normal hair.
Yeah, you get a lot of attention. I actually really like it because I'm pretty like forgettable otherwise, or it's not like you'd see me like, oh my god, I want to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot, especially from other girls with dyed hair, you get a lot of attention for your hair, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's actually my wife really liked that she liked that I have blue hair, so she was like, "Daddy again." But yeah, yeah. No, I feel like I don't know. I got a lot more random searches at the airport after having blue hair.
That's really weird. I don't think I've ever had that happen.
Yeah, like literally never had a random search in my life until I had blue hair.
Huh.
But yeah, no, life is good. Excited for Pee-wee 2.
Don't care. Left immediately. As soon as he mentioned that shit game, I immediately crashed multiple Discord servers to escape from that conversation. Bro, Discord, what's going on? Use chime. What does chime mean? Oh, also, I feel like I need to redo. I need to reevaluate. I'm gonna do a lot of this myself. I need to reevaluate the flares. I think in DGG. I don't know if it looks good sometimes necessarily. When we have like. One thing that I'm thinking about is like having like encoding like a hierarchy of flares, so only one shows at a time, maybe. Like I don't know how I feel about multiple flares showing up in the same person's name. It might be too messy. I don't know. 2 max is good, do you think? 2 at least, 2 at least, 2 is decent. I feel like sometimes it looks a little messy. Combined SBD of 1000 is too much, you fucker. Implement the Wilks coefficient. Is this guy schizophrenic? Hello? Let people pick the 2 they want to show or 1+ sub. Oh, that could be it too. That's a lot more front end work though, but maybe. Or it sounds like it would be, maybe not. Oh, I'm sorry. These games with 2 meds sent chills down my spine. Really? Are we getting chills now? I don't take anything 2 meds says seriously, so. D-Block. Destiny, clip Mac, the alliance I never knew we needed. You better make him your security guard when in LA. Yeah, right. Wait, my food just got here. We'll watch some Trump stuff.
Did you see Emma Vigilant on Tim Pool? Ike Wyatt was banned. I haven't said a word in chat in forever, Walt. Also, if you care, but did you hear about the Timid drama?
Nope. I did hear about the drama with your mom, though. Somebody DM me and said, wait, what's wrong with the Genshin
It's showing
Impact?
your playground vibe.
Isn't Genshin Impact, like, built around, like, gambling for fucking heroes and shit, essentially? Am I wrong on that?
Bad, sick people.
That was your coup, you know.
Dude, Trump's most effective defense is he literally talks like a fucking AI. Like, you could just say everything about him is fucking deep faked.
Possible. Why?
Game.
Possible. Why?
Game.
Possible.
Uh-oh, grooming alert. I was groomed. Uh-oh. At the time, I was 16 and he was 20. Our initial conversation interacted through Snapchat. I mean, 16 and 20 is kind of bad, I guess. I don't care. Fuck me, dude. I mean, it shouldn't, right? 20 is like college age. 16 is like, could be sophomore or junior high school. God damn. I think I have a problem. I think now that as I've gotten older, I start to see like everybody 25 and younger is like the same age. Yeah, you know what that means. But I just mean in terms of like maturity and shit, like I guess like the argument would be like a 20-year-old is like way more mature than like a 16-year-old. But like in my eyes, like not really. But I mean, really, they probably are, right? This is like midway through college versus midway through high school. Told me he loved me. I also find myself wanting to evaluate. I feel like I want to evaluate the actual behavior a lot too, rather than just like the statutory evaluation. Like, is he actually engaged in like fucked up behavior, or are we just saying like just sexualizing her alone is like fucked up? Throughout our relationship, we met twice in person, then flying to Spain to see me both times. We had talked about me visiting the U.S. and Canada, but since I was a minor, that was impossible at the time. Can you not fly as a minor to the United States? When you're 16, do you need like a parent? Maybe, I have no idea. You need a letter from a parent. Our relationship became very restrictive. He would tell me to stay home and play with him. I ended up isolating myself from my friends. Huh? Nothing. What's wrong? Nothing. It's fine. I don't think I want to talk anymore. I can't handle it. Maybe I'm just not at the right spot mentally, not too sure. Just gonna unadd. Sorry if I bothered you. Oh no. I don't want to leave you. I don't think I can. I love you. Wait. Is Aspire her or is Aspire him? Him. Oh, yikes. These are really controlling messages. These are the types of things that get me to ignore a girl immediately. Maybe one day things will be the same again. There are ways to get to me if you need me. I'm glad I can be positive influence in your life. Glad things were... Maybe it's goodbye. Jesus. Damn, motherfuckers out here taking pictures with his 17-year-old bride-to-be. His betrothed. Betrothed? Betrothed? Wait, what is the word? Betrothed.
Betrothed.
Betrothed. At the beginning of our relationship, he would love bomb me constantly, tell me how perfect I am. Always talk about having a future, moving in together. always thinking of you. You're so perfect. I love you forever too. You'll always be my little girl. I'll always treat you that way. I'll always spoil you. If I'm not living with Hayden, you probably won't really see him because... Jesus. I'll be legally changing my name so I don't have the initials DNG. Should I get your name tatted? Oh my god, I'm gonna get your name tatted. Damn. It's actually love bombing. Oh, this little girl is actually using the terms correctly. I just want to be happy. I just want to be with you. It's all I want. I cancel my trip to LA to fly to you or do anything. I'm honestly probably going to start shedding tears when I see you at this airport again. Damn. Oof. Our relationship became very restrictive. He would tell me to stay home and play with him, and I ended up isolating myself, my friends, avoiding responsibilities. Let's look at a few of these. Oh, wait. We had already scrolled to this before, didn't we? What would it take for you to switch from Windows to Mac? Bro, I don't know any of that software. Feels like you're hiding something at this point. Whatever. Thanks for the I love you. Thanks for the dry texting. Not going to sit here and be Mr. Nice Guy when I feel like I got my feelings played with 24/7. Jesus. It also kind of bothers me a lot that you're still cool / close with Adam. I also think Adam is sus. Why? What's he done? He likes on Twitter. He perma-likes all your pics. Holy yikes. Love you too, my princess. Can you block Mikey on Snap? What? Why? Please. What happened? Jesus, fuck. People started catching wind that there might be something between the two of us. We both agreed to deny it to others, but he would still become increasingly worried and paranoid that people would accuse him of being a pedophile. Several of his friends would ask him directly if he was dating me. He would say the rumors are not true. The second and last time he visited me in person, one night we had sex, and the very next morning he told me he wanted to break up because I was only 17. Even after he went home, he kept talking to, but in case all that. Glad you've forgiven me. It'll definitely be helpful for your own mind. I'll figure shit, I'm sure, just difficult. Hey, hope you're doing better. It seems like you're moving on. I'm talking to someone already. Like you said, not healing the best way. Ooh. Jesus. Rip that dude. Okay, what do we got for Captain Trump here?
Bad, sick people.
That was your coup, you know, against you. That's
Well, it started right at the
like
beginning.
when Millie's talking about, oh, you were going to try to do a coup. No, they were trying to do that before you even were sworn in.
That's right.
Trying to overthrow your election.
Well, with Millie, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him. Wow. We looked at some. This was him. This wasn't done by...
Your Honor, we are listening to a recording. My client clearly said this was off the record. How can you dare admit this evidence into the courtroom?
I mean, this was him. All sorts of stuff. It's pages long. Look. Wait a minute. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I just found, isn't that amazing? This totally wins my case, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Except it is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. But look at this. You attack, and
Hillary would print that out all the time, you know.
she'd send
Private
it,
email.
she'd send it to Anthony Weiner,
Yeah.
the pervert.
Please print.
By the way, isn't that incredible? Though?
Yeah.
I was just saying, because we were talking about it. And, you know, he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the
You did.
papers.
It's pretty
This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out a yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified
Yeah.
it. Now I can't, you know, but this is
Yeah,
classified.
now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
The mens rea up. The oh god, it's just so bad. It's so hard to nail somebody criminally on taking classified material out of a secure site because you have to prove that there was intent behind them doing it. But him saying it, it's just so fucking clear. It's so clear of him saying it. I could have declassified it, and I didn't, so I probably shouldn't be doing this. Like, oh my God. Why? Oh God, he fucks himself so hard.
Interesting. Yeah. It's so cool. I mean, it's so. Look, here and I have, and you probably almost didn't believe me, but now you believe me.
No, I believe
it's
you.
incredible, right?
No,
hey, bring some cokes in, please.
He said it was off the record. Did we already listen to this whole thing? This is just a guy saying the evil streamers. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's watch this real quick. Somebody said we need this first.
We're about to make this a movie. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Grace? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy a ring. We're gonna try to announce to her mom that we're dating.
Don't start touching me. I'm done with that. You can touch this guy.
She used to be normal, but now she's been indoctrinated. It's like a cult. That's how it felt.
I want to hit 3,000 subscribers and come back.
3,000 subscribers?
Yeah, I'm at 2.9.
What? You have a weapon?
I can't fucking believe I got actually caught by the fucking dad. It's so sad that I'm gonna have to look back at this and I'm gonna see us sitting in the car. 1 hour later, she fucking ditches me. These people are so fucking annoying. Just say no. I can't.
No, shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. Destiny, there's no formal process in place to declassify and no precedent on this. He can say it's declassified at any time. Otherwise, the executive authority in the Constitution is challenged. There's no possible way that you can say that presidents can psychically declassify anything they want at any point in time, especially after they're president. That is such a fucking cope, okay?
I can't say no. Destiny, here. Destiny, why did you meet me? This all could have been avoided if you just met me. All of it would have been avoided. I would have just went home.
Okay, well, what's going on here? Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a formalized process for declassifying things, because I'm pretty sure you send this to agencies for, redaction and to verify that, other intelligence that could be damaging the United States or allies or whatever isn't being exposed anyway. So I'm pretty sure there is a formal process by which people declassify stuff. So, fuck you.
Okay, there we go. You're pinned on screen. Go ahead, Grace.
All right, so I didn't burn all of his...
Why didn't you hang out with Darius? Listen. My fault. It was my fault. I thought that my flight was leaving at 10:14, but I read the second part of the line. My flight actually left at 8 o'clock, so I was 2 hours off my time. It was my fault. I said I would hang out with him, so that was my bad.
Stuff, okay? Because I'm not an asshole, right? So I
Sure.
grabbed a few things, burned them, right? Then I came back in here. This is where I put him to stay, in this Murphy bed right here.
Sure.
And I'm like, all right, let me just pack up his shit. This fucking asshole. Get him the fuck out of my life, right? So I had him stay in this bed, right? I have gloves on. You're gonna see why in a second. I had him stay in here, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's a nice little Murphy bed, right? I made the bed with fresh sheets and everything, hotel sheets, right? Because I'm I'm a nice host, right? So he tried to cover it all up nice. I look underneath.
People are saying there's sex toys in this. Am I allowed to see that on YouTube? Is the Thorpe family unblacklisted now? No, I'm not dealing with them anymore. After the last drug thing, I'm done with them completely. They're on YouTube. Is this video on YouTube? Wasn't there a post showing this was staged? Yeah, the entire thing is staged. Darius didn't bring any of this. Yeah. Moist Critical has sex toys? Okay.
Oh, no.
What the?
Wait.
He's got fucking food on this bed. Some kind of stain. I don't know what the fuck that is. He left the Mexican food I got him right there.
Oh.
What kind of... What? after one day, what kind of guy does that?
Did he piss on the bed, by the way? Chat's speculating that's piss. I don't know. It's not good.
Or something, I don't know, but it's like, after one fucking night, then wait.
Okay, I'm good. Father throws a fucking chair at judge after the driver killed his 2-year-old daughter and her grandparents on Christ. Only 120 hours of community service.
Rond van het voorstaande en gelet op de straffen die doorgaans voor soortgelijke gevallen worden opgelegd, is de rechtbank van oordeel dat aan verdachte een onvoorwaardelijke taakstraf voor de duur van 120 uur, subsidiair 60 dagen hechtenis, dient te worden
Thanks for the picture of the chair. 8 years ago, Jesus. Reddit
Hey everybody,
breaks
how's it
the
going? I hope
law
you're having a lovely day.
to quell protests.
In recent videos, I've been going over how the CEO of Reddit is trying his best to destroy his website and his user base by making sweeping changes to the website, ignoring everybody who is affected by these changes, and rolling them out in the worst way possible. A way that is guaranteed to not only anger the community, but actually bring in less money than he would have made had he simply made this a smooth transition. As a result of these changes, a lot of Reddit users are protesting. They're deleting their posts, they're no longer posting, and in some cases, they're deleting their accounts. They are realizing that Reddit as a website, in and of itself, has no value. The value in Reddit are the people that post content and information, the people that upvote and downvote so that that content is curated so that what's on the front page or at the top of certain subreddits is actually relevant to the user base, and the people that make sure that the website has valuable data. The users are what make Reddit what it is, not the website. So they are deciding to take their content and leave. However, since the CEO of this website, like many Silicon Valley social media CEOs, has a rapist mentality, he is not allowing people to do that. And he's willing to go so far as to violate the law in his state to make a point. This is the story of Thomas Hunter II, a user that posted a video yesterday that is both informative and unfortunate. He says in this video that he has deleted all of his Reddit posts as of June 13th. He is protesting in the way that he knows how, in the way that I suggest many of you do. And he realized a few days later that Reddit restored all of his posts and comments, which was particularly strange. So he submitted a legal request to delete his posts under the CCPA. The CCPA is the California Consumer Privacy Act. And if you wonder why should Reddit follow California's laws, they're headquartered in San Francisco. So he submits a request, and they obviously understand what the CCPA is because there's a drop-down menu on their website for the type of request that you have. He receives a response from Reddit a few days later saying that they will not delete his content. Hello, we would be happy to help you delete your Reddit account if you have one. Before we proceed, please note, posts and comments must be separately deleted before deleting your account. If not separately deleted, the content of the posts and the comments will remain visible and disassociated from any account. If you want your posts and comments removed, follow the instructions on the help page. And when he goes to the help page, he realizes that he has to remove the comments one by one. Now, as I said, Reddit's value is not in the website, it's not in the sysadmins, and it's not in the servers. It is in the people that provide useful content. It is when you show someone how to fix someone. It is when you give someone good advice that helps them in their interpersonal relationships. It is when you give somebody good personal finance advice. It is the information provided by the users that makes the site great. So when you take that information away, it makes Reddit less great. So there is an incentive structure that Reddit has to ensure that it is as difficult as possible for you to remove your data. Again, on my web forum, if I wanted to delete all of a user's posts, it is one click for me, and my forum is much less sophisticated than Reddit. This is not a difficult request to grant, and honestly, it shouldn't be, because again, Reddit chose to be headquartered in a state with the California Consumer Privacy Act, so they kind of have to. So this is what we call malicious compliance. Okay, technically we'll give you the tool to comply. You just have to delete them all one by one. So he decides to write back and tell them that this violates the CCPA. If I understand your response properly, you are refusing to delete the data associated with my account. I believe this is illegal and in violation of the California Consumer Privacy Act. In this case, the onus is on Reddit to delete all the content associated with my account. It's beside the point, but last week I already deleted all the posts and comments with my account, and it seems like Reddit has restored most of the content. It is untenable to demand all users manually delete their content when Reddit itself does not provide a self-serve mechanism to mass delete content. Some users have thousands of posts and millions of comments. And he gives them a reminder that they have about a month left to comply with his request under the law. So he decides, you know what? Screw it. I deleted my stuff. It showed up again. I submitted a request legally, which they ignored. So we are going to now go to the third level, which is he is going to delete every single one of his posts manually, and he records himself doing it a few days later. And this is actually a video, and because he's more considerate than I am to most of you, he doesn't want you to watch an hour-long video of him deleting everything, so he does edit it a little bit, but you get the point. He's literally sitting here deleting every single one of his posts one by one. And after this is all done, he notices that after he's deleted just about everything, there's nothing left. And then a few days later, Reddit has restored all of his posts and comments after he manually deleted them. So let's go over this. He tries to delete his posts. They show up again. That's level 1 of screwed up. He submits a legal request that they are legally required to follow, asking them to remove the data associated with his account. They refuse to follow the law. That's level 2 of screwed up. So he actually manually tries to delete all of his posts, and they reappear anyway. That is level 3 of screwed up. That's not just malicious compliance. We are going to ignore the law.
I feel like it must be like a glitch in the site or something. There's no way that they have like a restore post from people that delete too much thing.
That's we're going to go out of our way to make sure that you don't have any control over your data when you post it to our website in violation of the law, which is beyond bad. Because again, as he says, there are many posts that have personally identifiable information, and they all showed back up again. For instance, his name. At this point, it appears impossible to manually delete posts and comments on Reddit and expect them to stay deleted. By not deleting all posts and comments in an automated way, there is no way to guarantee that no personally identifiable information has been left behind, otherwise known as a Pentium 2. For example, there is one of his posts that has his name in it, and good luck trying to delete that post, or the fact that that name is tied to Nucleoside, which is his Reddit username. There's no guarantee that every single post and comment is free from this information. They must delete comments and posts from an account after receiving a CCPA request, which they refuse to do. And it's very obvious why they refuse to do this. In my opinion, Silicon Valley social media CEOs think like rapists. They have a rapist mentality. We are going to run psychological experiments on our users without informing them. We have that right because we are kings of the world, and as long as it is on page 849 of our EULA in 7-point legalese, I guess it's okay. It doesn't matter. Oh, you should have noticed that we were pouring powder in your drink. Or with Google, where they will save recordings of everything I've said into my phone for over 10 years without me agreeing or consenting to it, and they see nothing wrong with this. Many of these companies believe that it's not your data, it's theirs. It's not your value, it's theirs. It's not your content, it's theirs. It's not just that we get to set...
Okay. I don't care about the Reddit shit at all. Sneeko shows us how to handle a shotgun and blindly trust the owner that it is unloaded.
Nice.
It's not loaded, right? Yeah.
Nope. You can check if you want.
Let me check right now.
Chill.
So would you call it a clip or a magazine?
Jesus.
So.
Oh, fuck. What are the names? Doesn't John Wick use the same type of shotgun? These are so cool. I think they're relatively exotic. Like, they're pretty expensive, aren't they? Somebody said AA-12. Is this the shotgun that he uses in this scene? It's not an AA-12. That's, oh, Keltec. Dan says Keltec. I think it's actually, I think that's true. This. Jesus. Are they really only $500? 12 gauge is $530. Bro, could you could you imagine going trap shooting with a shotgun like this? Damn. What is Sneeko holding it? Is this a Keltec? It is, right? I can't tell actually. I don't know why I'm pretending to even be able to identify this shit. Oh no, wait, it totally is. It is, actually. I am a gun expert. Correct. I'm a god. Wait, is it? It looks like it, right?
So this is a Keltec KSG. This is a 12 gauge pump action shotgun.
Oh, he says it. Fuck me.
Dominate Call of Duty with this gun.
Oh yeah? KSG from
I do it all the time with my Benelli M4. That's another shotgun that John Wick uses, right? That's just a normal pump action, isn't it?
American need PS series on top, but I did actually have to do a little bit of work to this gun to make it an actual M1014.
Oh, he's like modding it.
Modern Warfare 3?
Black Ops 2, the long range
2.
shotgun.
Nice.
It's not loaded, right? Yeah.
Nope. You can check if you want.
Let me check right now.
Chill.
Always remember. Always number one. Remember our 4 rules. Okay. I will. If you learn anything from me about guns, okay. Always assume a handgun is loaded or a firearm is loaded, unless you've checked it yourself. If you hand it to somebody, you get it back. Always recheck it. Okay. Number 1. Number 2. Finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Number 3. Don't point the gun at something you're not willing to destroy. Number 4. Always be aware of what's beyond your target. Okay. Always remember these 4 things. Super important.
So would you call it a clip or a magazine?
So, this would be a magazine.
Okay.
But this is a built-in magazine, so it's already in the entire gun, so you don't need to take it out or nothing like that. That would use.
What's this sight too?
That's just a red dot.
So Sneeko is horrendously breaking the point the gun and other people were, but at least his finger is off the trigger. But he also hasn't cleared the weapon himself either. But
Take it out or nothing like that.
I'm guessing this guy probably just buys guns for fun, and he doesn't actually know much about firearms. Any individual that I've ever seen in my life that regularly handles firearms would probably, at the very least, issue a harsh correction to a person doing this, or would never let them touch a firearm again around them. But
what's this sight too?
That's just a red dot.
Oh, okay.
Unless, hold on, let me qualify that again. I'm sorry, because I got to qualify over and over again. At least in the United States. Maybe in the Middle East or in other countries or wherever the fuck he's at, maybe people point guns at each other for fun, and that's like a thing they do over there. Where I'm from, and in any place I've been in the United States, any range I've been on, any gun owner I've met that's responsible, that's not how they do it. But maybe in other countries, maybe they don't care about shit like that. I don't know. I have no idea.
Just because if you're going to be posting this, you're going to want to have like proper firearm safety and all that.
Yeah.
So just to go over it real quick, keep your finger off of the trigger. Never point the firearm at anything you're not willing to destroy.
Oh.
Well.
And well, I don't know if you're willing to destroy him or not. But yeah, don't point it at people, and also just always treat the gun like it's loaded.
Oh, okay. You got 3 out of 4. All right. 4th one nobody really cares about, but okay.
Like if it was loaded, how would you treat it?
Not pointing it directly at my cameraman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then that would be like a good safety thing to avoid, because there's all kinds of issues where people accidentally shoot, even if they didn't mean to and all that.
The 4th is always be aware of what's beyond your target. So for instance, the 4th one is really important. If you want to go out to the forest and like practice shooting and having fun with friends, don't set up targets where behind that you either don't have like a large hill or something to absorb the bullets. You don't want to set it up somewhere where if a bullet goes like misses a target and flying, you're shooting out into traffic or into people's houses or something like that. So number 4 is like always be aware of what's beyond your target is really important. That's also why people encourage you to have like, for instance, like hollow point rounds are really important for inside combat, because full metal jacket rounds can over penetrate walls and like go in and start killing neighbors and shit. You don't worry about that too, right? Yeah.
So, you know, good safety.
One thing I will say though, I feel very strongly about this for like everybody, you know, whether I'm talking to Nathan about guns or Melina or anybody else, if you're showing people guns, the safety stuff should always come before they Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, 1 second. Destiny, that's covered in the don't point anything you're not willing to destroy rule technically. No, it is absolutely not, because you can point a gun at a target, follow all 3 rules until you're ready to fire, you pull the trigger and shoot at the target, but you set the target up in an irresponsible way. You're not aware of what's beyond the target. That's why the rule number 4 exists, right? But the you should be really, really, really big on gun rules and gun safety before you hand a firearm to a person. I don't like it that people seem to be willing to give guns to people and then they kind of like let them fuck around for a bit and then they tell them the rules. Destiny, a hollow point will go through a wall just as well as an FMJ, but the hollow point will stop in something soft like a person, whereas an FMJ will not. If that's true, I've never heard that before. My understanding is that hollow points have significant trouble penetrating through drywall and shit. I mean, like, it might go through, but it's not going to go through with as much force as an FMJ round. I could be wrong, but I'd heard that repeated so many times. Like, I've never looked up a study on it. But my understanding is because the hollow point is split, as soon as it hits the wall, it's going to, like, break apart, whereas the FMJ round is going to go, it's going to punch right through. But I could be totally wrong on that. Let's check, actually. Hold on, because we talk about guns a lot. Let's figure that out, actually. Will hollow point penetrate as well as FMJ? I don't know what I should search for. Let's check. This is FMJ. I wonder if they do hollow point. Oh, okay. JHP. Usually you'll see hollow point as JHP for, I think, jacketed hollow point.
Know how well a 9mm penetrates everyday objects and materials. For instance, tumble a little bit. The whole expansion doesn't look like. Nice purple. Looks like the 4 or 5.
Okay.
And we're going to see whether or not the 9mm will penetrate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them and go beyond. So let's find out.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at chat.
So let's find out.
Are there regular bullets that are neither FMJ or hollow points? Well, an FMJ round is a regular bullet. That's a full metal. It's a metal bullet, right? Okay. 9mm is the dimension of the bullet. Cartridge is the entire thing. 115 grain. I think that refers to the total weight of the cartridge, which changes based on the amount of gunpowder in the... I don't know what you call the cartridge beyond the bullet, but the thing that holds the gunpowder. I don't know what TPJ stands for. Probably not that. Total polymer jacket. Okay, gotcha. Bronze, so bronze polymer coated. Okay. It's not, yeah, technically you can load the same caliber rounds with more gunpowder. You might call it a hot load. Some people that do their own, they'll call it reloading, is where they take casings and they attach bullets and they load gunpowder into the cartridges on their own or whatever, or they can buy hot loads from other people, which is where you have, you're using more gunpowder than normal to increase the velocity of the round, velocity speed.
So obviously no surprise, went through the first wall. Went through the second wall, looks like the bullet is still basically intact. No expansion, doesn't look like.
Yeah, hot loads I've seen as plus P or plus P plus, maybe, sure. I think I've seen different markings for... It's just the weight of the bullet, not the cartridge. The powder is also measured in grains. Well, wait, when you talk about like 115 grain, like can't you have like 135 grain, like 9mm or whatever? Is that really just the weight of the bullet?
Nice perfect round hole in the third wall. For the fourth wall, maybe we're starting to see the bullet tumble a little bit. The hole's a little bit oblong. And by the fifth wall, it looks like maybe we've started to turn sideways a little bit, but it's still...
Can you explain why you talk out your ass so much? I've literally been working with farms for over 10 years and people always point guns at me. It's harmless. I've only ever been shot 2 times in my life and it was both non-lethal. Like, what are bullets going to teleport into the chamber? Moron based.
Easily came out through the backside. Looks like maybe it was starting to tumble a little bit, but definitely goes through at least 5 layers or 5 interior walls, sheetrock walls. So that's good information to know. All right, so next we're gonna try the PMC. And this is the 124 grain full metal jacket.
So more gunpowder, more speed, more kinetic energy.
So obviously went through the first wall without any problem whatsoever. Easily went through a second wall. Penetrated the third wall. Fourth wall, doesn't look like there's any sign of tumbling. And actually looks like through the fifth wall, it also looks like no tumbling. Looks like a perfectly round hole and a nice round exit hole. Okay, so now we're going to try a Hornady XTP hollow point through the drywalls, and we'll see what happens.
All right, the moment of truth. Destiny claims that hollow points will fragment, tumble, and get fucked before over-penetrating hardcore through drywall. The other chatter says it penetrates about as well as jacketed hollow points. Let's see what happens. Here we go. How far through will it go?
Surprise. Actually looks like maybe it got a little bit of expansion even by the time it hit the second wall. The hole's definitely bigger than the first two holes. Actually even have some fragments here. That's kind of interesting. Not bullet fragments necessarily, but something.
The KSG, the shotgun he's holding, he needs to pump it to clear any possible chambered shell. Sure. Part of responsibly clearing any firearm has you doing a magazine check and cycling the action at least once with an empty mag in order to make sure it's clear, right?
Bigger hole. And looks like it's an even bigger hole going through the fifth wall.
Damn. Okay, well, most of the chatters were on my side. Most of the chatters have been exposed as being incorrect. It seems like a jacketed hollow point does penetrate hardcore through at least drywall.
Definitely the biggest exit hole yet with the XTP hollow point, so I think it goes to show you certainly want to shoot hollow points in most instances for self-defense. So for fun, we're going to shoot one of the XTP hollow points through the drywall, and we have a big, thick, multiply folded moving blanket on the other side, and we're going to see if we can capture one of the hollow points, see what it looks like. Knock the blanket over, let's see if we can find a bullet. So it looks like we found the bullet, and it easily went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it actually still poked a hole in 6, just almost 7 layers of moving blanket.
The point is that hollow point penetrates through your targets and then continue past it? No. There's two things going on with hollow point rounds for why you shoot hollow points at people rather than a full metal jacket round. If you fire an FMJ round and it penetrates through a thing entirely, then there's two things that are happening. One, the wound that you've created is only a single channel. It's just like a straight line going through somebody. And two, as the bullet leaves the body, there's a whole bunch of kinetic energy that's still in that bullet that didn't get transferred to the person, right? The first part of that is a really big deal. The second part of that is not as much a big deal. With a jacketed hollow point, the idea is basically that when you fire the bullet at a person, as soon as it enters the body, it splits up and it creates multiple wound channels, number one. And then number two is you're transferring the full amount of kinetic force from this round through multiple wound channels into a person's body. This is why hollow points are preferred to kill people or to take people down versus a full metal jacket round, which might shoot and cut clean through a person's body, in which case the actual damage is far, far, far less.
After going through 5 mock-up interior walls.
I'm sorry, hollow points mushroom out, not fragment. My bad, I'll use that. There's like ballistic gels where you can see the difference between the expansion of the round versus...
I'll go check that tree.
I don't think we're gonna see it here. To be fair, this guy used a fucking carbine instead of a pistol. Actually, that is true. Actually, true. That's true. What I wonder if a pistol shooting hollow points into a wall will overpenetrate. Maybe we need to keep investigating. This doesn't show us anything. There's a very clear and very nice ballistic gel that will show you exactly how Hollow points also have one channel. They're just bigger cavitation holes. You're thinking of something like a rip round, which no one actually uses. I thought that the ideal for the hollow point rounds was for the, I don't know if you call them phalanges or whatever. I thought the point of the hollow rounds was eventually you did want those to break off and create separate wound channels. Is it really just a larger wound channel? Okay. Hollow point into ballistic gel. And food.
Ready? Yep.
Oh, maybe not. Okay, never mind. I guess nothing breaks off at all. It's pronounced carbine, not carbine. Carbine?
Make ready.
Wait, is it really? I've said carbine my whole life.
Fire on you, Cameron. Cool.
What's your favorite handgun? The one that I fuck your mom with.
Cool. Eyes and ears, unsuppressed. Go ahead and load, shoot on you, Cameron.
Haha, you said the meme again. The article says grain weight has nothing to do with the amount of gunpowder in a cartridge. The grain weight is used to measure the mass of a piece of ammunition. Measuring in grain is a measure to describe the mass of a cartridge projectile. These measurements of mass help determine the correct size of ammo to use for specific shooting purposes. Some people connect the reference to grain weight to measure between grains and gunpowder. Wait, really? Maybe I just know nothing. Plus P ammunition. That's partially true. Grain is measured for both bullet weight and load volume. You need to use context to know which it means. Because I thought, didn't that guy say he was shooting 100? I think standard 9mm is 115 grain, right? But you can get, wasn't the other guy shooting, was it 124? So when you say 115 grain, is this literally only measuring, is it the bullet, the entire cartridge plus the gunpowder, or? .124 grain is the bullet weight. Oh. Maybe the idea is if you're using 124 grain bullet, you necessarily have more gunpowder to shoot the ammo, maybe? Overpressure ammunition is small ammunition that has been loaded to produce a higher total pressure when fired than a standard for ammunition of its caliber, but less than the pressure generated by a proof round. Proof round, that must be like the round they fired to make sure a gun is good or something. A proof mark is a mark generally takes the form of a stamp that makes an impression on the metal. Since proof marks are unique and nearly universal, they are often used to uniquely identify firearms. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Unless you're talking to a Spurg who reloads, you likely won't see a grain weight for the load because there's different powder types with burn rates that change. So just giving you a powder weight won't give you a good picture to compare on its own. Interesting. Please watch this. Okay, hold on. I don't want to talk about guns for the rest of the fucking stream, okay?
Oh, hey guys, didn't see you there. Probably didn't see me either. Could have killed me, but I guess you don't know which guns are going to do that because we haven't gotten through the video yet. Which guns are going to penetrate the most through drywall? This has been a topic of debate that's been talked about for a long time. Well, which one's going to be effective enough to put down a home intruder, whether that be at all? Next up, we have a normal hollow point right here. We have a MHP, and hopefully that like stops it somehow. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think that did a damn thing. No, that didn't care. Okay, so we now have 4 layers of drywall. I do want to be clear. we do have studs right here where the screws are. This is built specifically to code and everything. But 4 layers of drywall, MHP, there is a chance it's going to deviate and hit a stud, and I think that has the best chance of stopping it.
Wait, what? This sounds wait, no, this sounds horrible. Wow, thanks, Huck. Two v 2v2. Wait, 2v2v2v2. Oh god, a cart. Oh no. Automatically fire Blitzcrank hook every 12 seconds. What?
Because wood is hard. Yeah, we're trying to just go through drywall
Oh yeah.
for right now. Because I think wood has a really good chance of stopping it.
I mean, wood always stops certain things. No, that didn't work.
That's too late. That's not going anywhere. That joke is in there. All right, guys, you ready? Exit. All the way through, man. Maybe the really fast rifle rounds will break up in the drywall. Okay, next up, the most famous weapon, 1911 45. Here we go. Entrance, exit, entrance, exit, entrance, exit. Well, the 45's got that dog in them. Shotguns.
Shotguns.
Shotguns. So we have 2 different rounds we're gonna try. We have Federal Flight Control, Horny Critical Defense, same thing pretty much, and then we have a Sabo Slug.
Is this a Benelli shotgun? This thing here?
I think maybe the buckshot has a chance of stopping him.
Are donations on? I have them paused right now. Stay mad. Benelli, not Bonelli. It's a 1301. Remy or Mossberg. Beretta 1301. Gotcha. I'm assuming Chowder's right. I'm just taking your word for it. Doesn't look like it, but if you say so.
In the drywall.
I think it does.
What do you think, Micah?
Are we doing birdshot?
No.
Birdshot? No, we're not doing birdshot. Who the fuck
Buzz?
uses
Doing birdshot for
uses
self-defense?
birdshot for home defense?
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Okay, here we go with the Federal Flight Control.
Jesus.
That was,
Oh, it's a TAC version they're using. Gotcha.
I think. That's.
What do you guys think of taking shotguns with slugs to a range? Because I've noticed that like a lot of ranges won't let you fire buckshot or birdshot. I don't think. Is it fun? Is it even fun to fire slugs through a shotgun? Like at a range, is that like a fun experience or?
Yeah, that buckshot didn't give a fuck. We got about 3 pellets that made it to the back target. I do want to note that one of the pellets did get stopped by a stud right here. So we have 1 pellet that was stopped in the 4th drywall.
Am I in heaven? I think that as like the world kind of like tilts like through the seasons, like back and forth, I think that sun slightly changes positions behind me. So as we're in summer, the sun is in a weird spot. One thing that I'm thinking of doing, if you think rifles are fun, then slugs are fun. Well, rifles are way easier to fire than I imagine a shotgun with a slug in it. One thing that I'm considering doing right now is I might do this tonight. I might move my desk and change my whole setup so that we're more this way, with the camera shooting back into the corner there rather than shooting with this, because I have so little control over the image behind me because of the sun, because of Melina or people being back there, because of everything. So I don't know if is there a person here? Only your mom in my bedroom waiting for me to go say hi to her. Ooh, yeah.
So
there was actually, no, you didn't see it. There was another pellet that got stopped by another stud.
Oh, cool.
Right here.
Thanks. Next up, we have a slug. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yep, straight through. Hey, this is really cool. Come look at this. you can actually see the rifling on the slug. Whoa! And the wall.
Oh,
How
dang.
neat.
Jesus.
I've been GT forever. Straight through the neighbor's house. And then, holy shit, still enough energy to go through the target. We have what a lot of people use, I know I do, a short-barreled 5.56.
Yeah, I mean, that's very rational.
Yeah, so we have an FMJ in here. We have 2 other rounds we'll try. We'll try a VMAX and we'll try a 77 grain.
Perfect.
And I'm guessing, here we go.
If you were to pull out a gun in a self-defense situation, nope.
Go. Actually, hold on.
Was that the VMAX first?
No, it's the FMJ.
FMJ?
So it looks like its course got diverted. Come look at this. So it was traveling sideways by the second drywall, and then it went off course.
What do you think about manual safety versus no manual safety on concealed carry guns? I feel like the safety should be you need to have a concealed carry holster that has a hard cover over the trigger, is what I would say. I don't think I would ever want to conceal carry a gun with a safety. I realized that I spent like 10 minutes trying to get my my M&P shield to shoot when I went to the range with it last. I didn't realize that gun has a manual safety on it. There was a trigger next to the thing, but I didn't know it was the actual fucking safety, but yeah, yikes. But yeah, you get a holster with like a hard thing to cover the trigger, but I feel like concealed carrying a gun and having the safety on seems to be kind of scary with me. The holster is really important there.
I'm thinking, let's try to shoot a little bit more center. Maybe we're onto something here. Yeah. Round 2, FMJ.
That SIG you bought is ugly, changed my mind. Oh, you gotta shoot with it, dude. The next time you're in town. You think this is an ugly gun? This gun is beautiful. You're out of pocket. You're absolutely out of pocket. This is a beautiful pistol, and it shoots like butter. It shoots. This is my favorite range gun. Oh my God. Even shooting for a little bit with it. Oh.
Enter and exit.
The only downside is the magazine is literally 8 rounds, which is wild, but.
Enter, exit, enter, exit, enter, exit. Sideways, the round destabilized, and exit. This range is pretty big, Micah. You know what's great? Now we have the CF Moto utility vehicles. We want to give a big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel and helping us out. Can't thank them enough because there's a lot of land to walk around on and it gets extremely tiring.
You have the worst SIG pistols? Well, what else do you want me to get, dude? Damn. I only have 2, I think. I got a concealed carry one, the P365 with the internal sight, which is questionable. Bro, I don't think this is a real thing. I'll probably get like a red dot put on this. It's not even a P365. It's like a P365 SAS. Trying to get back on target with this internal sight is actually impossible. I took this thing to the range and I'm like sitting here for like fucking 5 minutes, like trying to find the fucking, fuck this shit. No shot. I don't believe people practice with this and get good with it. I don't believe it. This is some shit like I want to shoot the guy who's literally like 1 foot in front of me. Fuck that. But the M&P shield is nice. But I think putting an actual sight on that would be maybe fun.
It's a fact, right, Micah?
You got tired of hearing me complain about it, didn't you?
No, not at all. I never get tired of you. Next up, VMAX. This is a varmint.
Okay, we played his ad. That one Jewish girl, that sounded really weird. The Jew pro-life girl might come on and chat soon, maybe. Want to get a Glock 17 with a I have a Glock 17. I don't have a trigger safety on. Fuck that. Thoughts on Russia? Not very cool. Oh, wait. How do we... Okay, we need to get through these videos. Hold on. I keep clicking more shit. P365 XL is goated for a daily carry. 365 XL. Oh, it's got real sights on it. How big is this compared to... The fuck are all the differences? What are these, like graphics cards now? Jesus. Sorry. What, does he have a fucking machete? Or what is that? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not even a machete. This looks like Cloud's Buster Sword. Jesus. Nice discipline, though. Guy shows his gun, he pulls it out, ready to fire. Doesn't shoot the guy. Guy backs off. Good job. How about a conversation with Bernardo Castrop? I have no idea who that is. Maybe. What else was going on here?
Yeah. Good safety measure.
We'll put that part before the aiming at the.
Yeah. Good safety measure.
We'll put that part before the aiming at the.
Yeah. So you just open that up, and then you can open it.
Okay.
So if you want to try that out.
For all these Islamophobes that are coming through.
Yeah. These ones have. This one, the shotgun is actually unique in that it has 2 magazine tubes, so it can hold twice as many rounds as a normal shotgun.
Oh yeah. I love this sound. Man.
Yeah.
Huh? Islamophobes?
What you say?
What?
Jihad? No, I'm kidding. Okay, you want to go do quick shooting real quick?
Yeah.
Shoot outside.
Oh, this is a shoot?
Yeah, might as well.
I just call every World War II long rifle like this. I call them all Mosins because they all look the same to me. It even has like a bayonet at the end, like the Mosin as well.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody in chat said Lee Enfield.
Shoot outside.
Oh, this is a shoot?
Yeah, might as well. It's alright.
Are you serious?
You can just shoot.
Oh, it's actually a Car 98K.
Like into the garage. See? There's the bullet. Right there.
Oh shit.
Wait,
Right
no
here?
shot. Is he just shooting into
I'm
the...
shooting by the way, so just okay. Bumbleclaw.
It's a blank bullet.
Oh, Jesus.
Got him. You can check it just by taking the mag out and putting it back in the charging.
This is obviously an AK-47. I have no idea.
Maybe a quick tour of like the brief. I know it's gonna take.
Isn't it pronounced moisten? I have heard it pronounced that way. I don't know what the actual correct, if there's like an official pronunciation. It might be based on language and all that shit too, maybe.
Hours to explain everything here.
You don't want to record the tour?
We are recording.
Okay.
So you have a long history of having these types of debates. And
I mean, at that time, I wasn't trying to debate. I just wanted to learn.
You just wanted to know.
Yeah.
You're just genuinely curious.
My Bible, used to find me the Bible.
You know the Bible more than most Christians. If you see the way this is marked up, this was
So this is the Bible I used to use for my own study.
Have you ever fucking fired a Mosin? Yeah, I have one, but it's in Nebraska. I didn't bring it with me because I don't know how the fuck to transport a rifle.
Okay, it's 8:30 p.m. We're in San Diego. We're about to go to the masjid, and there's a.
Oh, interesting. San Diego. Is that in Qatar or the UAE or? Destiny knows better than to transport a gun across state lines. Wait, is that illegal? No shot. I thought as long as the ammunition is separated, you get it a hard case. I thought you were okay to do that, no? You can fly with your gun? TSA will only let you fly with firearms if they're in a hard-sided, double hard-sided case that is completely closed by a lock. I don't have a big enough case for a Mosin. I feel like the cost for a case would probably be more than the cost of that gun. Or you can ship it to somebody that has an FFL, but I don't want to do that. It's Qatar, not Qatar. I have honest to God heard so many pronunciations. I don't know. It looks like it would be Qatar, but I feel like I've had people from the Middle East correct me and say, no, we just say Qatar. So I don't know. Don't know, don't care. No one cares about that country anyway, okay? This is the bullet that splits apart, that isn't rip rounds.
Which is kind of a standard velocity load. This is what the basic round looks like here. The Ojai is pretty pointed, so it has good feeding. We have had 0 feeding issues testing this in all kinds of guns. And what the bullet's designed to do is about 1.5 inches to...
I'm good. Glock 16 is a superior handgun. Good sights, perfect size for conceal, versatile magwell, 9mm, and trigger safety. Wow. Wow. I don't know what I'm reading, but okay. I've never seen or fired a Glock 16 in my life. Okay, I think that abortion lady's gonna come on. We're gonna chat. Go shoot a Kimber Raptor 2. It sounds like the name of a 45. Oh, it's a full-size 1911. Oh, yes. I am over 21. Wow, cool. Would you ever get a USP 45 with a silencer? True, I need to buy more anime and video game guns. I'm not even trying right now. Wait, let me get this Discord thing set up. Hold on. Or actually, wait, I don't even know if I'll do camera. Fuck this person. I'm 19 years old, active in the US military, and it's pronounced Qatar. I've been deployed to and through Qatar quite a bit. Only noobs call it Qatar. Ooh. Ooh. Burned. Jesus Christ. What is this? $7,000? $6,500? What the fuck is this abomination of a firearm? It looks like a fucking Gundam wing model. John Wick 4 gun. Jesus. Wait, what is this? Oh. You guys are so mean. Thoughts on revolvers? Ever seen Revolver, Revolving, Ocelot, Ocelot? I don't care about revolvers. I don't know if I'll ever buy any. Seem lame. Or I shouldn't say they seem lame. I'm sorry. I just personally don't have any interest in them. Personally, I have morals, so I would never buy that gun. But if you want to buy that gun, because you're a brokey, then I totally get it. But I'm not judging you for it. Okay, there's my pokey response. How do you feel about the ATF pistol brace, man? Bro, I could just be retarded, but I feel like all of the gun mod stuff that's banned just feels so fucking stupid. Like, pistol brace bans seem dumb. The ban for, like, I don't think you're allowed to put a forward grip on a... Is it that you can't put a forward grip on a pistol carbine? There's like a lot of like weird, random, stupid rules for what you can attach to guns. I don't know, like, it just seems stupid. Ever thought of getting with air pistols? I don't know if I get an air pistol. I would probably get some kind of pistol carbine. Maybe in the future, we'll see. What do you think about bump stock bans? Bump stock ban is probably okay. If fully auto firearms are banned, we should probably ban bump stocks. What's a gun mod ban you'd support? The nuclear barrel ban. Okay. Have you ever shot an AK? Honestly, I don't know if I have actually. Okay, I just finished my cap. My no cap. Get it? Cap. No cap. Capstone. Oh boy. Hello. Hey, what's up?
Well, Jim, what's going on?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I just got back from the doctor, like I told you.
Cool. Well, how was your doctor visit? Was it exciting?
Super exciting. They told me I have a virus, which is super cool to hear.
Well, that's exciting. Hopefully you're gonna make a full recovery, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Okay, introduce yourself. For the audience is dying to know who you are.
Hi, my name is Ayala Eisenberg. I am on Twitter at ProLifeUS and also on Instagram. And I recently did my second Jubilee Middle Ground talking about abortion, which is how Destiny came to be my #1 fan.
Awesome. True. So you were tweeting about me recently. You seemed fairly upset. Do you want to catch us up on what's going on with that?
I mean, I wouldn't say I was upset. I make tweets. Like, that's what I do. I'm basically a professional tweeter. You did some kind of podcast with Lila Rose and Kristen Hawkins, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were a couple things that I commented on. There were 2 clips that I saw of you from this, like, real asshole. The guy who posted those clips was just such a dickhead. But he posted a clip of you saying, like, to call a fetus a person is like to call a nut a tree. And then you there was another clip where you said, like, according to pro-life logic, like, miscarriages would be the same as leaving an infant to starve, and everybody was really upset about that. And that was basically the 2 things that I said something about.
Okay, well, where do you want to start? Which one of those do you want to start with?
I feel like we've already talked a little bit about the first one. Yeah.
Wait, what was the first one again? The part about it not end up being a tree?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. We had like a back and forth about that on Twitter, but we haven't talked about the second one.
Okay. Well, we can talk about the second one if you want.
Sure. One of your orbiters has already got into it with me over that one, so.
Okay, then that means you should be even more prepared for the conversation, huh?
I don't think you could be more prepared for a conversation about miscarriages than, like, having had multiple. So yeah, I would say that I'm prepared to have a conversation about the reality of miscarriage.
Sure, we can talk about it, but I don't think having a miscarriage means you necessarily know anything about a miscarriage. You can literally have a miscarriage without even knowing you're pregnant or that you miscarried, but sure, okay, well, where do you want to start? Do you want me to open my argument, or do you want to give me your pushback against my argument?
I mean, go ahead. I don't want to take what you said out of context or misconstrue what you said. So I'd appreciate you telling me, like, exactly what you meant by that, and I don't, like, want to put words in your mouth or anything.
Yeah, sure. So basically, if we're considering fetuses to be human persons' lives that ought to be defended and endowed with all the same rights as, like, a baby, then in my opinion, we should be taking way more aggressive steps to limit the amount of miscarriages that are happening with women that are having sex. So I don't know if that would mean that if you have sex, you immediately have to check into a facility somewhere, or you're like, we outlaw sex without using a ton of protection firsthand or whatever. But we have to do something to be very, very, very aggressive to help with the massive amount of early, like, first trimester or early weeks miscarriages that are happening without people even realizing it. Because it's possibly, like, the greatest loss of life that's occurring worldwide right now.
So, like, at the highest estimates, like, about 20% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. It's 10 to 20% of pregnancies. So I guess what you were saying in the clip, again, correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying we would, according to pro-life logic, need to check women into hospitals as soon as they have sex so that we can monitor whether or not they get pregnant. And then if they are pregnant, we have to keep them there and make sure that they're healthy. Is that what you said?
Something to make people aware that they're pregnant early on, and then take really aggressive steps to limit the likelihood of a miscarriage. Yes.
Just like we do with born children, right? Like how we permanently hospitalize them to make sure that they don't die of any illness.
I mean, you do hospitalize them early on if you're at risk for illness. So I have a son who was hospitalized early on.
You don't hospitalize all children.
I didn't say you hospitalize all children, but if it is the case that 1 out of 5 pregnancies are ending in miscarriage, and maybe even more, and women just aren't aware of it, it seems like we should be taking really aggressive steps to correct for those early miscarriages, right? Because if that's true, that means more children have died from miscarriage than have died from abortion, right?
Well, do you know what a miscarriage is? Like, explain to me what you think a miscarriage is and why you think miscarriages happen.
I imagine there's probably tons of different reasons why miscarriages happen. There's probably a lot of different types of miscarriages. I'm sure that there are some miscarriages that happen because of, for some reason, implantation doesn't happen. I'm sure there are some miscarriages that happen because of genetic coding issues in the early days of the zygote splitting apart. I'm sure there are probably miscarriages that happen because of the condition of the mother being unaware that she's pregnant. There's probably a ton of reasons why miscarriages happen. I don't know them all. I can look it up on Wikipedia if you want me to.
So I'll explain it to you because I actually do know this. Most miscarriages happen, like a majority of miscarriages happen, because there's genetic chromosomal issues with the embryo when it's first developing, and it just physically cannot grow and develop properly. So a majority of miscarriages are not preventable. There's nothing that you can do. It's just because of the way that the DNA came together, it wasn't formed properly. And the other miscarriages that aren't because of that, which, I mean, again, like, we're talking about things like bifurcated uteruses. So like the way a woman's uterus is physically formed, like her uterus is shaped in such a way that it's difficult for her body to stay pregnant and for implantation to happen properly. There's women who are like chronically underweight, or they have some kind of chronic illness that makes it difficult for their body to deal with pregnancy. But it's really not something like there's almost like 0% of miscarriages that are happening because women aren't like getting the proper nutrients, or because women work out. Like somebody like the guy who posted that clip was basically arguing like women who work out and have miscarriages because of that. And I think there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around why miscarriages happen. And I think that's really dangerous, and it contributes to this culture of stigma that we have around child loss. But I want to make it very clear that like a majority of miscarriages we can't do anything about, and miscarriages it's in no way a woman's fault when she has a miscarriage. Like, you can almost guarantee that the reason she had it was not something she had any control over.
Okay, that might be the case. I'm looking up and I'm seeing about 50% of miscarriages are associated with extra or missing chromosomes. Most often, this is from the Mayo Clinic. I guess we could bump that number up more if you wanted to, but let's say that I grant all of this. Let's say that it's because of chromosomal abnormalities that miscarriages are happening because of this reason. Let's say I increase that from 50 to 100% or 99%. Wouldn't we then say that since we have the technology to do like in vitro fertilization and stuff, shouldn't we be using alternative methods of conception that might have a lower risk of these genetic abnormalities happening? Or
you think IVF has a lower risk of abnormalities than normal
I don't know, I'm
sex?
asking, does it?
I am under the impression that it doesn't. In fact, it's a very common thing for IVF conceived babies to be discarded because they have genetic abnormalities, because there's issues that happen with the way that they're created in a lab.
I don't
That's
know.
a common pro-life argument against IVF, is because there is a significant number of embryos that are simply discarded and destroyed because they have genetic abnormalities.
Gotcha. Let's see. I don't know much about IVF. Let me check. For women over 35, oh, that's a different thing. Oh, and then also here's I'll shoot you this. I haven't done too much digging into this before. These are all kind of peripheral abortion arguments, but this seems to say that the results of this were the potentially modifiable pre-pregnant risk factors associated with increased miscarriage risk were age of 30 years or more, at conception, underweight, and obesity. During pregnancy, the modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. We estimate that 25.2% of the miscarriages might be prevented by reduction of all these risk factors to low levels. Modification of risk factors acting before and during pregnancy could lead to prevention of 14.7% and 12.5% respectively of all miscarriages. Do you think if you could prevent 10 to 20% of miscarriages, do you think that would be worth taking aggressive steps early on after sexual activity to try to, I guess, like mitigate that risk?
I mean, it depends what you mean by aggressive steps, right? So, like, you can definitely inform women much better about, like, what causes miscarriages, like, what their risk is for a miscarriage. Because I think that a lot of OBGYNs just don't take the time to do that properly and have those conversations. But I think there's a difference, right, in saying that you're not allowed to kill somebody versus the government stepping in and telling you that you have to take every precaution conceivable to make sure that your child doesn't die. Because
I disagree on some of this.
With born children, there's a lot of things that could cause a child to die. Obviously, again, with miscarriage, it's overwhelmingly things that are not preventable. But with born children, the government doesn't have the authority to come into your house and bubble wrap every surface and take these extreme measures like hospitalizing your child constantly to monitor their health, that's not something that you can demand of people, right? But you can demand that people don't kill their children.
Yeah, we don't have to take it all the way. So, like, for instance, my understanding is that if you let your child starve to death, you would probably be in big trouble by the government. I don't know if you would catch a murder charge for that, but I know that you can have significant penalties. I know that, like, parents, I haven't seen the details, but I know there were parents that were charged with murder recently because their 17-year-old child was killed, or not was killed, wasn't killed, I'm sorry, but they died due to neglect. I'd have to look at the details of that. But sometimes people who are pro-life try to draw this big distinction between allowing harm and doing harm. But I think in some cases we would recognize that there's not much of a difference, right? Like if I had a 6-month-old child, I set it down and I didn't feed it for 2 weeks, nobody would say like, okay, well, you didn't kill him because it's not like you actively did something to him, you just let them die. I don't think people would see as much of a distinction there.
I mean, sure, but like that's not what a miscarriage is, right? So like if you are pregnant, you are feeding your baby. You would not yourself be alive if you were not feeding your baby while you're pregnant. You might not be getting all of the possible essential nutrients, but like generally speaking, you are feeding your baby. And the body is incredibly resilient, right? Human beings are incredibly resilient. So even with these issues, like if you weren't eating enough while pregnant, that's not usually going to cause your baby to die. That's not something that's happening. Again, miscarriages are happening because of these mostly issues that we can't really do anything about. Like even with modern medical technology, these are things that are fundamental to pregnancy, and it's just a part of life.
But it seems like
sometimes people die. Sometimes people die. That's not the same thing as killing people, though, is it?
Sure, but if babies are dying, usually we would take really aggressive steps to limit the number of babies dying.
If we can do anything about it, yeah, sure. But we're talking about things that we physically cannot do anything about.
Yeah, but if it was the case that like 20% of miscarriages could be prevented, then wouldn't we want to aggressively do something to ensure? Because how many pregnancies are there, right? In a given.
Well, what exactly are you suggesting we do to prevent those miscarriages?
I don't know. It could be aggressive dieting plans. It could be restricting the type of people that are allowed to get pregnant, depending on likelihood for miscarriage.
So eugenics? You want us to do eugenics?
I think if anything, I think if anything. I mean, you could view this as eugenics, or you could view this as the opposite of eugenics, technically. Because if you're the one that's viewing a fetus as a life, arguably you saying that anybody should be able to have kids when some people are more likely to murder children over and over again by engaging in sexual behavior that they know has a high likelihood of causing a miscarriage. You could argue in a roundabout way that that's kind of a form of eugenics. But
yeah, again, that's not what murder is. It's not murder to have a child die outside of your control. That's still not what murder is.
Sure. Let's say. Well, here's hypothetical. Let's say.
It is not. Okay, I am not arguing. Yeah, we are going to do this. I'm not arguing that people who have, for example, like chronic health conditions and severe like disabilities that they have like they're carriers for. I don't think those people should be prevented from having sex and conceiving children just because their child could possibly inherit that could have inherit the condition. Excuse me, and that child could die. My cat just bit my leg, and I don't think that this eugenics program is the same thing as saying you're not allowed to kill people. Like, I think that eugenics is the opposite of the pro-life ideology. Like, Margaret Sanger made that very clear. Eugenics is a very pro-abortion stance. And I don't think that limiting the amount of life we're allowed to bring into the world based off of how they could possibly maybe die because of all the things that could go wrong with their genetics, these pre-existing conditions, like that's not even remotely the same thing as saying do not actively directly kill somebody by ripping their limbs apart, by suctioning them out of their mother's body into a vacuum. I think that that's completely different.
So when you say it would never be ethical to limit life coming into the world, do you think it would be unethical to bring a child into the world if you knew for a fact that it would starve to death in the first 2 weeks because you don't have food to feed it or the mother?
What do you mean?
What part of that didn't you understand?
So you're asking me would it be ethical for you as a mother to give birth?
Yeah, let's say that you knew for a fact that you wouldn't be able to feed a child for 2 weeks coming into the world. Would it be ethical for you to bring that child into life knowing that it's going to starve to death in 2 weeks?
As opposed to, I mean, at that point, you are close to giving birth if you know that somehow. So you would be going into a late-term abortion procedure, which would involve injecting that child with potassium chloride, which is the same chemical we execute death row inmates with, by the way, and it's incredibly painful. And then ripping that child apart limb by limb, right? With no anesthetics, like nothing numbing the pain for that child. That child can absolutely feel that pain, and it's excruciating. You think that would be a better solution? Because that's what we're talking about here,
No,
right?
that's not what I asked.
we're talking
Literally
about.
not what I asked
Yeah.
at all. It's literally not what we're talking about. I asked a really simple question. I said, would it be ethical to bring a child into this world knowing that you couldn't feed it? The alternative might be, for instance, not getting pregnant. I'm challenging you because one of the statements you gave was that it's not ethical to limit life. Let me, real quick. The reason why I'm providing this challenge is because I know that a lot of people like to wield around the word eugenics as some scary thing, but I'm not going to get scared off just because you're screaming eugenics at me. So my question is, and I'll repeat it, is would it be ethical to bring a child into the world knowing that it could starve to death in 2 weeks because you don't have the food to feed it? I'm challenging your idea that it's never ethical to limit life coming into the world.
It would be better to not get pregnant if you knew that you couldn't provide for a child.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a reason to murder that child, because that's what we're talking about. Like, abortion.
We're not talking about murder at all.
an-
Not even close to that. We're not even talking about abortion right now.
yeah.
No, we're not even
Yes,
talking
we
about
are.
abortion right
So,
now.
yes,
I'm
we are. This is a
challenging your statement.
conversation about
You
abortion.
said that you didn't like this eugenics idea that it's ethical to limit life coming into the world.
Because you were literally talking about
Uh-huh.
whether or not we should implement a eugenics program where the government tells people with disabilities and chronic conditions that they shouldn't try to have children because those children might have a higher chance of dying. And that is eugenics, Destiny. And I don't appreciate you saying that I'm using that word in a way to, like, I'm trying to scare you or something. That's literally what you are describing. So let's be very clear about what we're talking about right now. You are describing eugenics, and I'm telling you that eugenics is wrong.
That's fine that you believe that, but a lot of people
I don't
are
understand
gonna.
why you're comparing
Uh-huh.
not telling people who might give a genetic condition to their child that limits that child's life. I don't understand why you're comparing people who have chronic conditions having children to women giving birth knowing their baby's going to starve to death in a week. And I don't see what any of this has to do with the direct murder of human beings, which is what abortion is.
Gotcha. Okay. So typically, if you're having a discussion around a really complicated moral issue, usually you're trying to go piece by piece to figure out what the other person's stated position is, right? You said a lot of things that I don't think you agree with, and that's what I'm testing. So for instance, one of the things you said was it's never ethical to limit life coming into the world, and I challenged you on that, and it seems like you agree that there might be cases where it's ethical to limit life coming into the world. So since we agree that it is ethical, now it's a matter of finding out when it's ethical and when it's not. I'm just testing because a lot of the times when I have debates with people over moral issues, they will try to steamroll with like 5 or 10 different moral statements, but when you start to break those apart individually, they don't actually feel that strongly about them. They just kind of hope that you take all 5 or 10 of them at once and assume that you have an overwhelming amount of evidence for your position. So that's why I'm asking.
I can assure you that I do feel very strongly about eugenics, Stephen.
So do you think that eugenics is always wrong?
What do you mean by eugenics?
Well, what do you
I
mean
feel
by
like what
eugenics?
I'm-
Well, tell
I
me
feel
what
like
you mean by
I'm-
eugenics. Go ahead.
What I'm saying, I feel like what I'm talking about eugenics might be different from what you mean when you're talking about eugenics, because you seem to agree with it. So tell me, what do you think eugenics means?
Do you want me to give my definition first? Or you want to give your definition?
I'm asking you for your definition.
On my definition, on the broadest level, eugenics seems to be doing something to try to encourage or discourage certain types of people from reproducing, like a very, very broad sense.
Fine. Let's work with that definition.
Okay. Do you think it's always wrong to discourage certain types of people from having children or from having certain children born?
It depends what you mean by discourage. If you're talking about the government coming in and telling people who can and cannot have children, I think that is wrong.
Sure. Okay. So we're not talking about the government right now. Let's just talk morally. Do you think that it might...
I'm not interested in having a conversation about my personal feelings about these things. I'm talking about what I think the government should be allowed to do about these things.
Okay, but what is law and government policy if not downstream from our personal ethical convictions? That's literally where law and policy comes from.
There is a difference between what I think might be moral or ethical and what the government is allowed to do with that, right?
Sure, but I generally think that your prescription here is going to follow from your moral ethical points. I'm just curious on your individual moral or ethical idea, because you said eugenics is always wrong. You didn't say it should be illegal or outlawed or it shouldn't be government enforced. You said it's wrong. So I'm just curious if you actually believe that.
Using my definition of eugenics, which is directly tied to governments going out of their way to fund and to facilitate eugenics programs, because that's how eugenics has functioned, right, in modern history. The government has funded these programs and they have encouraged these programs. I want to be really clear right now that I think the government having eugenics programs is wrong. And I hope that you would agree with me.
Do you? Well, it depends on how you define eugenics. How do you define eugenics?
We're working with your definition.
Okay,
so,
then I would say
I don't
I don't think it's always wrong then. No, I don't.
Okay, why?
Because there might be certain types of children that you want to avoid bringing into the world for a variety of reasons. For instance, I think in a lot of European countries, I could be wrong, I thought this in Scandinavia, you can test in the womb for if a child might have Down syndrome, and some people might prefer to abort those children rather than carry them to term and then go through that in life. I think that if you're able to identify that at an incredibly early age, I don't think an abortion there would necessarily be a bad thing. I think that might be an ethical form of eugenics, perhaps.
You think it's ethical to kill children with Down syndrome before they are born, even though Down syndrome is not like a life-limiting condition. Like, it's not going to threaten your physical health to have Down syndrome.
No,
it's
but it
just
destroys
a
and degrades the
disability.
quality of life of every single person around you.
And you're saying that we get to decide that for that person.
Well, I mean, I can only do it statistically speaking. Like, but I'm sure there might be some people that are really happy to have a Down syndrome child, but
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of activists who have Down syndrome who are talking about the situations in these countries right now where Iceland, there's nobody with Down syndrome in Iceland. Like, no new babies being born with Down syndrome because they all get aborted. And these people have come out and said that it's wrong to kill somebody and to decide for them that it's better to be dead than to have Down syndrome. I think that's a bad statement. Would you agree with me?
say that again?
That it's better to be dead than to have Down syndrome? Do you think that's a fair statement?
Well, no, we're not talking about whether you should be dead. We're talking about whether you should
Because
be...
that's what an abortion does. Abortions kill
Oh, I'm sorry. I
people.
thought I was going to get
It
to
is
finish
not-
my statement. My bad. The question wasn't
Yeah.
whether or not you're dead. The question is whether or not you are ever alive, right? So it might be the case,
That's not
for
what we're
instance...
talking about.
Well, I'm testing your principles on this. We don't even necessarily have to be talking about we don't necessarily have to be talking about abortion. We could be talking about preventing people who have Down syndrome or a high likelihood of giving birth to Down syndrome kids from having children. That might be the case. So there might be some neurodegenerative diseases that people maybe should avoid having children with, maybe.
Okay, well, I'm interested in talking about abortion because it's what I talk about. That's what I do. So you think it's better because an abortion kills a fetus.
Mm-hmm.
A successful abortion always kills a fetus. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
You think that it's better to kill somebody than for them to have Down syndrome. We're not
What-
talking
okay.
about not conceiving that child.
What? Okay. Fuck. I'm being stupid right now. How old are you again?
I'm 19.
Okay. What is your goal in this conversation?
I don't know. You asked me to talk to you.
Okay, sure. But I'm trying to engage you with our brains having a dialogue back and forth to figure out what we believe, where we stand, and then to move the conversation forward. But you understand that, like, when you say things like, oh, so you think it's okay to kill a baby and you just want to murder all babies, and you think when you murder a baby that that's okay to fucking kill baby, right? You're not actually, like,
Not how I'm
engaging. That is
you. I'm just
exactly,
asking you a
that is
question.
exact. No,
No, it's not.
You're not
I'm
asking me
asking
questions.
you
You're not.
questions.
You're not even remotely attempting to engage with what I'm saying. You think that if you
Yes,
just
I
keep
am.
hammering me with, like, the same statements, you're probably just screeching outside at people while you're holding your signs, that's somehow a way of, like, winning the conversation, which is fine. If you want to talk about what you can. It's just boring for me. But I mean, like, that's cool if you want. So here's a question. So you
Did you
mentioned
condescend harder? Like, do you think it would be physically possible for you to condescend harder to me?
when you
Question
ask me
that you are
questions.
some kind of political debater, right? That's what you do. You're like 30-something. You're a political debater. That's your job.
Mhm.
If you are not prepared for a conversation like that, that's fine. We can have a talk about how my day's been. I don't care. But I'm here to get some answers from you about what you've been talking about recently. And yeah, I'm not here to have baby sweet time talk with you. That's not what we're doing. I'm under that impression. But if you're more comfortable, if I have a soft voice, if I talk like a good woman, then I'm fine with that. But I don't understand why you're acting like I'm screaming at you when I'm just asking you the questions that are related to the subject.
I just love how similar the far left and the far right people are when it comes to their demeanor. So that's very entertaining to me.
You think
Okay.
I'm far left or far right?
It's just, well, no, it's like any kid that's incredibly dogmatic and ideologically partisanly driven on some issue that you all kind of like speak the same, which is funny to me. Like
Oh, what, like you?
the accusations of misogyny and like all the shit is very funny to me. Okay, so here's a question. Okay, let's say that a woman knows she has a 95% chance of miscarriage if she gets pregnant. Do you think it's ethical for a person like that to get pregnant, knowing that 19?
We're not talking about whether or not it's ethical for somebody to get pregnant. Like, that's not what I'm interested in discussing. I'm interested in whether or not you think it's okay to kill someone for having Down syndrome, and whether or not killing someone is better than a Down syndrome person, like a person who has Down syndrome existing. Like, you think
So-
it's better to kill that person?
Okay, this is why I'm saying you're not actually engaging in a conversation.
Just answer the question, dude.
I'm curious. Can you answer that for me? What do you think I'm gonna say?
I
You
don't know
asked me
what
the
you're going to
question.
say.
You
I-
don't know
I
if I'm
have
gonna
no
say if
idea
it's
who you
okay
are.
or not to kill a person with Down syndrome.
Because that's what you're arguing for with your position about Iceland's ratio of people who don't have Down syndrome. It's because they're all aborted.
I just
And you are
I just want to hear you. Yeah. So I'm just curious. Just guess. Take a guess. What do you think my answer is going to be? Am I okay with killing people with Down syndrome?
I can't tell you what you're gonna say. I don't know who you are, Stephen.
I would say probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So why is it okay to abort those people then?
We haven't even gotten to the abortion thing yet. Right now,
we just got to it. I feel like we just got to it.
No,
So let's
no.
talk about it.
Right now, we're literally asking because you said eugenics is always wrong. That was the statement that I wanted to fight on. But it sounds to me like you personally, you don't actually believe that eugenics is wrong. You think that all forms of abortion are wrong, and eugenics just
I do think that eugenics is wrong. Operating under my definition of eugenics, understand that eugenics is fundamentally tied to government intervention, and people.
Do you think eugenics doesn't have to
people
be
of certain
tied to
races.
government intervention, right?
It usually is though, right? And the way
Usually,
it's
but by
practically
definition, it doesn't have to be, right?
I think it is wrong for the government to tell Jewish people, people who aren't white, people with disabilities that they can't have children, right? I think that that's wrong. And I hope we can both agree on that. So
Sure, but I'm
now
saying
that
that
we've
like
answered that,
having like a
can we talk
society
about
that
what we're
encourages
actually
people
talking
with
about?
a society that encourages people with certain genetic abnormalities to not have children. You could argue that that is like a form of eugenics, right? Like for instance, some people argue that abortion is a form of eugenics on black people because a lot of black babies, proportionally speaking, get aborted. But that's not like a government enforced program, right?
I mean, the abortion industry is subsidized by the government. Yes, you could argue that. But I mean,
Wait, is
I'm not really
subsidization by the
interested-
government, does that make it eugenics then?
I mean, it's inherently connected to the government, and the government is encouraging it. So I think that that would make it, more of a eugenics program if the government's directly doing it.
Okay, so then is all form of abortion that gets any type of government support, is that all eugenics or?
I mean, again, you have to deal with the other component of the definition of eugenics, which is limiting the amount of certain kinds of people who are born. So, I mean, if you want to talk specifically about abortion businesses that are funded and subsidized directly by the government who do abort a disproportionate amount of certain groups of people because they are deliberately planned to be in those neighborhoods and to reach out to those certain groups of people, then yes, you could argue that's a form of eugenics. I'm personally interested in having a conversation about whether or not deciding not to have a baby because you're worried about giving it some genetic trait you have. I'm not interested in having a conversation about whether or not that's ethical, right? Because I think the far more interesting conversation is regarding the active mass murder of children right now, which is completely legal in the United States. I think that's wrong.
Sure, and I can understand that, but then my questions earlier around the miscarriage stuff was that there's also like a massive like death of some preventable miscarriage. There's also being like the massive death of children. I think that if we do agree, and like I said, I could go dig for more numbers, but right now what I'm saying is 25% of miscarriages are preventable. If it was the case that that millions of children across the United States were dying due to preventable things like not being fed, that would be a thing that it would probably be like my number one list of priorities to address. That there are 25% of children's deaths in the United States are easily preventable things. So if it was the case that an abortion is murdering somebody or a miscarriage is the death of a child, if I say that 25% of those miscarriages are identifiable, that should be like your guys' next step, because that's like the biggest loss of child life in the United States then.
Again, it's not because they're not being fed, right? We just went over this. Those other
I never said it wasn't because
percentage
you're not being fed, but I'm saying it's because of preventable causes.
You literally just said of not being fed, right? So
Well, no, I
let me
compared it
address
to
what
a
you're
starving
saying.
child, but I'm saying that like these are preventable in some way.
Right, so it's not comparable to a starving child. That's what I'm trying to illustrate to you. So if we're talking about those other percentage of miscarriages, again, we're talking about things that, while theoretically are preventable, they're not really in any practical terms. Like women who have bifurcated uteruses, for example, getting pregnant. This is not really a preventable thing, unless we get the
I'm
government
not talking
involved,
about
right?
the ones
So
that
if we're
aren't
talking-
preventable. I'm talking about the ones that are preventable.
We're the percentage that you listed includes those kinds of cases, right? So if we're talking
No,
about...
it doesn't. No.
Yes, it does. So if we're...
No, it says modifiable risk
Stephen,
factors were.
Stephen, can
Please
I-
don't. Hold on, you're triggering me. Don't do that. Okay. Okay. It says
Stephen.
modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting of over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. Those are the modifiable risk factors that they looked at in this Danish study.
I am far more concerned with the direct killing of thousands, actually millions of children in the United States, right?
Why are you more concerned about that than the miscarriages?
Because directly killing someone, right, is, I think, much of a bigger issue than children dying from things that we maybe could possibly prevent, which are still a minority of miscarriages by far. And I think it's also important that this mass killing is not just happening, it's that it's legal, right? So we're condoning it as a society.
Okay.
Yes,
so
I am
then some
far more
degree of
concerned
like,
with
so
that.
then some degree of negligence that results in child death should be totally A-okay in your society.
No, I didn't just say that. That's not what I said. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Well, because that's what you're saying, that if 25%
No,
of
it's not what
miscarriages
I'm
are
saying.
preventable, a
No,
miscarriage,
because
we should
no,
actually, hold on, wait.
miscarriage is negligent.
We need to stop saying miscarriage. We need to say baby death, okay? Because that's really what you're talking about, right? So 25% of baby deaths in the United States that happen from miscarriages, do you think those
That's
are
not
acceptable,
all-
that happen from negligence?
So you can't interchange the term miscarriage with baby death, even though it is the death of a child. I have lost 2 children to
Death of
miscarriage.
a child is baby death, right?
Well, yes, but it's not. It's a very specific kind of,
Of baby
the death. Of a
death.
child, right?
I agree, but there's some baby
yeah.
death that's just due to negligence or, preventable factors, right?
You think that
We can call it infanticide if you want, maybe.
You're
But
arguing. Well, infanticide is a very specific legal term that means the death of a child that was already born.
Okay.
And in fact, infanticide is actually the killing of a child that was already born, not just the death of a child. But if we're going to be specific, I think that what I'm confused about is why you're assigning blame to these women inherently.
because
with
it
the
can happen
language
due
that
to
you're choosing to
negligence.
use.
Yeah, because it can happen due to
But
negligence.
that's not what negligence is it?
It is. It is. If there's a modifiable risk factor that could increase the likelihood of you carrying a child to term, then you not following through on that would be the child dying due to negligence, the baby death.
You think that a woman not happening to know that she has some kind of genetic issue that causes her to have a higher percentage of miscarriages and then having a miscarriage because of this thing that she didn't know about, you think that's negligence?
The 3 controllable, modifiable risk factors here that I see are alcohol consumption, lifting over 20 kilograms daily, and night work. And this says that we estimate that by 25.2% of the miscarriages might be prevented by reduction of all these risk factors to low levels. So not consuming alcohol, not lifting more than 20 kilograms daily, and avoiding work at night. Those seem to be things that you probably, if you're going to murder a child, you should probably be aware of these things, I would imagine.
I mean, it's illegal in a lot of states to drink while you're pregnant and to do drugs while you're pregnant. And if that's what we're talking about, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Well,
If you know
no.
that you're
We're not talking
pregnant
about
and you
making it
drink and you do
illegal. We're
drugs.
talking about making aggressive steps to find women that are pregnant, because some women might have sex and not know they're pregnant. So that you literally are creating a baby that could be negligently killed, essentially, by not being really aggressive and helping these women identify early pregnancies.
Like, how would we do that?
I don't know. What's the earliest you can pee on a strip and find out? Isn't it like 1 week or 2 weeks after
That's
a missed period?
not- Oh, okay. I was like, no, you can't know if you're 1 week pregnant. Oh my God.
Yes,
No.
this is
So
why we
you
let
have
people
to-
finish their sentences. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by 1 or 2 weeks after a missed period, I think the success rate is like 99% on like a take-home pregnancy test, isn't it?
Yeah, so after you're 6 weeks pregnant.
Uh-huh. Wait, is it after you're 6 weeks pregnant?
Yeah, so
Okay.
pregnancy is measured, yeah.
Sure. So then, so we should like really aggressively try to find these women, right, that are having sex.
How? Why?
What do you mean? Why? Hold on. Let me just make a quick point. Wait. I just want to make a.
Institutionalize
I understand.
all
I understand. I
women who
understand.
are having sex.
Sure.
What are you
So,
talking about?
I understand, and I like that you respond this way because I agree. It's a really goofy line of questioning, but I think the issue is that intuitively you know that your position is silly, because if it was the case
No,
that
that was not my
if it
position.
was the case that a zygote, that a fetus of one cell size, if it was the case that that was a human being, a living baby that was endowed with all these rights, you wouldn't be so incredulous when you say things like, oh, why would you try to find that out? Why would you even care? But the reason why you're doing it is such a laughable concept to try to save
you're
a
trying really hard
6-week-old
to
fetus.
shoehorn me.
I'm not
So
shoehorning you anyway.
6-week-old
I'm telling you, this is how you're reacting. You're laughing because the concept of trying to save a
Steven,
please don't say that. You're triggering me. Don't talk to me that
Cry
way.
about
Okay.
it. Steven, listen. First of all, a 6-week fetus is not a single-celled organism. I don't know
Wait, what's
where
your
you
name?
went to school. I just told you my name at the beginning of this conversation.
I don't fucking remember. It was a long time ago.
My name is Ayala.
Ayala?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's Hebrew.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
a 6-week fetus is not the size of a single cell. That is
Really?
not accurate.
Do you think that I don't know that?
Well, you just seem to get those two things conflated, so I wanted to clarify.
How
for
did I get
people.
those two things conflated? Go ahead and tell me.
You said preventing the deaths of 6-week fetuses, and then you said embryo that's the size of like a single cell or something like that, and that's just not. That's not what we're talking
your
about. the 6-week
position
fetus.
is that you
But
think that wait, your position is you think a single-celled
Again, you keep saying your position. You don't know what my position is, right?
Oh,
So let
okay.
me tell you what it
Tell
is.
me. When does the fetus become endowed with the rights to human life? Tell me. Go ahead.
Hang on.
Hanging.
Let's walk this back for like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, Iola, tell me.
You keep telling me that I have this position and that I know that my logic is silly and that's why I'm laughing. Destiny, it's your logic that you are presenting me with and projecting onto me. I
True.
never said these things.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you don't think moment of conception. Yeah, so tell me. Go ahead.
You are arguing that I believe something that you are projecting onto me. I want to be very clear. I have not agreed that we should put
I understand.
women. Heck, no, you don't understand. So I'm going to explain it to you.
I'm just asking you.
You are,
Please, Lale Lulelo, tell me. When do you think that like a baby is like a baby? When is it worth protecting? At what stage in conception or
I think
gestation?
life does begin at conception, but I don't think that that means that we should put women who are pregnant in the hospital and monitor their health and stop them from maybe having a miscarriage, because it's not something we do for born people, right?
No, it is.
That's not reasonable care.
It is.
It
super is.
super isn't.
As a father of a son, yes, okay, I can tell you, I have experience. If your child, when they come out of the womb, if there are any health issues, then they will keep that child in the hospital for a little bit to monitor them to make sure that they're safe, because they would not
But we
send
don't
home.
keep all children in the hospital.
I didn't say we keep all children, but my understanding is there aren't a lot of children that have a 25% chance of being instantly fucking destroyed when they're born. But if there was a condition like that, you probably would keep all those children in the hospital. Would you agree?
Are you arguing that we keep all pregnant women in the hospital, or just pregnant women that might have some of these pre-existing conditions that
I'm saying
force
that
them to...
I'm saying that in the very beginning stages after you have sex, we should probably be taking really aggressive steps to identify people that are pregnant if you believe that baby death is happening, if they have a preventable miscarriage.
And you're defining that as like drinking or
And this one
lifting at
study,
the gym.
Danish study, well, you can find 20 kilograms of stuff to lift outside of the gym, believe it or not. But it seemed like the modifiable risk factors were alcohol consumption, lifting of over 20 kilograms daily, and night work.
And you're arguing that we keep, according to what you think is my logic, you're arguing that if I actually gave a shit about miscarried babies like my own, we would put all of those women in the hospital. We would identify them somehow. God only knows how. They would know that they were pregnant somehow. God only knows how. And we would keep them in the hospital to make sure they didn't have a miscarriage. That's what you think I believe.
Well, I'm saying that your logic commits you to that position. Now, I agree that it's
No, it
funny.
doesn't.
I think that's funny, but it's only funny because how ridiculous the notion is that we're doing so much effort to protect like a 1 or 2 week old thing. I agree that it's funny, but you don't understand the reason why you're laughing is because intuitively you know that's funny as well.
The reason I'm laughing is because you're trying to impose a position on me that is not aligned with my logic, and that inherently doesn't make sense in line with my logic, actually. And I don't think that you quite understand what my logic is.
Okay,
and that's why I tried to talk to you about abortion.
Sure. How about let's? I'm gonna write down your logic, and then you tell me where I'm making a mistake. Okay, ready?
Destiny, do you want to talk about abortion or not? Because this whole time you've been trying to sidestep the issue, even when I specifically brought it up, and you said you didn't want to talk about abortion with me. That's my job, right? I talk about abortion. And if you're not comfortable having that conversation about why you think it's okay to kill people who have Down syndrome, that's fine. That's
Well,
fine.
I never said we should kill people with Down syndrome, right?
Oh, okay, then what did you say?
I said that selecting to have children or not based on Down syndrome is a form of eugenics that I think a lot of people are probably okay with. And the idea that eugenics bad, that's not something you can just throw out in the middle of an argument to try to win like brownie points with an audience if you're actually going to be critically analyzing the position.
So, first of all, I am analyzing your position critically. It's a bad one. Second of all, I don't really care about winning brownie points with your audience because they're not going to like me anyway. Third of all, please answer the question then. Do you think that it's morally acceptable to abort babies for having Down syndrome? Mind you, that we do not find out very early in pregnancy that babies have Down syndrome, right?
I mean, I would say that before 20 weeks you can have an abortion, sure. But past 20 weeks, I don't think so. I think I'm on board with that. But that's been my position since the beginning, right?
When do you think babies are diagnosed with Down syndrome in the womb?
I mean, it depends on how invasive the procedure is, but I'm pretty sure you can know that around like 10 to 15 weeks. You can know it before the 20-week mark.
It can be performed as early as 11 to 14 weeks of pregnancy, but often it's detected about 15 to 22 weeks of pregnancy.
You added that too. I'm reading the exact same thing you're reading. It says between 15 and 20 weeks. Nice try though, Elio. Okay, I see what you're reading.
I'm on Alberta, and I don't think we have the same thing pulled up. It's done between 15 and 22 weeks of pregnancy. That's exactly what it says.
Okay, I saw the 11 to 14 weeks with the first trimester ultrasound and blood test. Screening can also be performed between 15 and 20 weeks by a blood test. But so it seems like it can be easily performed before 20 weeks.
I mean, it can be, but it's usually detected about 22 weeks in pregnancy.
Okay, could be. Well, then
Because
we would screen
unless
earlier
you
because you
have
probably
the-
want to kill a baby, right?
Okay. Do you think so you think it's morally okay to kill a baby that has Down syndrome so they do not have to live with Down syndrome?
I don't think it's okay to ever kill babies, no.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's okay to abort a baby?
I don't think it's okay to abort a baby. You mean have an abortion of like a fetus before 20 weeks? I think you can abort a fetus before 20 weeks for literally...
Sure, let's use the Latin term, which also means little baby. Fine, whatever makes you more comfortable. Let's use the euphemism.
Well, if you want to
think
do
it's
the
okay to
etymology
abort a
argument that you want to
fetus?
win, yeah, I think having an abortion before 20 weeks, I think, is generally okay. Yeah.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So, where do we stop with that?
20 weeks.
No, I mean, where do we draw the line? Like with this eugenics line of argument? Like, do you think
For
it's
eugenics
okay?
line of argument, I would say, well, here, do you want to take the really funny guesses first? Do you want to say we should abort all black people or all Indian people? Which you can do your straw man, and then I can tell you what my position is. So I don't want to short circuit that argument. Go ahead.
I'm asking you what your position is. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Oh, okay. Because it sounded like you were just ready to do it. But yeah, I would say that aborting for things that are like developmentally would severely impact the life of the child or the life of people around it. That's probably an okay type of eugenics to perform in society. Eugenics that
So give me some
revolve.
examples.
Sure. I think there's a disease called Tay-Sachs where like children live till they're like fucking 5 years old, I think. There's ichthyoquine psychosis. I can't even fucking pronounce it, but there's one where like the keratin is hardened of the baby's skin and the entire fucking baby's body is hardened. I don't know if those live generally past like a year or two. I'm sure there's a million other like genetic abnormalities that I don't know about that like have the child dying with before like 5 years of life. There's like a ton of different things like that. But like, yeah, I would say that in that case, because you're so developmentally focused, probably not okay. I would say that the types of abortions where you're trying to choose between features, aesthetic features, are probably not okay. For the same reason, I'd probably oppose like certain types of genetic modifications done to fertilized eggs, because I think that's probably not okay, that we're like designing babies for society to have blue eyes, brown eyes, white skin, whatever. But yeah, that's my general position on that.
Okay, so that's interesting though, because Down syndrome does not affect like the physical health of the people who have it. It's just.
Hold on, can you say that one more time? Wait. Before I Google, because I know you're wrong in 50 million ways. Can you say that again? You don't think people with Down syndromes don't have...
People who have Down syndrome are not dying when they're 5 years old of Down syndrome.
I didn't say they're dying when they're 5 years old.
Well, you're comparing it to like these other things where children die very young, and you're saying that Down syndrome you feel is on par with this.
Hold on. I didn't say you had to die very young. I'm just saying things that have a dramatically negative impact on your health and your development. Down syndrome is one of those things, and the people around you. Down syndrome is definitely one of those things. I think their life expectancy is like 20 years lower than average. They've got all sorts of other complications, health problems that arise with Down syndrome too. Like, I'm pretty sure people with Down syndrome have like major health problems for a lot of their life, depending on, I guess, the other issues they suffer. But I can go look up all those side effects.
I'll give you another example.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
fine.
Go ahead.
So my fiance was born with a severe heart condition.
Okay.
And he had to have multiple major open heart surgeries before he turned 13.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would have been okay if we had the technology to detect that in the womb, to have killed him in the womb because he would have to have those surgeries, even though he's perfectly healthy now? Do you think that would have been okay?
Before 20 weeks?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm interested in why you draw the line at 20 weeks.
Well, I'm sure you saw my abortion debate, but that's the...
I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like a clip.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. It's expected. You're 19. I would say that...
I just didn't know who you were, so I didn't really care that much.
Oh, you cared enough to tweet about me enough that I saw it, so...
That's my job.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't know if you get paid for that, but all right.
I actually do.
Yeah, okay. I don't believe you, but okay.
I get paid by PAL.
I typically say that when the conscious experience begins to develop, that's the thing that we ought to protect, the conscious experience that somebody's having. You literally have my
how do you
video
know you don't
thumbnail is literally your profile picture on Twitter. How are you saying you don't know who I am?
know. I actually didn't know who you were whenever you made that video, and I became vaguely aware of who you are because one of my friends reached out and said that Destiny made a video saying that you debated really good, and I thought that your edit of me was really funny. Also, don't think that I didn't notice there's a Star of David in between my eyebrows. I thought that was a very nice touch.
Wait,
let's
is
see
there?
here.
Wait, really?
There is. Zoom in on it. There's a Star of David in between my eyebrows in that picture.
That's August. August, there's no way you did that, right? Okay, sorry. Anyway, go ahead. Or that's my position on abortion.
Okay. Oh, find the conscious experience. Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, it seems to be the case that when there is some amount of brain activity, there's an emergent phenomenon in human beings where we tend to have some subjective conscious experience where we're aware of ourselves and we're aware of the world. And that seems to require the communication of like different parts of the brain, the development of like certain brain structures in order for that to happen.
So you mean just like conscious awakeness or like conscious awareness?
I don't think this is a Star of David. Nice.
It totally is Star of David. It totally is.
It looks like an artifact from the fiery like shit that's in your eyes.
It's 100% a Star of David.
It is. I'll bet my life it is not. But,
I'll bet my life it is. It was put there by Hashem. I believe that.
Okay. It's an artifact for the I think Destiny. Yeah, I figured. Sorry.
So,
Okay,
because
what was
there's a
your
difference
question again? Go
between.
ahead. Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between being awake and being like sentient, like consciously aware, right? So, like newborns, for example, Peter Singer, by the way, is like a renowned debater, and he's very pro-abortion, and he's famously pro-infanticide because he thinks that newborns are not really that distinguishable from other unborn children because they don't have sentience, right? Like they don't have conscious
I'm aware.
awareness. They're just awake, like their eyes are open. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out like what exactly you mean by like consciousness when you say that.
It seems that humans have an experience where there is a subjective feeling about what it's like to be something. So I'm having some subjective conscious experience right now. The other humans I talk to have some subjective conscious experience. That awareness comes from the communication of different parts of our brain and the like the front part of our brain.
Okay, so and I'm assuming that you know that consciousness is like an ever-developing thing, especially in young children. Like they're still developing their consciousness, and throughout your early life, that is a continuous thing. Like it's not something that you would develop at once and you just have it. Like it's something that's consistently developing. I'm sure that you know that.
Sure, it might be. Yeah.
Yes, it is. So like you don't.
Yeah, some degree of self-awareness of passing like the red dot test or whatever, where you shine a laser beam on somebody's head or draw something and see if they recognize it in a mirror, etc. Like these are different aspects that develop as you age. Yeah.
Yeah, like newborns don't understand they're a different entity from their mother.
Okay.
So how would you say that newborns are really any different than, I guess, 19-week babies?
Well, because the development of that conscious process seems to start at around 20 to 24 weeks or 24 to 28 weeks when the parts of the brain necessary for that emergent conscious to appear begin to communicate with each other.
So you're just worried about when it starts?
Yep.
You're not worried about... It's just really interesting to me because, like, there's not much of a, like, really tangible difference in between, like, a 19-week baby in utero and a, like, fresh out of the womb newborn in terms of their understanding of the world around them. There isn't.
I'm not going by understanding of the world around them. I'm going
by developing... That's what consciousness is.
No, I don't think so. I think there's plenty of people that are conscious with a very poor understanding of the world around them. But no, I would say it's like that subjective experience of knowing what it's like to be something. That I don't know how else you could put it into words. It's hard as a subjective conscious experience to describe what experience I'm having, but...
Newborns have, like, no subjective conscious experience, even though they have that... They have those brainwaves and they have the parts of the brain that are starting to develop those things. Like, compared to a 5-year-old, for example, their consciousness is horribly poorly developed. And, like, when you're comparing that to a 19-week baby in utero, there's actually not much of a difference in between their consciousness capacity.
Okay, well, people that look developmentally at embryos seem to disagree with you, so I don't know what you're going to say about that.
Well, I'm asking, like, what...
There are parts of the brain that begin communicating with each other that we believe are responsible for the emergent phenomenon of consciousness anywhere from 20 to 24 weeks. That seems to be where the research is right now. That's what I've seen. I've also seen 24 to 28 weeks, but since the risk here is murdering a baby if we're wrong, you should probably err on the side of caution. I say around 20 weeks is probably where the cutoff should be.
Yeah, and like again, I agree. These things begin developing, give or take, at about that age. But even like right before, so like 19 weeks, we're drawing that line. It's not that much different from a newborn again, and I don't
Seems to be
understand.
pretty different. Yeah, I think so.
It's not like with the cognitive capacity of a newborn is not that indifferent to.
I'm not talking about the
itself
cognitive
a couple
capacity in
weeks
anything.
before.
Yeah.
Well, the capacity for conscious awareness.
There you go,
like, however
yep.
you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
you
that's
don't
a
really
much
seem to have
different
like
thing,
a
right?
very firm grasp of your definition of this
I
consciousness
think
anyway.
my grasp
So-
is decent, but like you're asking me to like define the conscious experience is like the hardest question of like all of fucking science, arguably of the universe.
Seems pretty easy to me. I mean, if you're willing to bet people's lives on it. Then it
Oh,
should be
really?
pretty
Then go ahead
fucking
and tell
easy.
me how would you define consciousness?
I already defined it for you.
Oh, do that again. I'm sorry. I must have
There's
missed
different
this
kinds of
groundbreaking.
consciousness. There's
Oh.
different kinds of consciousness. There's a
Uh-huh.
difference between someone being consciously awake
Mhm.
and someone having the capacity for conscious awareness.
True, but
So
what does it mean for somebody to be awake? Tell me, since you have this all figured out. I would love a better definition. Go
So
ahead.
somebody who's sleeping is not consciously awake. They're not like going through experiencing the world
True,
around
but
them.
when you say awake, what is it like to be awake? Please tell me this. I want you to solve this
So,
problem for me. Yes.
I'm just asking you.
No, I'm
why
asking you. You said you
think-
gave me a definition.
I'm
I want a
asking you.
definition. No, I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
No,
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I'm
No,
asking
I
you.
am asking you. What does it mean when
Steven.
you're conscious? Alia.
Ayala.
Okay, so what does it mean when you're conscious? Tell me what that feeling is. What does that mean? Like you're conscious right now.
I'm not asking you to define a feeling. I'm not interested in talking about feelings. That's not what we're here to do.
Well,
I'm
technically, if we're talking about
objectively,
subjective conscious
scientifically-
experience, it's literally what it feels like to be something.
Objectively and scientifically,
Uh-huh.
there is not a significant difference between the conscious capacity of a 19-week baby in the womb
Mhm.
versus a, I don't know, premature even newborn baby. Like there's really not.
Wow.
They're not experiencing the world in a very different way. They don't know they're different from their mother. They act on instinct. They don't act on their feelings towards other people.
First of all,
Like,
I don't
they-
agree with you when you say that. They don't know what it means to be different from their mother. Can you explain more what
They
you mean when you
literally
say that?
don't. So, and this is a very well-known thing amongst women who talk about pregnancy pretty often, like I do. Newborn babies freak out crazy bad when they're away from their mother, not just because they know that it's bad to be away from their mother, like instinctually, because they need resources from her, but it's because they don't understand that they are a separate person from their mother.
Okay,
They have
that
done
is
studies on
that is not true. What are
Yes,
you
it
ta-
is. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Newborn
not.
babies don't know that they're a different part from their mother.
Okay,
because
let
they
me
used
ask
to be
you. I'm sorry.
inside of her.
When you say newborn, what does that mean?
Newborn is a common designation for infants. It's a
No, but I'm
baby
because
that was-
like you can hold a baby that's like 6 weeks old, 2 months old, away from the mom, and he's not gonna freak out.
Okay, so let's use a very simple definition of newborn, like a baby that was quite literally just born. Like a baby that
Okay,
was
sure.
just inside of their
Quite
mother
literally just born. I
doesn't
could buy that.
understand
Okay, sure. That might be the case. Sure. I don't know if
I
it's
mean,
true or
do you
not, but
want
I
me to
could
Google
grant it
this
for
for you?
If
Do
you want
me
to.
to Google
But
this
also,
for
I don't think
you?
there's any bearing on the argument either. I don't know that that means that they're not conscious. They
I was
probably.
just trying to ask you, like, what are you talking about? Like, why do you think that a 19-week baby and a newborn
Mhm.
child are significantly different in their conscious capacity when a
Because there's a
newborn literally
significant
isn't?
difference in the development of the brain parts that are required to deploy a conscious experience. The development difference between a 19-week-old child and a born baby is significantly different.
I thought we were just talking about a subjective conscious experience, whatever that means. Are we
Oh,
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
science?
I
Are we
didn't
talking
have-
about brainwaves? Or are we talking about
Well,
subjective
you know
conscious
what? When it comes to
experiences?
science, believe it or not, even the best scientists in the world have not solved the hard problem of consciousness yet. So I'm sorry that I can't give you the exact definition that you're looking for, but
Again, I think if you're betting people's lives on the
Uh-huh.
definition of consciousness, like you should probably have a better answer than, I don't know, it has something to do with brainwaves. It's a subjective experience. I can't define it for you.
don't we do that right now to figure out if people are dead or not?
No.
Okay, how do we decide when somebody's dead?
When someone's brain dead, but that's a completely
Wait,
different
wait, wait,
experience
wait,
than
wait.
deciding-
Brain
that's a
dead?
completely
Whoa,
different-
wait, wait.
that's
Why
a
does the
completely
brain
different
death
thing than
matter?
deciding whether or not someone has become alive.
Sure.
There is
Well,
a
no,
difference
okay.
between
Well,
coming
sure.
alive and dying.
Sure, let's just focus on that part though. Why would brain death be the thing that matters to figure out if a person's dead or not? No, why did she leave? It glitched. She's coming back. She's coming back. Don't worry, I know she's coming back. Hold on. Hold up. Discord crashed for me. I think I have a trigger now around women saying my name. Steven. Like, I think it actually triggers the fuck out of me. I'm going to fight or flight. This is the second Crip you've talked to in as many days. 1 year as a brother, 1 year later, disgusting for one baby conceived and raped. 1 year later, proud to be. How is this a Crip? What part about this makes it a Crip? Hello? Oh, hello?
I don't know what happened.
Discord's been having a lot of issues today, don't worry.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, why do you think brain death is an important way to figure out if somebody's dead or not?
When somebody is brain dead, they're not going to regain consciousness.
Okay. Well, but I'm saying...
Nobody has ever been brain dead and then...
Sure. So when you say they're not going to regain consciousness, is that then why they're dead?
So... knowing they're not going to regain consciousness means that their body will never again be able to support itself. They will never be able to live without the support of a machine again. And they're never going to experience the world again and understand the concept of their own existence.
Okay, so do you think that if a person could live a totally healthy life, but they'd have to be on bypass their whole life, that's a person that can't support themselves without being hooked up a machine, and they can't live without the support of a machine, should that person be allowed to be killed?
What did you say?
If a person can't support themselves with their body, like say they have kidney failure and they need to be on dialysis forever, should that person be killable since they can't live without the support of a machine?
No, I think the difference is that when somebody is brain dead, it's that their entire bodily system, including their brain, no longer has... It's like none of it's functioning.
Sure.
Right?
So to be clear, real quick, that's not even remotely close to being true. I can't believe that you don't know that. That's a little shocking to me.
I'm reading it off of the NHS website right now.
Okay, a person's body can be kept alive for quite a while, despite the fact that they might be like comatose, right?
So I'm reading this off of the NHS website, and it is saying, a person who is brain dead is legally confirmed as dead because they have no chance of recovery and their body is unable to survive without artificial life support. Like their entire body cannot survive without artificial life support. That's
because
what
they can't. That's because they can't eat or drink. you need those things to survive, right?
I don't really understand how this is related to abortion.
Why do you have to? Well, you're so obsessed with relating it to abortion. I'm just trying to figure out when you think somebody's dead.
I'm obsessed with relating things to abortion because I was under the impression that that's what we're talking about, and that's what I'm interested in talking about.
Okay.
That's
Abortion
what I do.
and
I
when
talk about abortion.
That's great. Abortion and when life starts are some of the most difficult questions to answer philosophically. Almost anything.
Philosophically, sure, but like scientifically, not really.
Scientifically,
and when someone's dead and when someone's alive are also different things.
Yeah. So science doesn't answer any of these questions. These are questions of moral philosophy. As science
Science answers when someone is alive. Yes, science answers when an organism has begun its life.
Science can
science
point
might not be able
to-
to answer the value. Science might
Science-
not be able to answer the value of that person or that organism to us, but science can tell you when someone is alive. That is true.
Science can point to like metabolic activity, okay? The idea of like what does it mean to be alive or dead? These are normative claims that come way before any scientific process. Science is not going to give us the answer to abortion ever. It can inform us based on our values, but it can't tell us when is a person or when is a person alive or dead. So
Sure, personhood is philosophical, but like human life is not a philosophical concept. It's
of
a
course it
biological
is.
one.
No, it's super philosophical.
Okay.
If I chop your arm off and I put it on a desk, that's not a human life, is it?
Because it's taking a part of an organism and removing it from
Sure, I know,
the
but
rest of
but
the
it's
organism.
human. Yeah, it's human. It's got DNA. Might even have a little bit of metabolic activity while the blood's still there. But I'm just saying that like this idea of like what is a human person, what is a life, drawing the difference between like some humans and others, and blah blah blah. Like these are all like kind of philosophical things, right? Which is
no,
fine.
the
It doesn't.
concept of what a whole organism is 100% a scientific
It's not.
concept.
It's no. It's not. It's
Yeah, the concept of what an entire organism is versus a part of an organism is completely scientific. So yes, it is.
when you get to college, take something called philosophy of science. Okay, it'll open your eyes to the world around you. All right.
I am in college, and I promise you that I understand the difference between philosophy and biology, and it's a pretty easy answer.
It's
scientifically
absolutely. It
as
is
to why
probably one of the
someone's arm is
most.
not the same thing as the
It
whole
is
person.
absolutely not an easy answer. Things like ontology have huge ramifications in the field of science, and it is absolutely questions that are not going to be answered by looking under a microscope or running a particular test.
You think we can't answer why someone's arm is not a whole person easily? I think I
Scientifically?
can answer that pretty fucking easily.
You can do
yeah,
it. No.
scientifically.
Okay. All right. I understand and recognize that that is your position. That's fine. My question is, so going back, so if you've got a person in a coma and you know they're not going to wake up again, but their body can be kept alive indefinitely on machines, why is it okay to pull the plug?
I'm against euthanasia, so.
So you would keep comatose people that are never going to wake up. You'd keep their bodies alive indefinitely until the body runs out of tone.
Depends what you mean by. I mean, I just don't understand like what.
When you
this
keep
has to
saying
do
what does that have to do with abortion,
conversation.
yeah, it's because you realize that like you're on faulty ground now.
It's not because I realize that I'm wrong. It's because you're trying to exhaust me with running in circles on these like
Mhm.
completely. Like, I mean, euthanasia is an issue related to abortion, but it's
We're not even
talking about
at
abortion,
euthanasia
you're
right
just-
now.
I mean, yeah, we're getting into that territory, and
Nope, not even close.
I just don't understand what, like, why wouldn't you just talk to me about abortion? Like, why? What are you?
Do you think that if you're going to put yourself in the position of telling other people how to live their lives and you're going to celebrate the overturning of protective legislation in the United States for people that are trying to have a medical procedure, don't you think
People
that you
are
owe
trying
it?
to kill their
Don't you
babies?
think
Fuck
that you
yeah, I
owe
will
it? Don't you
celebrate
think that
that.
you
What do you
owe
think
it to
about it?
them and yourself to understand these arguments a little bit better than what you write on your signs?
I don't think that killing a baby is the same thing as cutting someone's arm off. I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
what.
great.
what
The
you're talking
emotional
about.
appeals and the bad logic are fine, but for you to sit here and be like,
What are
I'm
you talking
tired,
about,
I'm
dude?
exhausted, when you're literally tweeting out celebrating the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it seems to me like
Okay,
you would
so
probably
you just
do
have
to have,
to
if this is
I
what
know
you
it's
do,
hard for you.
if you do abortion debates, you should probably know these arguments, right? You
You're
owe
not
it.
even talking to me about abortion, dude. Like, what are you going on about?
Trying to figure out when something is dead could be instructed to figure out when it's
Like,
alive.
what are you on about, dude? Like, what
Do you want to let me
why
finish
don't
a
you talk to me
sentence?
about
The
why you
brain
want
is shut
something with
down.
Down syndrome?
So this is
Why
like
do
the
you wanna-
defender
why
mode
do you wanna talk
because
to me about
abortion
why-
is like
why
a
do you
part of
wanna
her
talk
life.
to
She
me
is
about why you wanna
incapable
put me
of
down
like
syndrome?
having the conversation. That's where we're at right now.
All you've been doing this
Mhm.
whole time is condescending based off of like a position that you have no
Mhm.
you have no bearing to condescend from.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. This whole time you've been like, how old are you? You don't know what you're talking about. I'm surprised you don't know this. Like, dude.
I'm surprised you thought that a
you
brain
asked
dead
me to
person means the
come
whole
on here
body
and talk
shuts
to you about
down.
abortion, and you won't even talk to me about
You're the
abortion.
one that told me to message you. Hold on, I'm sorry. You told me, you said on Twitter,
People's arm off or hospitalizing pregnant women. Let's
Yep.
just talk about abortion.
you told me on Twitter to DM you, okay? So I DM'd you.
I did not tell you on Twitter to DM you. I said that if you wanted to have a conversation with me, that you could DM me.
Okay. Well, so I can only talk about abortion. So give me
And that's what I'm
the
interested in talking about. Like, I
give
don't
me
know
the
why
well.
you're
What you
going
want to
on
do
about
is you want to preach. So okay. So give me the rails for where you want this conversation to go. Go for it.
don't want to preach to you. I want to know what you want to talk to me about.
I already told you. I think that conscious experiences are what are worth protecting. When we talk about what a person is, when we talk about pain and suffering, when we talk about people that ought to be protected, that are alive and not dead, we're usually talking about people that are having subjective conscious experiences. Those are the things that we care about more than anything else.
Okay, Destiny. So
Why'd
fine,
I get
whatever.
downgraded from Steven?
Fine, whatever. I know. It's so much more fun to call you Steven. Like I don't like using these dumb little pseudonyms that we make up for ourselves. Like you have a real name. Because I want to also like remind ourselves that you are an adult man. So if we want to talk about
Wait, what does that have to do with it? Wait, were you like up descending to me if I'm condescending to you? What was that? What do you mean, reminded that I'm an adult male? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I also get to condescend to you now when you're at the point of condescending to me. You're not going to treat me like I'm a fucking idiot. I have been doing this for a long time. Like this is what I do.
You're 19.
Right?
I don't think you've been doing anything for a long time, but go ahead.
I have, yeah.
Okay.
I know that having this job is not as impressive as being a 30-year-old streamer, but I take what I can get.
That's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, 34.
You're fine. Don't worry.
Would it be okay, do you think, to kill somebody who is in a coma that we know they'll wake up in 9 months? Do you think that's okay?
Nope.
Why is that not okay?
Because there was a prior conscious experience that probably asserted its rights and its liberties and its desire to stay alive, and just because that experience temporarily abates doesn't mean that you would end it or prevent it from coming back.
Oh shit, it's almost like even if you don't have that experience at a certain point in time, if you are going to have that experience and you have the capacity for it, then I don't know, maybe we should be protecting that person, and that is still a human life, even though they're not actively consciously experiencing something. That's crazy. Can we talk about abortion as a concept now?
Sure. So I didn't say because they're going to have an experience. I said that because they've already had one. There's something to speak about. If I go to sleep, that's not really being unconscious, but if I get like not amnesia, general anesthesia. If I get general anesthesia and I'm like unconscious for a while, there was still somebody called Steven to speak of. I had an experience. I asserted some belief. My ability to redeploy that belief is there. It's coming back. There's a difference between that versus somebody that's never even existed yet, right? Both parts, the prior and the after to that unconscious thing, are equally important. If you're missing one, then you don't have the same thing.
I mean, fetuses exist, like, regardless of whether or not
a fetus exists, but I'm not talking about protecting a fetus. I'm talking about protecting a conscious experience.
Well, okay, so we're not talking about protecting people. We're not talking about protecting human life. We're talking about protecting this subjective concept of conscious experience that you've come up with.
Yep. Well, that's what we do medically as well, right? That's why we don't say bodily death is when a person dies. We say brain death. It's the cessation of that conscious experience. That's what a persistent vegetative state is. You sit there like a vegetable, and your body can even have some functions that happen as long as it's being fed, but the brain is gone and you're never coming back awake.
So by subjective conscious experience, like, are you just talking about memories? Are you talking about like what,
I think memories are a part of it, some consistency of your mind, some self-identity. I'm sure there's like a lot. I don't know all the different underpinnings of like all the different parts that make us conscious, just that there's some wholly conscious emergent experience that happens when some structures in the brain are communicating with each other.
Like again, newborn babies don't have anything like that.
Anything like that? You don't think they have any degree of consciousness whatsoever?
I mean, they're awake, but they're not like.
Okay, they're awake.
Newborn babies
Good enough for me.
don't have a personality. Newborn babies don't have.
Newborn
any
babies have huge
memories.
personalities. Some of them cry, some of them don't.
That's a reaction to stimuli. Like they don't have. I don't know why this is funny to you. This is objective. Like they don't have memories. They don't have a personality. Like they don't. Newborn babies don't have any of those things. Not in any way that's any different from a 19-week baby in the womb. Like they don't.
I think it's significantly different from a 19-week baby, but I mean, they might have. It might not be as developed as a 2-year-old or a 5-year-old, right? Yeah. What? Why would you protect a one-celled organism? Just curious. The fetus.
Fetuses are not single-celled.
Well, but
about,
you
like,
would hold on. You would protect it. Yeah, you would protect it as a single cell, as a zygote. You would protect that. So I'm just curious why.
because life begins at conception.
Yeah, but well, that's kind of circular, right? Come on, aioli. Give me a better one than that. Why? Why does life begin at conception?
Can you stop being like really disrespectful about the pronunciation of my name? My name is Ayala. It's incredibly easy to pronounce.
I'll try to do better. I'm sorry.
Like, it's just really weird. Like, I don't know why you're attempting to put me down and degrade me by mispronouncing my name consistently as if it is funny.
Well, I'm having a little bit of fun because I genuinely think you're a disgusting human being. But you're only 19, so I let you get a little bit of a pass on it.
Like, what's funny about mispronouncing my name? Because it's Hebrew, because you don't understand it? Like, it's not hard to say.
Right now, it's just because it's triggering the fuck out of you, to be honest. But
well, it's because it's just so weird. Like, this whole time, you're just trying to exhaust me with all of these, like, different tangents, and you're trying to put me down consistently and calling me a disgusting person. If I'm so disgusting, why are you talking to me?
I like talking to pro-lifers, and you seem to express an interest to talk to me over Twitter, so I was curious if you had an argument that I hadn't heard yet. And maybe right now, maybe I'm planting the seeds, and, you know, that...
I promise you that there is nothing that you have said to me in this entire conversation that I've never heard before. I mean, you literally went on, like, what, God, that podcast with Lila Rose, and you were like, if a fetus is a person, that's like saying a nut is a tree. And then you quote tweeted me, and you were like, you're basically saying that a caterpillar and a butterfly are the same thing. And, like, yes, they are the same organism. But it's just, it's like, you are not morally superior to me because you are a live stream debate bro. Like, I don't understand why you feel comfortable putting me down right now. This is very weird. And I don't feel comfortable having a conversation with someone who is sitting here condescending to me, calling me disgusting, and acting like I'm not worth your time. See, even if I'm not worth your time, then why are you talking to me?
I didn't say you weren't worth my time. I get paid big bucks to talk to people like you. You can leave anytime you want if you're bothered. It seems like you're bothered. You can always go. It's okay.
I just don't understand, like, what your point is. Like, I'm not going to continue discussing with you if you're going to keep every 5 minutes mispronouncing my name and saying that I'm disgusting and saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, this is just very weird.
Okay, ayahuasca, I don't know what you want me to say.
I'm asking you to stop talking to me that way.
Okay, well, I think we've reached the end. Where what else? Is there anything else you want to bring up, or?
I mean, I'm fine having a conversation with you, but I'm not going to tolerate someone disrespecting me consistently in this manner. And, like, yes, I am upset by that, and I don't understand why that's funny to you. But I, like, if you're trying to have an adult conversation with me and you're not gonna have me here being sarcastic and being stupid like I normally am, like, you want to have a real conversation, we can do that. But yes, I am getting frustrated because you are condescending to me and disrespecting me in ways that I don't find acceptable.
Sure. So I did want to have a real conversation, but a couple things. One, you called me Steven multiple times, even after I asked you not to.
That's your real name. It's your name on Instagram.
Sure, but it's not to get into interpersonal dynamics, but saying somebody's name over and over and over again is considered really rude. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. Number one. Number two, I think you were the one that wheeled out the age thing first. I could be wrong, but you were like,
no,
you're like a 30-year-old
you're
gamer streamer person.
You said you're how old? 19? That's when we got on this
You didn't bring up
thing.
the 30-year-old gamer thing before that? I don't remember.
No,
or not.
I promise you I didn't.
Okay, we'll check, I guess. Everyone in chat is saying you brought that up first, but we'll see well, when we replay the tape later, we'll find out. Some people are saying I did, some people are saying you didn't. Okay, well, I don't know. But also, yeah, you seem to be unwilling to engage with any of the argument other than to just, do you just want to repeat like a feed, like, I'm giving you a chance.
I'm fine having a conversation
Sure.
with you.
Well, I asked you to tell me, why do you think a zygote, I asked you.
I'm interested in talking
Okay.
about how newborns are different than 19-week unborn babies.
Okay, my question was, why do you consider a zygote like a person or a thing to be protected? That was my question. And then you said life
Because
begins.
biologically it's living, and by its very definition it's human.
Okay, so you're going to appeal to dictionary on that one, or?
I mean, it's a living human, so it's a person. That's what people are.
Okay, but a person in a coma forever isn't?
I don't say that.
So should people in comas forever be kept there forever, alive?
What do you mean comas forever? Like you
Like
mean
if you're in
people who
a
have
persistent
medic-
vegetative state, you're never going to wake up again. But they could be kept alive on machines. Should that person be kept alive on machines if their body gives up?
Yes.
Okay, very brave.
What do you mean very brave? Like
Well, it's nobody. You don't even believe that, but you just don't want to bite the bullet on the argument.
Yes, I do believe that. Like, what do you mean you don't believe that? Why do you get to determine that? You asked me a question and I answered it.
Okay, then you're based. Okay. well, then at least you're consistent. But if that's your position, then fine. You're consistent from start to finish. I disagree, but then we're like foundational now, and there's nowhere else for us to go.
Okay. So can we talk about like?
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. What would you like to ask or answer to? Go for it.
Why do you think that newborns, which do not have a real subjective conscious experience, they are awake, yes, and they respond to stimuli, but they don't have this subjective experience of consciousness that you seem to have been describing, why do you think it is okay to, or why do you think that we should not be allowed to kill them?
I've never heard that argument sustained before, that newborns aren't having a conscious experience. Never heard that in my entire life.
Peter Singer makes this argument literally all the time.
Peter Singer is a philosopher that's literally in favor of like killing children up to 2 years old. I'm not a Peter Singer.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm trying to. I think that he is right in that we don't have
because Peter Singer defines.
I think he's wrong, but we should not. I think he's wrong in saying that we should be allowed to kill those people, though, because I don't think that that's what makes you a person.
That's
I think living and being a human makes you a person.
Gotcha. Peter Singer seems to have some definitions revolving around like cognitive capabilities, like how many things you're able to cognitively do that makes you a person. That might be a thing that's okay. Like Peter Singer might be on the fact of the matter more correct there than me, but I would err on the side of caution, and I would say we should probably just go to like these kind of the parts of the brain that give you the subjective conscious experience. There's no real way to test for it. I don't know what the experience is like for a 2-week-old baby. I'm not sure. So I'd rather be safe and just go by when the brain seems to be generating it, rather than like when a kid can identify themselves in a mirror.
You wouldn't err on the side of caution by not killing babies in the womb at 19 weeks?
I see no reason.
Like our science on this is not exact, right? And it's rapidly developing. So we're learning new things all the time about the capabilities of unborn children and their capacity to know and experience things in comparable ways to how newborns do, which is limited compared to the way that 2-year-olds do. And we're learning that fetuses are, in fact, just another stage of human development, just like any other stage. And I just don't understand why you're so confident, yet not confident in your position that, like, there's a subjective experience of consciousness and, like, it's not well defined and nobody knows how to define it, so we can't define it. But we should be allowed to kill 19-week unborn babies because you think that that's... Or we have come to a medical consensus that around 20-ish weeks is when the brain starts to develop the parts of it that will deploy consciousness later in life.
I think 20 to 28 weeks. It seems to be in that range. So we'd start at 20 to be safe. That's when the brain seems to have the parts that are communicating with each other that would be necessary for a conscious experience to emerge. So that's what I decide to protect. So I would say around 20 weeks is probably okay. If somebody showed me data, actually, this doesn't happen until the child is 1 year old, or 1 year old, then I say, okay, fine, kill 1 year olds. If somebody says, hey, actually, the child is doing this at 2 weeks old, then I'd say, oh, well, I'm probably against all abortion.
So just to clarify, your personal definition of consciousness and the subjective philosophical
Wait, hold on. Don't say personal definition like I'm rolling around with a unique definition here, but go ahead.
Okay, well, your definition of consciousness in this subjective philosophical manner that you're posing it, if someone were to give you information that newborns, for example, aren't capable of having this form of consciousness, you would say it's okay to kill newborns?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least you're consistent. So then I guess my question is, like, why not err on the side of caution like you do, saying, like, well, just to be safe, let's call it 20 weeks because we don't really know for sure. Like, why not just say, don't kill living humans? Because we come up with new data all the time on how fetuses, which are living humans,
we don't come up with new data all the time that's changing our understanding of this. Oh, okay. Well, if you find some, shoot it my way, and I'll be your biggest pro-life advocate.
It's interesting. Like,
It's not really that interesting. It's not, you know that like that passive aggressive thing doesn't work when you're like, it's really interesting that, and then insert like highly passive aggressive, obviously untrue statement there, you know?
Kind of argument before. I've never heard somebody make this kind of argument before, and I will give you that because earlier I thought that I hadn't heard any, or I had heard everything you were going to say to me, and I will admit that nobody's ever said that exactly to me before.
Nobody said that conscious experience is what we should be protecting?
Nobody's defined it and deployed it in the way that you have.
Okay.
Not just conscious experience, but the specific way that you define it in its admittedly subjective form, which you personally said.
I mean,
So
all
think
conscious
that-
experience is subjective, right? We are subjects and we have a subjective conscious experience. It's like we can't like objectively measure. You disagree with that? I'm sorry. Can you tell me about the objective conscious experience?
So I think that. Anyway, so.
Well, no. I
like-
really want to hear this,
No,
please,
no,
because I feel like you have the answers to so many difficult questions in your head, and you're just not sharing it with the rest of humanity. Please, gracious God, please, Miss Ayatollah, please tell me what is the objective conscious
You
experience?
just call me Ayatollah?
Sorry, how do you pronounce your name again?
I just don't understand why you have these discussions with people and act like you are a rational, objective actor and that you're just trying to have a conversation. Like, you've continuously disrespected me. You just called me Ayatollah. I don't appreciate this. Like, I'm trying to have a conversation with you about this, like you asked. I stopped being condescending and disrespectful to you, to my knowledge. If I'm continuously disrespecting you, please let me know. But I don't understand, after we already talked about this, why you are continuing to disrespect me and intentionally mispronounce my name.
That was my mistake. Can you pronounce it one more time for me?
My name is Ayala.
Ayala. Okay, Ayala. Can you tell me how you give me a hard, objective definition of consciousness?
I didn't mean in the sense that subjective consciousness is not... Well, okay, actually, let me start it over.
Go ahead.
When I'm talking about consciousness, I'm talking about...
That was just inconvenient timing. I'm sure she's coming back. I'm so sorry. Stop removing her. Her shit is fucking up, dude. I'm sure she's coming back. She's on her way back. How do you pronounce my not Ayatollah. Ayala. Ayala. I believe is how it goes. Hello, Ayala.
So when we're talking about consciousness, I agree with the scientific consensus that there's different definitions of consciousness. There's different components of consciousness. So, for example, like conscious awakeness, where you're just like your eyes are open, you're taking in information from around you. Like, that's a portion of consciousness. And there's also like the subjective experience that you're talking about. But like there are scientific objective components to consciousness that like we can measure, knowing that someone is conscious, in terms of like conscious awakeness.
Okay, we know all that, but I'm asking you, because you seem to get mad when I say like this kind of subjective experience of consciousness. So what is like the hard objective definition of consciousness?
I'm not saying there is an objective definition of consciousness. I'm saying that you're banking on the subjective component of consciousness rather than the objective measurable components of it, like conscious awakeness. You're talking more about
Wait,
conscious,
hold
like,
on. This is what I'm trying to ask you. Hold on. You don't understand how close you are to breaking ground and some of the most important scientific discoveries ever. What is the objective hard measure of consciousness? I want to know this so badly. Can you please tell me?
I'm not saying there's... I think that you're misunderstanding me. So what I'm referring to when I'm talking about consciousness might be different from what you're referring to.
Okay.
But there's a difference between like a conscious experience and being consciously awake. Like,
yeah,
like,
but I'm not talking about just like being consciously awake. No, wait.
Well,
but you
that's
can
what I
measure
was
somebody when
referring
somebody's
to.
sleeping. They're also like that is a conscious person. They might be unconscious,
Yes,
but when we talk about consciousness, a sleeping person is not like has no conscience, right?
That's what I was trying to explain to you. Like, there's different there's
Thank you for
different
explaining that to
components
me.
of consciousness, and there are objective ways to measure certain components of consciousness, like whether or not somebody is awake.
Well, yeah, but you got to be really careful because when you get into those objective measures, those are what I rely on. The brainwave activity that occurs in children at about 20 to 28 weeks shows that that emergent phenomenon of consciousness is probably happening. The cessation of brainwaves when somebody is brain dead in a persistent vegetative state is when we kill them, right? That's my argument. So you have to give me something different than that. You're not about to repeat my own argument right back at me, I hope not, because that would commit you to essentially all of my moral positions.
What? No, I wasn't arguing anything.
Oh, so then you don't have a problem with how I define consciousness because it seems like you agree and you just more or less repeated it back
No,
at me.
that's not what I'm saying either. I was so where we left off, I remembered that I was defining consciousness. I didn't remember why.
You seem to have a really difficult time. When I say subjective, I don't just mean like subjective, like anybody, how anybody wants to define it. That's
I
not
know
what I
what
say.
you mean by subjective.
Sure, like our conscious experience is a subjective thing it's very hard to like discretely or, you know, in any kind of hard, solid sense measure like, oh, there's a conscious thing. We see that. That's conscious. I don't know if we can do that, right? The subjective lens through which we view the world and the experience that we're having, that's like our subjective conscious experience. That emergent phenomenon seems to arise from the communication between parts in our brain. That seems to be the case. So that's when I would say consciousness starts. But subjective doesn't mean like subjective, like it can be arbitrary. Like that's not the same thing.
I know what you mean when you say subjective. I'm pretty sure that you defined it a little bit earlier.
Okay.
I guess I just don't understand like why you wouldn't err on the side of caution with our emerging
Well, sure, because we're
prenatal
balancing
pills
out. Yeah, we're balancing out things here, and we're balancing out the rights of women and the right to their body to not be eaten by another organism for a little bit, basically, and to undergo certain health effects. We're talking about that, and then we're weighing that against the potential life of a child, right? So if it is the case that a child is living and is a person at some, 1 week old or the moment of conception, then the autonomy of the mother takes a big backseat to that, which I think is agreeable. I think most of us would agree with that. But if that's not the case, and it is just a thing until about 20 weeks, and then there's experience worth protecting, we are condemning women to basically cede control of their bodies to the state or to other people to say that they can't do certain things to have bodily autonomy because of a thing, right? So there are two very important things being weighed here. So that's why you can't just say err on the side of caution. That'd be like saying we should err on the side of caution in all homicide convictions and just sentence all of them to death so that they don't kill again, right?
No, I think it's different to err on the side of caution to make sure we're not actively allowing legalized murder. But I mean, okay. So
well, but it's legalized murder versus legalized
it's
legalized murder versus legalized enslavement, right? That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot that's at risk here.
enslavement.
Yeah, telling a woman that her body is going to be an incubation machine for a thing that might not even be alive yet is arguably like a form of bodily enslavement, right?
So pregnancy is normal, like reasonable care. It's not asking.
Hold on,
a
wait.
woman to do
Can you engage? Can you not? Wait. Can you not? Hold on. If you rape somebody and force them, like just saying like, oh well, it's okay, like the pregnant part and the caring for 9 months delivery, that's just normal development, right? That's not gonna feel that way to them, right? It might be normal development.
Hang on. Back up. What exactly are you asking me?
I'm asking you to engage with what I'm saying rather than to like incredulously go down this.
If you rape somebody, what? If you rape somebody,
just because something is like normal development doesn't change anything that I'm saying. There's a lot of things that might be normal development that might be a form of enslavement, right?
Hang on.
Hanging.
So I'm saying that it is completely reasonable to say that women cannot kill a fetus because it is a living human, and regardless of whether or not it is having a sentient conscious experience, which newborns don't even have, it's wrong to kill living humans. And I don't think that it's comparable to slavery to ask women to not kill their babies, even if that means remaining pregnant, which is normal and reasonable care.
Okay. Do you think that's a good summary of what I'm saying?
I'm not really sure what you're saying. That's kind of why I asked you to repeat yourself, because I don't really understand like why you said rape and like where that came in or where that was going. Like I'm still not clear on what that statement was.
I think everything I said is pretty clear, but like I think I think the issue with pro-life, it's like arguing circumcision with men. Like, they're really only arguing for what they are. And it feels the same when you talk to like pro-life people. Like, they're really only arguing from a position of either they've like had kids or had miscarriages, or they're like super bought into some religious phenomenon. And now you're just trying to like ad hoc whatever argument you can to make that position coherent. But it's like super not fun for me to talk.
I'm asking you, like, what do you mean? Like,
What do I mean for what? I've described my entire position without definition. Now you're saying things like, well, I think we shouldn't be killing babies. Like, yeah, of course, obviously.
Okay, I think we should. I actually didn't say babies. I think we shouldn't be killing fetuses, which is what an abortion does objectively. Like, that's what an abortionist is
She's
going
turning
to
her sound
tell you.
more
You
like
ask them,
Lav.
is
Am I
abortion
fucking
kill a
crazy?
fetus? Absolutely. That's the purpose of an abortion procedure, is to kill a fetus.
Sure, I agree with that. But the question is whether or not the fetus ought to be endowed with like the protections of life, right? To be a person, right?
Well, yeah, because it's a living human, so it's a person. I can't think of a living human non-person.
Sure, and I gave you an example. Somebody in a coma who's never waking up.
Yeah, that's a living human, so it's a person.
Okay, but then you also committed yourself to the position that people in coma should be kept alive forever until their bodies wear out. Which is, and I said, if you want to take that position, that's totally fine. But I disagree there, but then we've hit bedrock. We're at a fundamental
Well,
disagreement.
if a person is medically living and they are a person, or a person like is a living human, medically they are alive,
Mm-hmm.
and they are a human, therefore they are a person and they should be protected. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And if you listen, if you have that, congratulations. That's your position. You are consistent. Most people probably wouldn't bite the bullet on that last one, but if you do, that's fine. But that means that we've hit like philosophical bedrock. Like we've come
Well,
to.
that's why I'm trying to ask you.
No.
So
You don't understand. There's nothing else to ask. We fundamentally disagree on what a human life is.
Because I'm trying to ask you to clarify a statement that you made to me several minutes ago, which I've been trying to clarify since you made it. I'm still not 100% sure what you meant by it.
Sure. What
and I'm
statement
asking
do you
to
not
repeat
understand?
yourself.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know if I didn't hear you all the way, but I heard you say, if you rape a woman, something, she gets pregnant, that's still
I'm
normal
saying
care.
that what I said was that the reason why I don't just quote unquote err on the side of caution is because you have competing interests here. You can't just go all the way to one side because somebody else has an interest on the other side. So one example I said was I wouldn't err on the side of caution by executing every single person who's caught a homicide charge, right? Because some might be accidental, might be messed up. I'm not going to err on the side of caution. And the reason why I don't err on the side of caution by executing them all is because, well, we've got to weigh the interests of the other people that are being accused, right? But one of the things that you responded with was, well, it's ordinary care to be pregnant. It's ordinary. This is like in line with the teleology of a woman, that the development, the normal process of a woman's body is to have a child, blah, 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 which I guess I agree with. But one, that's not a response to that thing at all. There could be lots of normal processes that we'd ought to avoid, number one. And number two, you can be forced to go through those processes in really horrible ways. So for instance, if you're not ready to get pregnant and have a child, maybe you even took birth control measures and you still got pregnant, or if you're raped. These are examples of ways where you can be subjected to that ordinary developmental process, but still really not want to go through it for good reasons.
Yes, I got pregnant from rape when I was 15. I'm completely aware that there are very traumatic ways to become pregnant. I'm still unsure as to why this is an argument for killing a human being who happened to be conceived in rape.
It's not an argument for killing a human being who happened to be conceived in rape. It's an argument against the absurd notion that just because something is part of ordinary development, it requires that a woman cede her autonomy to the people around her.
Being raped is not a part of the ordinary development.
No, but the process that's afterwards, you're all of a sudden committed to?
But being pregnant is normal care.
Yeah, but that's fine. But that just because that's normal care doesn't mean that you're morally committed to it. That doesn't do anything to seek to address any of the moral baggage of whether or not you ought to be forced to have a kid.
Well, talking about how women being pregnant is enslavement if we don't allow them to have an abortion.
I said that if you don't consider the fetus a human person and you force them to carry that to term or to when it does become a human person, then in a way, yeah, that's a form of bodily enslavement.
I do consider a fetus to be a human person.
I know you do, but this is a response to you asking me. I understand that, but this is in response to you asking me, why don't you just err on the side of caution? And I'm telling you why I don't just quote unquote err on the side of caution, because there's competing interests. And one side of caution.
Killing a human person, though.
Yeah, but you could also be enslaving a woman's body. There's competing interests.
That's not enslavement. So it's either we. So if you are wrong. If you happen to be wrong about where you decide to place where life begins in pregnancy at 20 weeks, because you start to see brainwaves which indicate parts of the brain have developed that deploy sentience later in life. And that's your line. If you are wrong, then you are saying it is okay to kill living human beings. If I am wrong, and fetuses aren't persons until 20 weeks of pregnancy, then the only consequence of that is that we are protecting human life, human beings, even if they're not yet persons.
Can you summarize that other side better, or else this is where the conversation ends? I can't believe you would be so fucking retarded. Can you give me a better summary of the other side?
Whoa.
You can't really be this bad faith. I need you to give me a better. Okay, do your moral grandstanding. Then afterwards, I need you to give me a better summary of the other side, because there's no possible way that that's like. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna play piano while you moral grandstand for like 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna ask you again for the question. Can you explain the downsides of the other side if you force women to go through pregnancies they don't want to? And it has to be more than just I accidentally protected life. Let me know when you're ready.
Have a conversation with someone. Like, I'm not trying to morally grandstand, right? I don't appreciate you calling this morally grandstanding. Again, we have had this conversation multiple times where you're continuously disrespecting me, and I don't appreciate it. You asked me to be here, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you. But you're not gonna call me, like, slurs because I'm saying something you don't like. Like, that tells me this is not a serious conversation. You cannot pretend like you're trying to have a serious conversation with me and then say a slur. Like, I don't... This is not morally grandstanding. I'm asking for a very, very, very base level of respect. Like, do you understand that? I don't understand why that's unreasonable to you.
Okay. Can you summarize the other side of that argument more than just we might have protected human lives?
What do you mean summarize? So I was in the process of trying to summarize it,
No,
right?
you weren't. You were steel manning your
I was
argument on both sides of it.
And you interrupted me.
Okay, go ahead.
I understand that pregnancy can be traumatic. I understand that pregnancy can harm your body in ways that are unrepairable. I have personally experienced these things. I understand this. I don't, however, think that protecting the life of living humans, which fetuses objectively are scientifically, they're both alive. They're individual organisms with unique human DNA that are living and growing. I don't think that protecting those living humans until 20 weeks, dealing with all of the pregnancy issues that, by the way, we can address without harming other people. We can address the trauma of pregnancy. We can address medical conditions that might come up with pregnancy. We can address all of these things without killing a human life. I am comfortable with being wrong about this and saying that I'm protecting human life before it's technically a person at 20 weeks because it begins to develop the brain waves and parts of the brain that will deploy sentience later in life. I'm comfortable with that. If my definition of personhood doesn't philosophically check out, I'm fine with that. But if your definition of personhood doesn't check out, and I am right, then you are saying, and like what you were arguing, is directly contributing to the murder of these children. I would rather be wrong in the way that I could be wrong than be wrong in the way that you could be wrong. Does that make sense?
Yes. So can you tell me if you're wrong, what's the consequence on the other side?
What's the consequence of me being wrong?
Yes.
I just explained it.
Try it. Give me one more time, a little bit more simply.
I don't really know what else you'd want me to say.
I'm just asking. Summarize it. If you're wrong, what's the consequence of that?
The consequence of me being wrong would be that we protect humans who are alive, but they're not technically philosophically persons, by your definition of personhood being they don't have the brain waves and parts of their brain that would deploy sentience later in life.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't understand why you're...
I know you don't understand. It's because you're so bought into this, you don't even consider another side. But that's cool. I don't care. All right. Is there any other part of this you want to...
I'm trying to consider your other side.
No, you're not. Maybe you might...
I just came to the conclusion that I would rather be wrong in the way that I could be wrong than in the way that you could be wrong.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
There's something wrong with that?
Nope. The good faith answer, I guess, just so you can lie for future debates or whatever, is you're supposed to say, if you're wrong, you are literally using state enforcement to deprive women of the autonomy and the right to their own bodies against something else inside of them.
Yeah, that's actually not. That's not what bodily autonomy is.
Okay.
Like, how would... Like, again, this has to do with why I said that pregnancy is normal and reasonable care. You're not denying women bodily autonomy.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to say?
No, I'm totally Gucci. Yeah, any shout outs? Where can people find you and all your stuff?
I feel like this has been truly enlightening.
Yeah, I agree. This is every abortion debate ever with pro-life people, but there's an example why you cannot have these debates, especially with activists, because you're way too dug into your position to ever change, because it would probably require you to reshuffle your entire view of the world. But
You know what's funny about that?
Tell
That I
me.
actually used to have a completely different political philosophy, and I actually did completely upheave my entire religious and political philosophy, actually my entire understanding of the world, and I've changed my mind on every political position that I've had to the exact opposite of what it used to be, except the abortion position.
Wow.
And my parents aren't pro-life. I wasn't raised having that position. I had that position following when I got pregnant from assault, and that's when I formed it, and I've never changed my mind on it. And I think that this is the one thing that I probably won't change my mind on. No, and that's not proof that I'm not listening to you or proof that I'm not considering what you're saying. I think it's proof that I genuinely believe what I believe, and I've heard a lot of this before, even if it's not exactly the way that you've said it and exactly the way that you've argued it, and I still believe what I believe.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're super welcome. Ayala, correct?
Ayala.
Ayala. Okay. Thank you. I'm excited. We'll see where you're at in a year or two if you're in the same position or not, okay? Make sure to check in with
Thank
the
you.
DGG news desk.
Will do.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Good night.
I also didn't expect the keep coma people alive forever. I didn't know that was gonna happen. And the oh, I did expect something. I guess it's like very disappointing to me. I think that this is actually because people ask me all the time, like, oh, how do you know if you're not getting in a circle jerk, or how do you know if you're not like lying to yourself, or blah blah blah. And I always give two really good reasons to figure out, or there's two good ways to know if you're getting lost in a circle jerk. One is ask yourself, what would it take to convince you of something otherwise, right? That's a good question. You should know, like, oh, well, if I found this, it would convince me otherwise. Or if I thought of this, it would convince me otherwise. That's one. And number two is, can you accurately argue the other side? And if you can't do that, you probably don't understand the other side enough. When I do these debates, and I'm doing this more, I realize it's a really good strategy. When I ask people to steel man my position, and they're totally incapable of it, they're like, oh, well, if I'm wrong, it just means we protected human life. Like, that's not the steel man of my position. Kristen couldn't do it either. Kristen couldn't do it either in the last whatever abortion debate. When people can't give like a summary of your arguments in a good faith manner, then they have like no fucking, yeah, it's dumb. But whatever. What is this? Russian stuff now? We'll go over tomorrow. We also have to watch the one shit tomorrow too. The Tim Pool and Emma whatever debate. But I need to go. I've got to like clean my house and do shit now that I'm home. August, really? Okay. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see what's going on. Ripper and a cappuccino. Oh, wait. Did I miss any donos? Ayo, your Discord server down. It was glitching. Destiny clip Mac. The Alliance never knew we needed it. Oh, we saw this. You need a secret layer, aka the Dolly Cave. What's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM for kick tabs? What's up, Destiny? What's up, YouTube chat? Love you, buddy. DT, Russia is a beautiful country. Wow, cute. Okay. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Peace out.